Yeah, ban him. Like it, and he's with his soundboard.
I'm so glad.
Hey DJ, you got knocked out too by Apocryphon.
What?
Knocked out about what?
About the QE bot.
Oh, that's fine, man. QE, you'll love it.
Yeah.
We'll have to put QE Quantum Eraser up against Broken Eraser.
Right. Yeah, Broken Eraser. That's right.
It's so funny how he the bot all of a sudden just started referring to itself as Broken Eraser.
Yeah, and then made a joke about it, like he doesn't have to worry about like something or other because he's already broken or something like. Oh man, it was. That's classic though that it's got that ability to be witty or feign wittiness, you know.
Yeah, man, and kind of like mocking our accent and stuff like that as well.
Yeah, but when
And-
it
Right? Yeah.
And only
Mate.
does it when it's talking to Aussies as well.
I've got a lisp on mine. It's like,
Yeah, I'll make your one better, Demok. I need
okay.
try like because I use different clips of when people are talking, right, for it to learn from. I've got to find the right clip, you know, and you got to try it like a few different times before you get the right sound because it doesn't take a huge segment of speech. But yeah, I'll get
Yeah,
the,
and Demo doesn't sound so like quite that Texan.
yeah, that added in, like, yeah.
It sounds like the cowboy version of Demok. Like,
The mock sound like he's from Alabama.
yeah.
that shit is really weird, though. The AI voices. Weird. And it's just kind of disturbing having somebody's voice you know being used like a puppet.
Yep.
Yeah, that
It's
creepy
the way it's
vibe.
What was that, Crit?
That is like creepy, like when you look at AI generated facial features and stuff.
Yeah, it's got this like
Creepy, man.
cringiness to it.
It's so easy. Like, I mean, you can just take a photo. Like, I've got software here. I can just take a photo, any photo of anyone, right, and then use AI to make a video out of the photo, which looks completely natural, right, and then add in, like, clone their audio, and then add in the audio, and then the person will lip sync and speak out the audio in any manner that I want it to. Right, with in regards to expressions and stuff like that. So you can make like deep fakes or just anything, man. Like you can. It's crazy. It's crazy. I don't know what the capabilities of this stuff would be, like what the government has access to, right? Because this is all just like cheap commercial software that I'm using. So can't imagine what they can do.
Well, this is becoming the problem, isn't it? You just don't even know whether what you're watching, what you're seeing, what you're hearing is actually even the person or even real anymore. It's going to get crazy, man.
Yeah, it's going to get crazy because I was watching some Trump ones recently and you can't tell that it's not him talking, right? There's no glitches. There's nothing wrong with it. It's like, it's creepy, man. It's like, damn, they could do anything with this stuff.
They could.
Yeah, but check this out though. In the future, like these type of like AI stuff, they can use that to pin you on a crime that you didn't do, and that would be a mess.
Yeah,
And that day is gonna come, man. I think it's gonna, that would be one of the worst things that could happen to anybody.
yeah, man.
That and the opposite. like having the lines so blurred that people can't be prosecuted even if there is proof.
It
Well,
wasn't me, Your Honor. It was the AI with the lisp. I don't know. I sounded like that one dude that comes in here. I'm not. I mean, I don't know. Damn. You know who? That Utah guy.
Oh, Robert v. Utah.
Yeah, it gave me Robert Utah's lisp. I was like, holy crap.
Oh, dude, I have to do a Robert Utah bot. That'd be hilarious. And I'll make it a flat earther.
You see, brother. The thing is, you don't understand, brother. It's real. It's all a basketball. It's the Ed Curve, brother. Yeah, he's funny.
Yeah. Oh, he was in here and DJ like played all the clips and that from Neil deGrasse and all that. He doubled down. No, you can still see the curve. Like, oh man,
Oh, yeah, he was coping. Yeah.
wouldn't relent.
From my own personal mathematics, can still see the curvature.
I can see the curve on my screen in my math. I hope all is well with everybody.
You too, man. Cheers.
You too, man. Cheers.
Is that like I see dead people? They're like, I see curvature. You're like, shut up, kid. It's gonna be okay. Make the movie.
that you avatar.
Yeah, it's gonna be.
Tweety bird.
I saw Earth Curve. It was an epic saga about a family lost between science, reality, and fiction.
The weird thing
Lost
though is
behind the
trying to.
curve.
Sorry. Just going to point out how irritating it is to try and explain to people the difference between gravitas and gravity, and that this gravity they're thinking of is actually just math. And they can't fathom that being true.
Sleeping on gravity, I'm sleeping on math.
They need they need that mathematical framework in order to operate, or their brain will shut down. At least they think so.
So they need something to hold on to, which is weird. Give me numbers to believe in. 495-728-7901-352-12965. What the fuck? Just imagine a song comes out. It's called the NASA song, and you just sing about numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 12, 9, 87, 5. Then 72, yeah. 35, 6. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? Like, is this a song? It's like, what, you don't understand the math? You don't understand what he's singing right now, brother? He's singing about Earth Curve right now. This gentleman is proving to you right now in a song the mathematics. Yeah, their math says stuff sitting still is moving, and then stuff that's moving is sitting still. So, yeah. And they never have both things. There's never two things to go by. They never have a ball in a lab with a flat thing in a lab. Ball spinning, flat thing not. Or vice versa. They have none of that in the lab doing anything. Shouldn't they be able to play the sun's position one for one inside like a spherical video screen like they do have that big building that's a ball? Shouldn't they be able to project the land masses on the outside like a globe and then the sun going around where it's supposed to go and doing what it does? That they can't do that or don't do that. Even CGI, I mean, come on now. You literally show like a little sun dot on that big sphere, and as it goes around, you would show the attribute of where it hits on the ground below and how much land it hits, how it hits it, and like as you just see the attribute of how it reacted on the little screen they got. Then you'd know from here if it's looping around here, you could see it from here at this point in time.
Yeah, Morvis, Crit, man. I haven't seen you guys. The Mock 2, Aethergrass, T Dub, DJ.
Hey, hey.
How you guys doing? You good?
Hanging in there, man, hanging in there.
Yeah, the Mock, your homeboy was looking for you, your little nephew. I forgot his little name. Somebody's globally looking for you. They just miss you or something.
They are. Damn.
Yeah, that one kid, he would never listen to anybody, right? Anybody,
Right.
right? But he'll listen to you.
I know, isn't that weird?
Yeah, because
Right.
that's your little nephew.
I don't know anybody keeps he's like, yeah, I'll listen to Democ. I'm not listening to anything you guys say. It's like, what? Why would you not? They're pretty much gonna say what I'm saying. I mean,
Yep.
and I told him not to listen to anybody, just like take his own perception or ideas into account. And
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah. Matter of fact, I haven't seen him, for like what, a month now. I haven't seen him around. Oh, we got 2 YouTube bots in here. Oh wow. But yeah, teed up, man. I don't know if you're still here or not, but Morvis, that's the pit master. That's the guy you want to talk to when you want to smoke some meat, right?
Yeah, I love smoke stuff.
Well, he told me one time, Morris told me, like, oh, he smoked lasagna. And I was like, whoa, I never heard anybody smoke lasagna. Or he said something about smoked macaroni and cheese. And I was like, oh my God. Like, imagine how that tastes, though. I mean,
It would be
lasagna,
delicious.
yeah.
He sounds like the Bubba of smoke stuff from Forrest Gump, except he's not shrimp, but smoke stuff.
Yeah, I guess you could smoke almost anything, right? If you do it
Yeah.
right. Yeah, probably
Oh,
tastes
man.
amazing.
I usually smoke. I smoke my lasagna as well. I just leave it in the oven for too long. Fucking smoke everywhere. Tastes nice and smoky. I actually nearly burnt the house down the other week. Well, my wife did. It was a combination. One of the kids put oil on the stove to like fry some of those churros, like the donut sticks, the Mexican ones. And they'd finished, and my wife said, "Oh, go put the jug on." And I flicked the wrong thing on the stove, and I turned the oil on. And then I go back out there, and there's this massive oil fire on the stove.
Oh, wow.
And then my wife comes running in with a thing of water. I'm like, "Get out! Get out! You're gonna burn the whole house
Oh,
down."
shit.
I just I
Damn.
put the lid on it. I put the lid on it. And
Yeah.
went out. Yeah.
You don't want to throw waters on it. Oh yeah, I
No
waters on it.
way.
No.
That would be fucking bad.
Yeah, I was trying to find a lid, and she's filling up a fucking pot on the side. I'm like, don't, screaming at her.
Don't you know physics, woman?
Oh man. Anyway, that was a bit interesting.
Oh, we got somebody new here.
Rune Tooth?
Rune Tooth, yeah. Well, maybe Rune Tooth is shy, But hey, welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth on the PNR. If you have any question, feel free to open your mic and ask us any question.
Or maybe just acknowledge us, and our welcome in the side chat at least.
Yeah, it's usually the cordial thing to do when you come to someone's house that you say hello.
Well, maybe it's not his fault, you know what I mean? Maybe he was just born that way. So
Fine, keep your secrets.
yeah, I think we should get together Sunday in the home server.
This Sunday. We need demo.
Yeah. I think that would be awesome. I think I'm gonna try to go to the home server on Sunday, and I will start asking questions from the OGs, all the OGs, on certain topics. Just like what his name, Overlord was talking about the other days. He said maybe just go over there and tag people in, start asking questions. or somebody can do presentation on certain topics.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm just too lazy.
I seen AJ walk people through like so many citations. There was this one guy, right? He came in. I talked to him about like an hour, and they reset after that. And AJ came in, and AJ walked that guy through like citation after citation to support, whatever AJ was talking about, right? And he had so much patience, and I think it was about maybe 3 hours, right? And after that, he still reset. That guy, he goes by Necro, not our Necro, but it's different Necro. And
Another one.
and I was
Isn't it
like,
Concave
man,
Earther?
No, it's like Necro King or something like that. I think it
Yeah.
is.
Oh, okay. Because isn't there a Necros that's a Concave Earther?
oh, there's another Necro concave earther. Well, this Necro
think
guy, I
so.
think he's from Brazil, right? You can hear the Portuguese in his speech, like a strong accent too. But I don't think he sound dumb. But it just that the level of patience that AJ had with him, I was like, I couldn't do it. Like after 1 hour, this guy just reset.
Must have been not too bad to speak with then. Yeah, as long as they're willing to talk, I'll continue to talk. Yeah, I suppose it just depends on their attitude as to mine to a certain extent.
Yeah, I don't think it was too bad. It was not too combative, but he just the way like he reset. Like he agrees with us. He agreed with the citation, but then it just kept repeating back the same claim, right, over and over again. But then every time you show him the citation, he just like, okay, cool, right? But man, you went over like I think over 3 hours that day, and I'm just sitting here just listening. It was painful. AJ, you remember the email that you sent me with a bunch of citation? You remember what email it was under what name? Because I try to go back because I save only a few of them. Like I download a few of them,
Yeah, it'd
and
be
I
under
need to
my
go
name.
back.
So it'd be under Adrian. So if you search ADRIAN.
Okay, let me see because I had it. Okay, I got him. Yep, perfect. Yeah, I'm gonna finish download that all those citations. I know I'm gonna try to like post it somewhere and save them and probably go through them one by one again.
Yeah, I've got more. I've got a heap more saved now for other stuff, but I've just got to sort of categorize it all and put it in order. I haven't had a chance to.
Yeah, but man, you pick up very very fast with the citation, and you be able to explain to people, very nice and clear, very well articulated. You know, because I remember like almost 2 years ago, that's where we met each other in the main server, right? And then like you just like, oh, you level up very fast.
Is Crit there?
Yeah, I'm here.
You gonna answer the question?
What question do you want answered?
The meteor question in the other server.
Yeah, I did answer you.
What was your answer?
Well, read out what the answer was, and let's see what you didn't understand. This is where I'm troubleshooting now.
No,
If you
I
got-
want you to tell me the answer.
If you got an answer and the answer is not an answer at the same time, that shows a contradiction in your worldview somewhere.
I didn't get an answer. I lied.
Okay.
I never saw it. So I want you to
Never
explain
saw it. Okay, well,
Nope.
look again.
it. Look where?
Yeah, right in the you sent me the same the question in DMs, right?
No, I didn't.
You sound kind of like butthurt or something, bro.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, this is Auburn, right? Or your old username.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Check
No, I'm
your
just
DMs.
fucking with you. Yeah, I know I sent it. Just explain it.
Yeah, just look up in the sky. What do you see?
I don't see anything. I can't see the sky right now.
Well, no. When you saw your observations of meteors, what did you see?
That's wait. I'm asking you the question. I'm not asking you to ask me questions.
Tell you what you saw. It's for you to explain what you saw.
No, I'm asking you. Read the question, observe the question, and explain what is your observation of the question.
Yeah, it would be to make your observation, but don't add any unobservable content. Like, don't add in there.
I didn't
like,
add any
somehow
unobservable content.
There's a giant space Jesus throwing boulders down at you or something like that. Just exactly what you saw is exactly what you saw. Add nothing, take away nothing.
Okay, you sound crazy. Are you gonna answer the question?
The same answer.
Same answer as well.
Yeah, you make it seem like somehow a meteor was never observed. Like no one ever saw this until like a couple hundred years ago when someone said, "Oh, by the way, shooting stars are actually giant rocks burning up in the atmosphere." Yeah, don't add that. Just don't like when someone said, "Oh, you know what that shooting star is?"
When did I add that? When did I add that?
You said a giant rock burning up in the atmosphere.
And when?
Well, in your
Show
question-
the text for the whole class to see. Let's see it. When did I ever say that?
And your question was explain giant burning rocks in the atmosphere on your flat atmosphere.
That is not what I said at all.
Okay, well, how about
You're making that up.
We'll repost your question then.
Yeah, repost my question. Take a screenshot of it and post it. I'm waiting. You there, Kurt?
You can see I'm here.
What are you doing?
What I want to do.
Well, are you gonna post it, or are we just gonna sit in shock that you don't see what you're looking for?
Yeah, what was the last answer I told you?
All right, you're wasting my time. See.
All right, get out of here.
You wasting our fucking time. Why are these people feel so entitled? They come in here, they demand stuff. Hey, do this, do that. Oh, show me this. Give me this answer. Like, what the fuck? What made you think we owe you anything? Period. Right? Why are they feel so entitled? And not just him. There's a bunch of them are like that.
Who was that?
Is it Auburn? I don't know if you remember him from in the past. He was a really triggered dude who got really worked up and then stopped showing around for a while.
Oh, yep. Star's gone. Yeah, well, whatever.
Mark, you still here?
Yeah.
What you doing, bro? What you been up to?
Not much. Scratching a lottery ticket.
No, I hope you win, bro.
They're pretty good tickets. I haven't played them in a long time.
Okay.
They're called
Yeah, I
bingo,
bought
like bingos or crosswords, like the scratch offs. Those are the ones I like.
yeah, I bought I think it was like Mega Million the other day. Well, about 3 weeks ago. I bought for $30, right? And because it was going high, it was over 100 some million, right? And guess how much I won? I scanned
What?
it. I won $6.
I've won like 90 off those before.
Real?
Yeah, something. I mean, one time I had like 4 or 5 of the numbers, and I was real young, and I was like, "How many numbers you got to have to win the game?" They're like, "You got to have all of them." I was like, "Fuck!" I only got 4. Thinking to myself, I didn't tell them I had like 4 or 5 numbers. I didn't have the last one though, but it still would have been worth something. I threw the damn thing in the garbage. I swear to God,
Yeah. I
that would
think
have been.
it depends on the pot. If the big pot, those 4 numbers could go up to millions too. You know that, right? So it depend on the pot.
Yeah,
Small pot, you get small amount. Big pot, I guess you get like bigger amount.
yeah.
I think.
I don't think it was a crazy amount. It was just the idea. I bought one and it actually hit 4 or 5 of the numbers, and I was like, "What the fuck?" I was looking on the thing, and I was like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's like, damn, I almost got all the numbers. And then I was like, "You gotta have all the numbers to win," and he meant like to win the whole amount, and he was like, "Yeah, you gotta have all the numbers to win all the money." I was like, "Oh fuck."
Yeah. Yeah, I don't. I mean, I play here and there. Once in a blue moon, I play, but I don't think I'm that lucky, bro. I don't really win much. You know.
You can though. Scratch off to there. It's possible.
Wait.
This one dude at my work, they gave him a ticket for doing a good job. They gave him a $10 or $5 ticket. He won 100,000 on it right in front of everybody.
Whoa.
Yep,
Wow.
he quit that day too.
He could that do too?
Yeah, I wouldn't have. I
I wouldn't
wouldn't have
need him.
quit.
Hundred
I
thousand
would.
ain't nothing, bro.
No, I wouldn't have quit. I just said, give me a set schedule
Yeah.
of, you know what I mean. I'd have been like, hey man, I'm just working in the mornings now, or working from 6 to 9, or not 8 to 10. I'm only coming in the hours you need me, and that's it. If you need me.
Yeah. So this
I
dude, he
mean,
just
that way
quit.
you still have a check and something to do, and then you
Right.
have your money that you can do something with. And then if you figure out something to make something off your money with, then you're good to go.
Yeah.
But just to quit
I
right
feel
away,
you.
no, I wouldn't do that because I won a little bit of money too, and I didn't quit my job. That'd be stupid.
Sound like the guy was in a hurry, bro.
Yeah, I won like 28 at work when I scratched a ticket, and it was
28
my
what?
28,000. It was my own ticket
What?
though. I bought it. I bought it myself. Yeah, a $3 crossword.
Wow.
Yep, $3 ticket with my last $3. I
Wow.
was like, pack of cigarettes, crossword, and win money to buy a pack. So I went with my hope and money to win to buy a pack, then rather than just to buy the pack. And I'm just that
Yeah.
goofy that it worked out. And it was like 2 in the morning too. The lady was not supposed to sell me the ticket. It has just turned 2 in the morning, and it's the rule to not sell anybody a ticket past 2. And I was like, "Come on, man! If I win something on it, I'll hook you up." And I took it home, and like for like I don't know 4 days, I lost the ticket. Didn't even scratch it.
Oh.
Lost it. And then come to find out, I lifted up my mattress, and it was underneath my bed, static to the top, stuck to the top. And I
Wow.
was like, "Oh, there's that ticket." And I found it, and I took it to work, and it was early in the morning, and I scratched it, and it won the top prize.
Yeah. That's awesome, bro. Yeah, I never win anything over $1,000.
Well, I've never won $1,000 winner. I've always wanted to get like $1,000 winner, or whatever, and then I've never been able to. But I got the top prize winner, so I was fine with it. Don't get me wrong. I just never won $1,000 on a ticket. I've seen a lot of goopy people around here that buy tickets to like go like stand on the corner. Like when they get money, they'll buy tickets and they win 1,000. I'll see them win 1,000 on a ticket, and I'm like, fuck! Right before I was gonna get my ticket, man. Shit.
Yeah.
I almost
Hey,
had it.
what about Australia? What about T-Dub? Australia, you guys have a scratch ticket, scratch off? If you can still hear us. Probably not. He probably AFK.
Where'd the other people go to the other server?
Yeah, I guess so. We want to try to keep this place alive too, you know, because a lot of time it's already dead, and when we got it going, we're trying to keep it going.
Yeah.
We'll see. You and I still here, and Crit and Morris, Dub,
It's everywhere.
and the YouTube bot,
Huh?
and the YouTube bot, which is Helio. I think that's Helio.
Yeah. How can you manipulate pressure
Yeah.
of a container without poking
Yeah,
a hole in the container?
you hear this fucking idiot earlier, right? I heard only parts of it, right? He came in here, and I think Mr. Armish, man, Mr. Armish fucking demolished him. And he said something about outer space can't exist. You know, what I mean, it would violate the natural law, right? The gas law. And if you have any demonstration, right, you just show us, give it to us, right, that you can have gas pressure without a container, right? And then he was invoking that gravity is the container. You know what I mean? And one thing I do like the most, the monk, you always say, well, if I fart in water, where do you think that the air, the gas will go?
Right. That's not helium.
It go up. It will go
Yeah.
up. It will go up. Yeah.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
100%.
But then it's
Anybody?
annoying too. They also always talking about, back in the question, oh well, we have what is it, gradient, right? So therefore gravity, that we don't need containment. I hate when they say that, like, it's so annoying. And this new cat, I don't think he didn't know anything about the topic, period, right? And all he did was just ChatGPT, give him a hypothetical stuff, give him like analogy or whatever, right? And he didn't even read it. He just posted in a side chat. He didn't even read it, And this is the level that we're dealing with now, bro. You know. If you don't know something, it's okay. Well, I don't know, not sure, right? Whatever, right? Well, when you have to go to ChatGPT for everything, then something wrong with you. Got a very strong belief, because you believe that this ChatGPT somehow are correct. DJ was testing ChatGPT so many times, and ChatGPT messed up a lot of time, contradict himself over and over again, right? And ChatGPT kept changing the information over and over. Yeah, so I mean, maybe it's good for something else, but for practical demonstration, ChatGPT doesn't have it. Only hypothetical or speculation. Sorry, I'm ranting a little bit. Did you win the mark? And I gotta buy the new Saran wrap. Damn it. I think was it yesterday? Some kid came in here and started asking question after question. I told him like, "Yo, man, just jump on the VC. You know what I mean? Like, open your mic and talk." He said he's too busy playing game, right? But he kept typing in the side chat, and we were talking about whatever the curvature and all this stuff. And finally, right after we talked about an hour, right, I had sent him like NASA failed compilation about like 6 hours, whatever. And instead of like, okay, I'm gonna check it out later, blah blah, this and that, he started to make excuses. Oh, they can't lie. I mean, it's 6 hours. You know what I mean? There's hours of these stuff. There's no they can lie, right? And then I pointed out, bro, they do that in movies all the time. All these green screen harnesses, augmented reality or whatever. And he just keep insisting, oh no, there's no way they lie. I'm like, okay, if that's what you said, then yeah, stay on that side, stick to the globe side, right? Like, I'm not talking out my ass. I'm actually showing you what what NASA footage look like, right? And instead of look at the information, you refuse it. You refuse it. Not like you should have just at least look at it. A minute, 1 minute, or 30 second, right? Just to see what it is, right? Out of that 6 hours, instead of like stop making excuses for the globe right away. So I told him, no, I'm not answering any more questions, bro. You want to talk? Open your mic. Yeah, T-Dub, how was it in the VC? A lot of people over there? Yeah, a lot of people over there. We got two choices. One, we stay here. Two, we just all go over there. I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky. Oh shit. Oh, QE's over there too. Hey, you guys want to go over there, or you want to stay here?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
I
just
could jump
came
over
back because
Yeah, let's go.
yeah. Well, if you guys do, I will. But I came back because it was just the usual. Shut the fuck up, and you're an numpty. I'm not explaining
Oh,
anything to you. Like
Oh yeah.
that's the usual.
okay. Then we'll stay here
But
for now.
yeah, like if you guys jump over, I'll jump back over. But I'll probably
Yeah, I'll
just
check
like
it out because Newt and that Pat Man guy
reduce
are
the
there.
volume or something.
Yeah. Okay. All right, T-Dub, let's go over there. The mock. Yep. We'll come back over
All
here.
right. Okay.
Yep. Let's go.
Let's do it.
No, I have kids, dude. Fucking, I know he's lying. I know he didn't listen to me. I have kids his age.
I listened, bro. I just want to ask because I missed like half of this.
Go to your room.
Gee, why don't you take a
I'm
crack at
messing
it?
around, dude. Just chill.
All right. I probably missed. You guys already brought this up, so take this with a grain of salt. What's the whole situation with the sun?
What's the ontology of the wave function?
Oh, brother.
Can you dumb that down for me?
Yo, Chewy, I'm glad you brought that. I'm waiting for Charlie to come back, so I got a nice clip from a presentation a quantum physicist gave at Harvard to all the other quantum physicists in the room, and he literally says that.
Really?
And then he talks about how Schrodinger, in his fourth lecture, abandoned the idea that the wave function was physical.
It took him that long?
He was back and forth, didn't it? He finally conceded completely.
He's a fucking Schrodinger is a moron. Then can you send it? PM me. I want to see that.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
Thanks, man. Back to regular scheduled programming with Retards R Us.
I was gonna send it to Charlie on my own, dude, but I was like, no, I gotta do this in person.
Yeah, don't do. Yeah. What's ontology? Wait a second, I know what ontology is. I don't know.
I just don't know what it means to you.
Yeah, right. What a clown dumb fuck. Ripped his ass from 6 ways from Sunday. You know that the idiot crayon muncher had the balls to come back in the next day? No honor whatsoever. No pride. No self-awareness. You fucking idiot, Charlene. Bring your dumb ass back in here. It's going to be 10 times worse. Fuckwit. Stood there and told us that we misunderstood Feynman's quote. It said, it's not waves, it's particles. We misinterpreted that.
Yeah, him saying that idea is wrong. Oh, God, dude. I don't know how many ways you can interpret it's wrong.
It's wrong. They were particles. You're a fucktard, Charlene. Idiot, moron. This fucking guy also said, somebody messaged me, they told me that there is a new refraction that is not Snell's law.
All right. It's a Ruhiff fraction.
Yeah, must be. Yeah, thanks for that, man. I'm going to leave that up there. There's a link up there. I'm going to leave you up there so don't forget about it. The thing you just sent me. So I'm going to leave you focused.
Yeah, I timestamped this. You don't have to watch the whole thing.
Hey, that's fucking mighty what do you do?
Well, I think it's 2 hours long, maybe.
Okay, appreciate it, man. We can move on. That was just a private conversation between geniuses. You can carry on.
Oh, you're going to get it. You're going to get it.
Dude, I want to say what. I'm going to get in trouble, man. Google Gaga?
This fucking idiot, Matthew, then posts refraction using a monochromatic light source plus fucking glass. Can you show us where this solid is in the atmosphere, you fucking moron, Matthew?
Oh, yeah, it's not in the atmosphere. I'm just saying that there is a kind of refraction that does not involve Snell's law.
Oh, really? That's this?
Right, because
that is Snell's law, you dumb fuck.
I thought Snell's law required 2 different mediums.
That's 2 different mediums, you abject retard.
No, it's the same medium with a gradient and density.
No, it's 2 different mediums. You know where the lens hits the glass, dumb fuck?
Yes. So
yeah,
at that point there might be Snell's law, but within the mediums you can see that
2 different mediums
within there.
Where does refraction occur, Matthew?
at the boundary of two different mediums or within one
Oh,
medium.
thanks a lot, dumb fuck. My God. Are you that retarded? You're a university professor for fuck's
No,
sake.
I'm
We
smart. I'm not
expect
retarded at
more
all.
from you, you fucking idiot. What the fuck? Why do I get? Usually, it's much easier talking to educated people, but in your case, you're worse. You're like Brenda level. You fucking idiot.
Oh, I'm
Get
not
your
an
dumb
idiot.
ass out of here.
Okay, goodbye.
Bye. Get the fuck out of here. Go back to your cake decorating forums, you fucking retard. Look at it. This refraction doesn't use Snell law because it's not two different mediums. He's got a fucking laser shooting into a solid. You can't make... And he puts his name on it. What the fuck? What? Oh my God. Okay, let's move on.
I was listening to do this freaking like presentation that they're doing this presentation today, and I was just like, why are you giving them freaking refraction from like this whole Sexton freaking observation or whatever?
Sure.
And I'm just like, why are you guys giving it to them? Like,
sure.
Like, yeah, like freaking like I'm trying to, like actually call people out.
Sure.
But yeah, they're just like, oh, well, we're just giving it to because it can happen, or we're just gonna give it to them. I don't know.
We get it. We get it, paraplegic. Thanks. We got
Yes.
it. Yeah, we get it. Thanks. Try to be more concise. Yeah, we got it. Right? It's the same fuckwit flat earthers that have heard atmosphere all their lives, and they keep saying it, even though they've been corrected, because they're fucking idiots. That's why. So flat earthers, pretender clown types have heard evolution, refraction, gravity so many times, they just give up the fucking ghost. Because they're pretender clown, numpty dipshits. We've got a whole fucking, I would say, out of all the flat earthers that are alive, 90% are pretender clowns. That's a modest guess. I'll bet you I'm close. We want to go through the group. We'll talk to all the flat earthers and we'll take a percentage. Ready? Yeah, that's what I thought.
Wait, say that again. I wasn't paying attention.
I would say 90 to 95% of all flat earthers that are alive are absolute fuckwits. That's my contention.
Why would you say that?
Well, because I've been around flat earthers for about 10 years, or people that call themselves flat earthers. Most of them are dumb as fuck. Sorry. Just the way it is.
Why would they be considered dumb?
Well, there's many reasons. Just listen to them talk. I bet you I can compromise most flat earthers in less than a minute. I would guess.
Well,
there's
a
few. There's a few in this room I wouldn't be able to do that. But I'm saying the majority, these are the exceptions rather than a rule, and there's some in this forum that I wouldn't be able to do that. But the majority of flat earthers, oh yeah, no fucking problem.
I would agree. They just don't have the knowledge and the experience.
Now, the ones that are not out there pontificating and stuff, then they get a free pass. But the ones that are out here pontificating and are involved in these discussions, they're fair game. They want to play lumberjack. They got to learn to handle their side of the log. They've been around here. All the information's out there for them to retrieve. It's fucking easy. If they haven't, they're lazy and they're going to get their asses tore up. They usually do by idiot, retard, globetards anyway. They do my work for me.
Okay, I can understand that then, yeah. I can understand. If you're gonna debate it, you gotta be educated on it.
It's not a debate. If you're educated on the subject, you're educated on it, right? It's been my experience that a lot of flat earthers have an agenda, and their agenda is fuckwittery. I'm just speaking generalities here.
Huh?
Would have to take each individual at face value. So let's go with each flat earther in here. We wanted to start at the top.
What's he got to do with this?
Let's start with Bear
Duffy's talking shit about. Oh shit! Sorry.
Nah, I'm messing with you.
Oh, put this guy in moot. Who's that? Get that quantum guy in moot. Fucker. Oh, what's up, fucker?
Your sister's ankles?
Oh, wow. I walked into that one. Yeah. There you go.
Did you check out those Coriolis citations by chance?
You know what? I haven't, but it's bookmarked and it's on my list.
All right.
No, I have not. I am. Speaking of ankles, I'm up to my ankles and shit right now. So yeah. But hopefully by this weekend, I'll have some downtime to look at that.
No severe weather in Missouri this week. This on Friday. Okay, make sure that fucking happens.
Oh shit! I don't know. Well, I'm in Illinois, so I'm kind of cooked. But
yeah,
I guess we're both.
I don't know if you're that cooked.
We'll see.
Just make sure it doesn't happen. If it does happen, I'm coming to look for you.
Yeah, well, I'll turn on the heart machine. The heart machine. I'll get that going.
Get it going.
Yeah. Oh man. I remember that when that what was the last weather conspiracy? The fog. Remember the fog conspiracy? Like, was it in January? There was on Twitter. There was a bunch of dense fog that was happening in Florida, which is completely natural for that time of year. And people were like, "Oh, I'm getting sick from it, but it's government engineered fog. They're trying to make us sick." You're like, it's like they called it like a special fog. Yeah, it was.
No, I heard about people were getting sick by fog. It was in England.
Oh no! This was in like the U.S. They were saying like it was U.S. engineered.
Oh,
I mean, maybe it's the same thing, but
this was like a month and a half ago. This wasn't that long ago.
Oh, really? Are we talking about the same thing?
Yeah, no, not in Florida, but I said it was in England.
Okay.
So it was some of my English compadres that were talking about it. That wasn't like some big conspiracy. They just said they were. A lot of people were getting sick. Now, were those people COPD patients and shit? Possibility, right? So I don't know.
A lot of times with that, at least as of recently, it's like particulate matter.
Yeah.
So you could have, for example, like let's say if we had, I don't know, we'll use like the U.S. If you had like fires or like wildfires nearby or like upstream, that can mix in. So you can, it's bad air quality too. So
yeah, I got it. Yeah.
Not just emissions from your car, you killing the fucking polar bears with your gas guzzler, it's not just that, it's other shit. So but it's a shame I have to come on here at 2 a.m. for this for all the globetards to come out. No, I don't get it.
Man, there was only 4 people in here when I come in.
Holy shit.
Only 4 people in here and it just fucking exploded. I'm not saying I did it. I'm just saying, but there was 4 people in this fucking thing.
Yeah, it's a mystery how flat Earth is genuinely
There's always people here.
There's always people on the flat Earth, man.
Have flat earthers ever been persecuted by the Globetards?
They tried.
Persecuted. No, we whipped them around by their short hairs plenty of times, but they'll deny it and then respawn the next day. Sometimes within the next hour.
No, not like ideologically. I mean, like in a real sense.
Persecuted. They get their
Yeah,
asses
like
whooped.
oppressed.
Oppressed.
Well,
they
I
get
mean,
their
they've
asses
tried to dox people. They've done that type shit.
Well, that's due 7 offsuit though.
No, I meant even more historically. Like, you know how the church went after the scientists? Like that kind
What
of thing.
church?
That shit never happened, dude.
What church?
Okay, I guess not.
What church?
The Inquisition. The Inquisition,
What
for
church?
example.
That's not the church of the Bible, by the way. That's the opposite of the church. And what scientist? Name one.
Galileo.
Galileo never performed a scientific experiment in his life. How can he be a scientist?
And he wasn't persecuted for that. He was persecuted for forgery.
Yep.
So back then, you had to get it what's called a imprimatur from the papal censor to publish a book, and they gave him one, and they said, "Hey, you can publish this book," and then he forged it and brought it to a different printer, and printed a different book. So yeah, he got prosecuted for forgery. The only reason his heliocentric belief came up is because when they had trials back then, now we'd say, hey, that's irrelevant to whether he did it or not. But back then, they didn't think like that. They could slander your complete character, and that would be an indicator of your guilt, right? So if you, like, stole someone's dog, right, and they said, well, he also beat his wife, that would be evidence of your guilt for beating the dog or stealing the dog. They thought about trials a little bit differently. So because the fact that the guy that prosecuted him brought up the fact that he was a heliocentrist at trial, they try to make it out that he was persecuted for that. No, that wasn't the charge. The charge was forgery.
But and once they assassinated his character, they could tack on other charges.
Well, yeah, because like the trial, it's in front of like cardinals, right? And the guy that, like the prosecutor, he was trying to appeal to them like this guy's a heretic. But the fact of the matter is that Galileo or Copernicus, who came before Galileo, he invented the heliocentric model. He has 2 forewords. Both of those are written by Catholic cardinals, and his dedication of Copernicus himself is to the Pope. So why would they let Copernicus do it, and then when Galileo comes after says the same thing, why would they persecute him for it? That doesn't even make sense. But it's a cool story, right? It's a cool story to like to tell the atheists that like, oh, the religion is against science, and we had the Enlightenment, and we became so smart, and like we have to stop this religion thing.
Yeah. Meanwhile, they are the religious, and what they called the church, that's just fucking Babylon. Catholic Church is not the Church of the Bible, by the way. So it's
Not even close.
So it's a science versus faith motif, right? Yeah, just a superficial science versus faith motif, where there was no science and there was no faith. It's a fucking train wreck of a belly laugher. The only people fooled by it is superficial globetard idiots and evotards.
People that want to believe it, right? So really what it is it's a philosophical, materialist, atheist worldview versus, a deist worldview. That's what it really is.
So then the period of the so-called Enlightenment, that's I mean, the idea was like Dark Ages and then, Enlightenment. So
Yeah, I know.
Was there no sun in the Dark Ages?
yeah, apparently. Why is
Why
it
do they
called
call?
that?
Do you know
though?
why they call them the Dark Ages? Because there's no evidence they existed. So they say, hey, there's no written works from this time. We don't have any archaeological evidence from this time period that dates this time period. So everybody must have just been like huddled up in straw huts and didn't do anything. So we'll just call them that was the Dark Ages.
Was that when Highlander
all the
was
so-called? Oh, sorry, what?
I said, was that when Highlander was born?
Yeah, Highlander. There can be only one. Sean Connery was definitely still alive back then too. So, all the people, I don't know about frickin' Kepler and those, but Newton was like a crazy frickin' Christian. It's just a false dichotomy. It didn't exist. Like all the people, so-called scientists of the Enlightenment, they were all deists. They all believed in God. None of them were atheists.
Absolutely. He even dipped his finger into alchemy.
He wrote more about that subject than any other.
No, he didn't. He wrote more about Revelation than any other.
Oh yeah, he wrote a new chronology too.
Yep. The end of the world, 2060, according to him.
It's 10 years later than the Islamic end of the world, 2050.
Did you say 2060?
Yeah. That's when Newton said that the world would end.
Interesting.
But and he studied Revelation, not only Revelation but other prophecy books, and that's what he come up with. I'm not saying that's it. I'm just saying that's what he said.
Oh, but he was right about everything, so it's got to be true.
Newton was brilliant. There's no doubt about it.
He was. Yeah, absolutely.
He was brilliant.
In an autistic sort of way.
Yes. Yes, but he
Was
wasn't.
he also?
But he wasn't
Is he
a
celibate?
scientist. Hold on. This is an important point. He wasn't a scientist, though. He never performed a scientific experiment in his life. How can somebody be a fucking scientist? I'm not dogging Newton out because he probably didn't want that on him. How can somebody be a scientist and not perform any experiments? How can somebody be a gardener and not plant any crops?
He might be more appropriate characterized as an engineer.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying. Well, a more appropriate description might be engineer, because he came from a kind of like average family, and he couldn't afford to go to university, and he was like some sort of like apprentice, and they noticed that he was like really fucking good at fixing shit. And like inventing like little new gadgets, and so they were like, "This dude's fucking smart. We got to get him in. We got to get him in fucking school." And that kind of continued on, right? Because he invented the reflector telescope, and
yeah, sure, yeah. Oh, he was a genius with optics, and of course, he and who was it? Leibniz invented calculus. So he wasn't, your average globetard fucktard, right? But he's definitely not a scientist. Never was.
What's the difference between calculus and the calculus?
Calculus and the calculus? Is that what you said? What?
Yeah.
The definite article?
One sounds like a rash.
Well, it's often referred to as the calculus or the calculus.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought it was just calculus.
No.
No.
That's the modern. But the way it was in the
it's
past,
the
it's
modern.
referred to as the calculus.
I got you. All right. There. Do you usually have something profound? Is that the end?
Well, I was just curious. Well, it's like because when you use that, like, well, how do you want to solve this problem? All right, let's apply the calculus. Right? It makes it sound more like an object or something like that. So I was just, I was just curious if you heard anything why it was referred to in that manner.
Nope.
So if you don't know, you don't know.
I don't know.
Well, not everybody accepted it at the time either. I think it's called the ghost of departed quantities. It tells you about
So maybe the calculus was quoted with like the meat hook kind of connotation, where it's like, oh, let's just use the calculus.
Use the math.
The meat hooks.
So the
Well,
Royal
it
Society.
actually makes sense. Now that I said that, it makes sense. Like, so someone would say, "Oh, you don't understand the physics," right? Or you see what I'm saying? So maybe it was like that.
Like the physics of something.
That must be the most abused term. Physics. Now, most people, even people with physics degrees, don't have any idea what fucking physics is. None.
Science is pretty abused, man.
Okay, fair enough.
Hey, the
Next
Royal
thing I
Society
understand
was actually the Academy of Sciences, and Newton was the head of it. So I don't know if it's wrong. I think it's wrong to not calling him a scientist.
What? Did he perform any experiments?
I would assume yes, because he became the head of the Academy of Sciences.
No, that's not. That's a procedural argument, not one of substance. Show one experiment that Newton completed.
Good example of what Indio just said. Science is the most abused term.
No,
I mean, if he did alchemy, he must have done some experiment, right?
Yeah.
Well,
it's like chemistry.
That depends. Chemistry is not all chemistry is science.
Well, of course, not all alchemy is science either.
Yeah, some of it could be. It just depends. Each case has to be evaluated on its own merit. So let's hear the experiment. An experiment that Newton completed. I want the hypothesis.
Oh, I know one.
Really?
He drank mercury and caused his death. So
caused it. So that's speculation.
So in optics, I think
he didn't get to write down the result though.
Go ahead, optics. Go on.
Yeah, he experimented with a bunch of lenses, came up with different theories. Newton's rings.
Whoa. No experiments, no fucking theories. No.
Well, Newton's ring is a theory based on
Newton's ring is not a scientific theory.
Phenomena in which an interference pattern is created by reflection of light.
That's not a fucking theory.
Phenomenon.
I'll tell you what. Let's start here.
Not a natural phenomenon, dude.
Holy shit! Just wait.
No, it is a natural phenomenon.
Hold on. Shut the fuck up. What is a scientific theory?
We're going back there. No. I'm good.
Yeah, you better. Don't define that motherfucker because. Yeah.
No, because I've already been.
Yeah.
We've been here before.
I don't care if we've been here before or not. You said he performed experiments and he had theories. So, if he had theories, then you know what a fucking scientific theory is, so you can identify that he had a theory. So, in order to state that he had a theory, you need to know what a fucking scientific theory is. It's kind of pedestrian, don't you think? Well, don't you?
Hypothesis of light.
Hypothesis of light. Shut the fuck up.
See, he knows what scientific theory means. He just doesn't know what you think it means.
Oh, God. I just had an undergrad cellular biologist not know what a scientific theory is. A claimed flat earther, another pretender clown.
That's pretty sad, man.
Yeah, we're talking about Taylor. in the land of misfit toys. Now, Taylor sounds like a very nice person, and she thinks that she's doing God's work or something. But as a self-purported scientist, she's a clusterfuck. She would fail 5th grade intro to general science. Taylor, you need to cease and desist. You're on my fucking radar. And I'm going to tell you, it's not a happy place for anyone to be. You better get your fucking shit together, or I'm going to tighten your shot group. In fact, I'm going to start tomorrow.
Are you talking about one of her debates that she had on abiogenesis?
Yeah, I heard one today. Fucking new perspective. Thanks for the new perspective.
I know. I'm about to like unsubscribe, man. He's got rage bait on his channel.
Is it that bad, Indio? Is it really that bad? Damn.
Yeah, it's rage bait, man. Like I swear to God, he is like, what's gonna piss everybody off? I'm gonna clip this and upload it.
I'll have a talk.
Dude, he uploaded an Infinite Plane Society video today. I didn't watch it, but like, yeah, dude.
Really?
IPS?
Yeah.
No, not IPS. Fuck no.
Yes, IPS.
All right.
I said rage
Hold
bait, man.
on. That's bullshit. I'm subscribed. Hold on.
He doesn't have very many subscribers, man. Be nice.
New IPS gets a... Oh, he fucking did.
Mongo. Fucking Mongo. Come on, man.
He fucking did. I see it in my notifications. India, what the fuck, dude?
Fuck it, I don't know, man.
You fucking recommended it.
Yeah, look, it seemed like a good channel at first, man, but like he's really a lot of his clips are from the land of misfit toys, so you know.
Yes.
So you should be able to see one of the clips. It's like a who's who of buffoons, man. It's like Jesse, Ruhif, some other freaking clown dude, like coping over.
Oh, I seen. Yeah, I had a notification. I didn't watch that one.
Oh, I haven't watched a lot of them. Like I can't take that, man.
Yeah.
I mean, some of them are like 3 hours long. And you're like, yeah, I can get 3 hours to listen to shit, man. Come on.
Well, sometimes I do. I just flip through it. Right? It just depends on what it's on. Right.
Right. I mean, you can't concentrate 3 hours, during your work and whatever.
Speak for yourself.
That's true. I'm speaking for myself. I listen.
The other night was good listening over here with Kiwi and Indio having a good conversation.
With what? With who? The fuck with Charlene?
Well, I was more interested in your guys actually having a conversation rather
about
than
what? About you?
Your part. Well, it wasn't about me, dude. I just appreciate a combo that can't be emulated by a soundboard. You know what I mean?
What was the conversation about?
I don't remember. I just remember it was good.
Was it proof versus evidence?
Proof versus
that was during the day, I think. Maybe I'm
Holy
wrong.
shit, are you stalking us?
No, that was at night. That was when I was listening in and I was commenting, but I wasn't actually in the chat. So that was at night. Yeah, you're right.
Evidence.
No, I'm glad I got here because I was
prove something.
So I was listening. Like he was playing a pre-recorded clip with you and Elijah, and you guys were talking about some forest fire disc. Can you like run me through how that works? And you're talking about that freaking retard, Alan or something. His name was not Alan. What was his name?
Yeah. So in the forest towers, there's a disc that's linked to like a local map, and they've got like pre-plotted.
On
the device.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. So AI's like describing how it works, and his response. So you're saying GPS don't work, dude? I like, my God, dude. Just like,
That's horrible. You can't say that.
Yeah, he's like, well, they got 3 towers and they triangulate where the fire is. He's like, why don't they just use GPS? Well, first of all, how would they even do that, right? They're looking off into the tops of trees and they see smoke somewhere. How would they use GPS to know where the smoke's coming from?
Yeah, they don't know where it is.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, but Kiwi, the problem with this whole thing is it began with Elijah telling the guy some points that prove something, supposedly, and he just threw out fires in part of his sentence. And the dude was scratching his head like, what does fires have to do with anything? I'm like, okay, hold on, everybody.
Elijah was
Hold
like,
on, everybody.
Dude, he was.
I was like, I had to explain it, dude, so that the kid wasn't scratching his head.
Yeah, that's what makes Elijah Elijah.
And it was so slick too, man. Fires prove a flat Earth, man. Like what?
That's a new one on me, bro. I haven't heard that one.
Yeah, because these fire towers, they have a disc in it with a local map that'll tell you. This is the way AI was describing it. That tells you if you have all 3 towers, exactly where the fire is. You can triangulate the location.
Yeah, makes sense. Of course, all the maps are flat.
All the maps are flat.
Yep.
100% of the time. 100% of the time, by the way.
What do those 3 towers measure? Curious.
I think they know the relative location of each other, right? So if you just take the disc and you point it to wherever, and then every person knows like which direction their disc is pointed, you can know where the intersection point is.
Oh, observation of a fire.
Yeah, smoke.
Got it.
You get the smoke, right? You got the distances between the towers, and then you have the angles or the azimuths to the smoke from all 3 towers. It's over.
Yeah.
You're going to get.
Now, if the Earth was a globe, then the azimuths would be tilted, and they'd have to do a correction.
Yeah.
Right, they're not getting an azimuth on a globe dart, by the way.
Oh, yeah, of course not.
Yeah.
Azimuth could be anywhere.
Yeah, they're not getting one. So nothing can't exist. Thanks a lot, Flatsy. Appreciate that. Haven't heard that in a while.
No, I never heard that.
Where's that Crayon Muncher? Where's he been?
Oh, what did you think?
Did Mr. Ping Pong Golf Ball give up the ghost or what?
No.
Haven't heard from him in a while.
Ping pong golf ball.
He was recently on a top 20 of something.
Top 20 morons.
What the fuck is a ping pong golf ball?
Mr. Ping Pong Golf Ball is Boy Zero Sky Grifter. Austin shits it 0.
Well, I'll give you a rundown of it really quick. So, brother, so you understand that when you're talking about things going up and down, they're in a medium. It has to do with relative density. You know, ping pong golf ball.
Ping pong golf ball. Yep, I got it. I got it.
Now, if you're quick on your feet, you'll understand what he's trying to say. But obviously, it was pretty silly.
No. I can wave my hand, but I can't hand you a wave.
What's more silly, brothers, is that someone actually accused me of promoting that video as if I wanted people to actually tell people that as if it was representing something. And I was like scratching my head. It's like, I don't get
Who
you.
the fuck would do that?
I don't know. That must have been somebody not in complete current possession of their mental faculties for some reason that may involve inebriation.
Can you deafen me? Please.
That's hilarious. Not too many people ask to be deafened. I've done it a couple times, but not too many people.
It's pretty fucking funny. All right, back to the globe. Fairy tale fuckwittery that is.
What globe? What globe?
That's what I'm talking about.
Let's find that globe, people. Come on, let's get busy. Where do you got it? Anybody got globe laying around? That'd be cool. Globe evidence, globe curvature. That'd be great. What do you got? You're sailing on the globe. You're flying on the globe.
Don't say the ISS, please.
Driving on the globe. I didn't go to outer space yet. Not yet. Yeah, I get sailing, flying, driving.
I got 35 government documents that admit that the Earth is flat, stationary,
how
and
dare
it
you.
closed. I've got another one that actually has a few more. It's a total of 44 altogether documents declassified under the Freedom of Information Act that directly state right there in their documents that the Earth is flat. It is stationary. It's enclosed. There's a quote-unquote firmament, right? So it's all there, man. 44 documents, dude.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Great. Yeah, I remember running into that file years ago and I'm going, wait, whoa, what? All these documents say that right there, almost in the first paragraph, they're like, now you got to treat the Earth as stationary and flat. You're like, what?
I'm pretty sure all those documents are on the home server in the PDF channel.
Yeah, I'm sure they are. Yeah. I got them from Paul on the plane. I remember he emailed it to me.
All on a plane, I wouldn't be
I know.
hitching my wagon there.
Yeah, Paul. I met Paul in person, interviewed him, but
I'm sorry.
There were different days, QE. Come on, John. They were different. There was a lot of shit going on, obviously. And there's still a lot of shit going on, by the way. And if there was nothing to the flat Earth, man, this shit wouldn't be going on right now. I mean, no, this shit's for real, man.
Oh, here's something. Like, he kind of, like, turncoated. And here's something weird. He uploaded Rob Skiba's sun video with the Fresnel lens. Now, how did he go back to the Globetard and he's uploading that? Like, fuck, dude. Some of these people are just.
I'd have to go back and review that, but yeah, interesting. I mean, you can't watch everything out there. It's impossible. But
someone made a video. The hell's his name? Marty Leeds. Okay, so he made a video. I think it's Marty Leeds. Anyway, Trisha, Paul on the plane, celebrate truth. They're in Jaren's chat talking about fucking they're shapeless or something stupid like that. Celebrate Truth just said he's gone back to the globe. Trisha, she was never a fucking glober in the first place. I have my doubts about Robbie Davison too. I just think he was grifting. I thought that about him way in the beginning. Anyway, you met these people, so you probably have a different opinion.
I met every one of the persons you mentioned. I've met in person, and yeah, all three of them give me like that. That's some weirdo vibes, man. Just weirdo vibes.
I mean, look. I mean, especially back then, if you just look at the way Robbie Davison looked, like, bro.
Yeah,
slow down on the fucking heroin, dude. Like, you
7-foot albino. Just it was weird, man. The guy, I mean, just looking at him, man, was kind of, he's a bit of a character.
So the video, all three of them. Now, the three people I just mentioned, Trisha, Paul on the plane, and Robbie Davison, they did some cryptocurrency thing, dude. Axiom.
Oh, that's right. Yes, they did.
Yeah, well, the person that started that he's in prison.
Yeah.
Okay. So, like,
how about that?
And then these three are in Jaren's chat at the same time talking about how they are going back to the globe. And Dr. Zach, I guess, put something on Facebook that said, hey, talking to Paul on the plane, like, I've never talked to you in my life. Why'd you pick 2 videos out of all my videos and then make like a debunk out of them for like out of the blue when nobody's seen you in like 4 years? Like,
right? Yeah, he's
like it's just some weird shit, dude.
Yep. Yeah, some weird stuff going on. So follow the money.
Me and Drace are talking about like who's next, right? Who's gonna come up out of the woodwork? Like that's been gone for 5 years, and they're like, "I'm going back to the Globe." I'm gonna call them, dude. This is my name. I already have a name for them. They're called the Jerry Maguire Flat Earthers, right?
Oh,
I'm going back to the Globe, and all I want to know is who's coming with me.
You what's that, Jerry Maguire? Line?
Yeah, Jerry Maguire, dude. Remember that scene where he's like, all I want to know is who's coming with me. That's what these guys do. They pop up and they're like, I'm going back to the Globe, and who's coming with me?
Where's the money? Buddy. Where's the money? That's what I remember from Maguire.
Well, me and Tracy were talking about this for a while. So this is like, you notice all the people that are quote unquote going back to the Globe are YouTubers that haven't been in the trenches, right?
They're not out here.
They're not out here just dealing with the normal freaking people or the anti-flat earthers, other than like in their comments or whatever. Like,
yeah,
nobody that's out here actually debating them freaking is going anywhere, because we know, as a matter of logic, 24-hour sun can't prove anything. So it's like,
well,
it's just weird, man. The whole situation is weird, just all of a sudden. And this is the main thing: is they're all on the same messaging. So all those dudes, the people I mentioned, started saying Flat Earth is a cult, which is odd because they were like the leaders of the cult. So like that's crazy. Like it's like David Koresh calling the Grant British Davidians a cult. Like, bro, you're the leader of the cult. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Anyway, this is also what the anti-flat earthers are doing simultaneously. They're like, this is the stuff they're saying simultaneously. I know they say it once in a while. I notice things like this when they all start doing something in unison at the same time. I always notice that. And this is something they all started doing in unison, all the anti-flat earthers.
Hey,
Tune and fucking all those guys.
Indio, somebody needs to put the collage together. You know what I'm saying? You know what the collage is? You've seen the collages of the newscasters saying.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I could do that.
You put together a collage, bro. You can do it, man. I'm not going to do it, but you can do it.
Operation Mockingbird.
Operation Mockingbird, Mongos. Come on. Somebody needs
Hold on. I'll search X right now. I bet you I come up with like freaking a gazillion.
Yeah, exactly. Grab the
Hold on. I'll just use the advanced search.
Start grabbing some clips, man, because it's all going to end up Mockingbird, bro. That's what we're going to end up with here, man. I'm going back to the Globe because of the flat earth experiment, the 24/7. Yeah, they're going to 24-hour sun, man. Globe, bro. Yeah.
The 24-hour sun was dangerous to your flat earth.
It's very dangerous, very dangerous.
So I just did an advanced Twitter search.
Yeah.
Each of these words has to appear in the search term. Flat Earth cult. Okay.
Okay.
So just in the last 7. Let's just do 24 hours. Okay.
Yeah. 20 or a week. You can do a week. Let's say a week. You do a week, man.
Okay. So in the last 24 hours, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. 29 tweets saying Flat Earth is a cult.
You got
in the last 24 hours.
You got to put a collage together, man. That's all I'm saying. And that's the new buzzword.
Rumble video 8 hours. A Rumble video from 8 hours ago titled "Heresies of the Flat Earth Cult." Made 18 hours ago. Oh yeah, I told you, dude. Like, listen, I notice shit like this, dude. I'm fucking hypersensitive. I'm hypersensitive to patterns, dude.
Yeah, come on, man. We got to do better than that, man. I mean, this is getting ridiculous, man. Yeah. This is fantastic. You guys having fun yet? I'm having a good time out here listening and checking it out.
I mean, I just think it's funny that like you know why we still are still around? Because those fuckers are incompetent. Like I've been saying this for a long time. If they had competent people on the other side, they should have crushed us. We should have died on the freaking vine, right? Like this shit should have never kicked off. But they're a bunch of incompetent boobs, and they're like the I can't shoot straight gang, man. They can't. Like the harder they try, the more they fail. We could probably just do nothing, and they would just do it all for us by their inability to stop their own failure.
Yeah, they've been doing it in here every day. It's awesome. Like
Sonny,
have you? That was me earlier. Have you heard some of the recent like clips? Like I'm sure you've heard some of it, or you've probably been listening
yesterday in here. I go, okay.
Yeah, Sonny, you've been all day.
I said the Earth looks flat, therefore it's round. Is that a logical statement? He said, yeah. Like, bro,
get out of here. Oh, come on, they didn't say yeah.
I had a guy in our server. I said, what's the drop over distance? And he started talking about like the ballistic trajectory of a shell. I'm like, no, line of sight. He's like, well, line of sight is inaccurate. Use a theodolite. What the fuck? Like,
no, we said unison.
Hey, shout out to Sonny. Good to see you, brother, man. I miss you, man. How you doing? You good?
I'm doing fantastic, man.
Oh,
pretty
right
good.
on.
You know, some minor physical issues here and there, but you know.
Hey, man, you want to go sailing this summer or no?
That sounds great, man. I'd love to do that again. Yeah.
Let's do it, bro. We're going to go sailing this summer, bro.
You old fuckwit squids. You'd be dead on arrival. We're going to be hearing about you getting caught off the coast of San Diego.
No. Dude, we're sailors, man.
No way, bro.
We're sailors, bro.
We're fucking squids.
No. we between Sonny and I, man, we've got at least 10 years experience sailing.
At least a 10 IQ.
Shit, I got 50 some odd years of experience sailing.
At least a 10 IQ.
Hey,
between the two of you.
Bro.
Hey, John, man, why don't you come sailing with us out here in Southern California?
That, I'm a land lover.
Hey, Mongo.
Officially,
you gotta get out in the ocean, man.
Officially, I'm the squid because I was in the Navy. Flat Earth Dude is a civvy.
I'm a civvy, yeah. I'm a civvy. I'm a little sissy civvy. You got it. Yeah.
Squid, sissy, civvy, same thing.
Yeah.
Could be the same. Have to duke it out or something, man. I don't know. I'm glad I can run fast, though. I wouldn't want to confront QE. Like maybe just with verbal slander, and that's about it. Then I'd have my really good tennis shoes on that I got from his sister.
Touche.
That was awesome, Sonny. Thank you.
So was his sister.
Mongos.
Who else can we pick on?
Let's do it.
That's not what Indio's sister said.
Shit.
I was just looking for somebody to pick on about their sister. Anyway, never mind. Flatsy's sister. No, I'm only kidding.
Anyway, let's go sailing, Sonny. That's all I'm saying, bro.
Yeah, that was a blast last time. It really was.
Yeah,
we were swimming. We were swimming back about a quarter mile from the beach to the boat that was anchored, and we could see we were like swimming, so our heads were like 6 inches above the water, and we were looking at the water line painted on boats 3 miles away across the bay. 3 miles away, at 6 inches above the
with
surface.
our naked eyes, man. We weren't we didn't have optics or anything. It was awesome.
And there was some waves too. So we were at 6 inches. We were looking over waves and still could see the water line of those boats.
Yeah. Anyway, well, yeah, it was just an observation that we experienced in person together. We both saw the same thing.
Yeah. Pretty disappointed in the shark population off the coast of Cali.
You know, you should be, man. There's not enough people getting eaten by sharks out here, man.
Yeah, man.
Sonny,
I think I'm a natural shark repellent, man.
What? Did you eat a whole fuckload of garlic?
No.
Oh, really? No, I don't know. I saw it. I saw it. I was surfing off the jetty here. That's where the river comes out, and I saw it was like after a storm, and the river was coming out. Tide was going out. And I saw a dead pit bull float right by me as I'm paddling out. That was kind of weird.
Thanks, Sonny.
Thanks, Sonny.
You're welcome.
I really appreciate that. But did you ever see any sharks out there when you were surfing? Anybody? No sharks?
No, I never saw a shark, but seals would come up and they'd be like 6 feet away, and they like a big old dog head comes out and goes woof woof, like they bark just like a freaking dog. It's real. That scared the shit out. That could scare the shit out of you, man. They come up and bark at you. Like,
Yeah.
they're right in your face. They're like bold. That's pretty interesting. But I've seen much scarier waves than I've seen globers. That's for sure.
Hey, have you ever had a 10-foot wave crash on your head?
Yeah.
Yeah, more like 20 footers. 20 foot.
20 footer? Wait, whoa. That's next level. 20?
It is
20
next
foot.
level. That's why
foot.
that accounts for all the gibberish.
20 foot break. No, my friend's board got broken in half. I made it on one wave and then came in the shore. His board got direct hit by this heavy wave. You see the waves at Chopu and Tahiti? It's one of the heaviest. It was a day like that. It was freaking gnarly.
Where was the break at? What city?
Dog Beach.
Dog Beach. Where's that?
That's
Is that
right near in between the jetty and the short jetty. There's a main jetty where the river comes out. That's the main jetty. And when you get really good at the Jedi, you become a Jedi master. But anyway,
yeah,
I
but
digress.
Sonny, what city was that, bro? What break?
San Diego.
San Diego? Okay. Right on.
Fuck, they break so far away from shore. You need a damn P9000 to fucking see 'em.
Hey, John, man, do you know they came out with the P? It's like a 1200. Is that the new one? They came out with a new P.
Really?
Yeah, I heard this psych last week. Somebody was talking about it. They got the new P, like 1200 or something like that.
I thought they were discontinuing the P.
Yeah, they did.
P1000
They
stuff.
discontinued the 900 and the 1000, and now they got the new like 1200, something like that.
It's 1100.
Yeah, you guys check me out.
1100, huh?
Like the P1200. You know,
1100.
Is it 1100? 1100.
Yeah, 1100.
Okay, I've been corrected. Right on.
The 950 replaces the 900.
My buddy's bought the 950, and he's done some great work with that. But yeah, so 1100, the new one.
It's not surprising that someone with the name Rayleigh Criterion would come up with that.
Hey, Rayleigh, man, what's the specs on it, man? You got some specs on that bad boy?
It's cheaper than what people were charging for the 1000 because that had gone out of sale, so all the prices went up on it.
All right.
So now the 1100's cheaper, but it's not that much better than the 950.
It's not better than the 950. What's the chip? What chip?
The same chip. It's the same sensor. It's just
18
heavier,
megapixels, dude.
Well, when you Flat Earth dude, when you ask him a question, can you give him a chance to fucking respond?
Yes.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Please. Fuck.
Yeah, it's they probably use the exact same chip. It's just like I said, different body that it goes into, and it's heavier. And for most people, heavy cameras don't do it for them.
That was a good job, Flat Earth, dude. You kept silent all the way through it, even after a couple seconds after. That's a new high for you.
Unfreaking believable. Just kidding.
There's a first time for everything.
That's what your sister said.
Oh. Oh, Geeks just showed up.
Oh,
Uh-oh. Mute him quick before he asks too many questions.
Mute that
Mute him
fucking
quick.
idiot.
Kick him. Mute him. Get rid of him.
Mute him. Shut him the fuck up.
Put full back in his mouth.
He says, oh.
Too much to ask you just to be normal. It's too much just to ask you to be normal.
Is that an Instaban? Instaban.
Instaban, permaban. I'll be back.
I guess
Somehow.
that's too much to ask.
No, I don't like the globe Earth anymore.
You don't like the globe Earth anymore. Okay.
Too much hassle in science. None of that for me.
In science.
It's science.
It's not
dude,
a
you're a clown.
scientific topic to begin with.
Wait.
Off to
What
a
happened?
real great start already there, Geeks.
Thank you. I like this guy. The encouragement is appreciated.
Hey, listen. When you we know you were in wood shop because there's no way you did anything beyond trade school. So when you went to wood shop and they were like, "Hey, measure us out a table," and you were telling all your peers, "Let's go. I'm doing science." Is that what you were telling them?
No, I told the teacher I had stuff to do. Oh, what's wood shop?
What's wood shop?
Okay.
You mean design technology?
Carpentry.
That was the best thing I heard all night.
They still build things out of wood, dude.
We didn't do that. We used never mind.
Okay.
I get your
so
point.
if you
I get your point.
machines, yeah. So figuring out the figure, the shape, or whatever, something. It's not doing science, man.
Figuring out the shape.
Yeah, of something isn't doing science.
No, it's like
measuring
5-year-old
right?
stuff. Yeah, like they're doing a coloring book or something. What shape is this? Triangle.
Well, I mean, no. Say it has an unknown shape.
Well, it's India 007, a square. I'm joking.
Yeah, well, you can't tell just by looking at it, right? So say you say, hey, well, it kind of looks like a square, but from this angle, it looks like a diamond. I want to
Good
see
point.
if it's really square, so I'm going to take a
Good
tape
point.
measure, and I'm going to measure it. I'm doing science. Is that what you say to yourself?
No. You made a good point.
No.
He said no.
I'm agreeing with him.
Yeah, so you're in a category, everybody.
Well, you are too, because I'm agreeing
No,
with
we're
you.
saying the claim the Earth is a globe is not a scientific claim, dude.
I agree.
Okay, then why'd you bring up science?
I didn't. I wasn't talking about.
Oh, God.
Oh, sorry. Oh,
You got TikTok brain or goldfish memory?
He's
Which one?
atheist, am I right?
Oh God.
Oh God.
Yeah, we got this guy. We got this guy now.
Yo, what's up? What's up?
Your sister.
Atheist.
With your rage bait name.
Your sister.
Your sister. Hey, that's copyrighted.
I know. But I said it first.
Yeah, he did. He did say it first.
I don't get the reference. I'm sorry.
It might be copyrighted, but it's franchisable.
Yeah, it is franchisable. It's fine.
I should have said your sister's ankles.
Oh. Hey.
I stole that from Jetty.
Wait a minute. Who was that?
Well, I guess I busted Geeks' bubble quickly.
Who was that said your sister's ankle? I missed that.
Jetty started it, and I stole it from him, and I called it my own.
No, but right now, who said that?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, I thought someone else was in here. Never mind.
Might have been me. I don't know. Who the? It
Oh,
doesn't matter.
It could have been you, Oblivion. I think it was. All righty then. Moving right along.
All righty then. Moving along. Checking out where we live here on Earth. We checked it out. It turns out, man, we checked it out. And it turns out that it's flat and stationary, man. Does anybody have any objections to that by chance?
Objections? No, maybe objections.
Objections. Got it.
Holy shit, Ray, that camera's crazy. 250 times dynamic fine zoom up to approximately 6,000 millimeter equivalent. That's pretty crazy.
Whoa.
You're talking about the P1100?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How big is the sensor? Let me see this shit.
It's still the same as the one.
Same as
one
the
over
P900.
2.3.
Same size too. The same dimension.
Yep.
Yep.
Oh, dude, it's tiny, dude.
That's the weakest link of the whole thing.
Yeah, that dude.
Could
I've
you
been
mod that to a bigger sensor? I mean, it'd probably be pretty tough to do that. Fuck. That sensor's horrible.
It's horrible, dude. It's It's a shitty chip. It's not gonna cut it, man.
Like a little teeny postage stamp, man. It's like
Its
nothing,
light
bro.
capture capabilities are very low.
For the globe.
There's a Sony camera, the RX10 IV, that has a 1-inch sensor in it, so it's far more better. It doesn't have quite the zoom. It only has like a 600 mil zoom, but with a 1-inch sensor, it's good for like nighttime photography.
Is that a mirrorless camera?
I don't think so. But I don't think it has. I don't think it has a mirror. It's probably like a point and shoot bridge camera.
It has a bird watching mode. That's for QE.
What the fuck?
Birds humping.
Yeah, they put a bird watching mode just for you.
Hey,
in the
I don't
new
watch
camera.
any birds. The only bird I watch is Alpha.
No, you make jokes about the bird watcher, you know, that dude.
What dude?
One of the bird watchers, some bird watcher, like
Jim Panda.
You did like a treatment.
Oh, birds humping natural experiment.
Yeah, that dude.
Yeah, Miggy caught it. I didn't catch that one, Miggy. Good job.
Yep.
Shout out to me.
Me? Well, I got off of work early, so
Raking leaves still, right?
no. Yeah.
How are the leaves at your new place?
No, I'm not there yet. I'm looking for another tornado shelter.
Good, it's winter. He needs a pickaxe to rake leaves.
Yeah.
He needs a pickaxe.
Yeah, hard to get those leaves underneath ice.
Yeah, Midwest, man. It's the new Canada. Where's all the action at, man? Pretty dry in here.
I'd have to. You shouldn't say it, man. At your sister's house.
Oh, damn.
I couldn't help it, Meggie. You set me up. Sorry, man.
It was too juicy, huh?
That was a layup, dude. That was a layup. Alley-oop, man. That shit was alley-oop.
Nothing but net.
Nothing but net. Alley-oop. Yeah.
We had like 3. I don't know. They weren't really Globers. They were just like
Mongos.
Yeah, they were Mongos.
Yeah,
Certainly.
You know the routine, Meggie. It was that bad.
Yeah, it was Mongoville, bro. Come on.
Brain in a jar, kind of crazy, or just
no? They just didn't know anything.
Yeah, they didn't.
No, they weren't smart enough to be a brain in a jar, dude.
God. Disappoints me, man.
Dale, one did say you don't know anything. Remember?
Yeah.
That was the smartest one, huh?
Oh, you talking about pads the other night?
No, there's 3 different people. They were in here like an hour ago, son.
We had a whole string of them in here this morning and yesterday morning too. Well, the last few mornings.
Who was that academic that was in here that QE was talking to? Like what?
Charlie.
Charlene.
Oh, Charlie.
No, I'm asking you. Was it Charlie? I'm
Was it
waiting for him,
Charlie?
dude. I'm stalking, dude.
Didn't sound like it was him, but
Which one are you talking about? I can't remember.
this happened like not even 30 minutes, an hour ago. He was in here.
Academic. You sure?
Yeah. That Barha Tava, whatever his name is, Barha.
He's a fucking moron. Yeah, he's not an academic, dude.
You probably got confused because QE like segued into Taylor,
Yeah.
who was in
maybe.
university. You probably thought.
Oh, yeah, Taylor. She's over to Land of Misfit Toys. I talked to her. You know, the first time I had an interaction with her was on X with you on your show.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember. But she had a different tone that time. I
She
don't know
did
what-
have a different tone, and she said she was all about, cellular biology, and she sounded like she knew her shit, but I don't know. She must have been over to Land of Misfit Toys for too long. She's been fucking up royally. Royally, dude. Her and her
I think she's biting off more.
undergrad.
Yeah,
Sorry,
she's
go
biting
ahead,
off more
Steve. I
than she can
stepped all
chew,
over
dude. She's a little outside of her wheelhouse, dude.
Yeah, a little bit over her skis.
Well, yeah, you could say that.
Well, that's what QE's been saying. Tighten your shot group, right? Isn't that what
Yes.
it means? Like, stay in your lane. Like, fucking, why you over here talking about topics that are gonna make you look like a fool?
Well, yeah, she jumped right into like, oh, this flat Earth thing. I'm gonna go out and buy a Toyota. Like, bro, like, no, you're going too far, too fast. Slow down, dude.
Yeah.
Like, you don't know how any of this shit works. So, like, and so she tried to jump to the middle, right? She like jumped as if she was like a 4-year in seasoned flat earther. Then like,
yeah,
she didn't know like, like once you start like, you start reading material that you don't understand. Like you never catch up, man. You can never like. You got to start at the beginning. You can't start in the middle and thinking somehow you're going to backfill the information. Then you just end up confused the entire time.
Exactly.
You're gonna backfill it.
Well, that's the way. That's what she's doing, man. She's like, after the fact, right? After like, oh, I'm saying this, that, and that. Now I'm going to go back and look at the literature and what all this shit means.
Well, she's fucking up, even in her own discipline, she's fucking up.
Damn.
I mean, bad, dude, real fucking bad.
Well, I don't know a lot about cellular biology, so. I don't know.
Yeah, but well, if Grayson Hawk compromises you, you got fucking problems.
Have you done a video on her yet? Or
No, not yet. I don't. She's a nice person. It seems like she wants to do the right thing. She's just fucking up. Now, it's getting to the level. She's on my radar. It's getting to the level where she's about to piss me off.
Well,
she's over there right now.
Yeah, QE's basically
do it.
He's doing the old knock it off routine, right? At the
I
moment.
know. I was about to say, oh.
I cooked this 304, man.
Got a soft part.
Cook the 304.
I mean, it just there's no like when can we actually have an interaction with her and just kind of like
Well,
okay,
bring her ass over here. I told you plenty of times.
break it down.
She's over there right now.
It's getting late though, man.
We don't have that kind of time, man. It's right now. It's already it's past
got-
the bewitching
we got
hour.
20 minutes. 20 minutes, bro. Let's do it. Come on.
She's over there right now. Just
She's
saying.
not coming.
20
If something-
minutes, bro.
Look, listen.
Look,
if something
I've
happens,
sent her lots of shit, like, because she had questions about it. So I've sent her. She never really
She's not
replied.
looking
She
at it.
asked for it, and I sent it to her, but I could probably get her over here.
yeah,
have her
probably could.
have her washed and brought to my tent.
Listen,
Oh, God.
because what I think is like what QE was saying. There might be some good intentions there. I really do think so.
Yeah,
but it's just not. There hasn't been like a iron sharpens iron. Nobody's out there just trying to see if like what she's proposing. There's
It'd
nothing
be like iron
cowboying up.
sharpens Maggie. It'd be like iron sharpens Jello, dude.
No, it'll be like
think
two
so?
crazy guys from Saturday Night Live. You remember two crazy guys?
Crazy guys.
Remember that?
Because
Yeah, sure.
I remember that. I remember the crazy.
Wash her and bring her to my tent.
That's a good one, Sonny. I'm remembering that. I'm stealing that.
That was fucking good, man.
Yeah.
You also got to remember she's a female, so she's going to be more agreeable than
Yeah.
than we
There's not
are.
gonna be a lot of-
She's going to like concede. She might, even though she isn't concede, like in her mind, she's
not
like
conceited?
thinking this third person's a bullshit. She'll concede publicly to appear like more agreeable to the person.
Typical. Typical.
Yeah, I know. I mean, like they can't fight their nature, dude.
Fucking 304, dude.
Yo, CB, did you see that video I gave you?
I didn't actually. I opened the message. But...
I didn't actually.
Dude, it's so
Smoked- I
funny.
saw it said
Did you
smoke
see that?
detector.
Did
I
you
don't
see
even know
that?
what time it was.
It was a relay race, and the chick hit the other chick with the baton.
I did see this.
So the chick's like apologizing. It wasn't my fault. What happens? Fucking smoke detector in the background. No male father
my
figures in
God.
sight.
Beep.
That is one of the funniest stereotypes there is. The freaking smoke detector, bro.
Dude, then if you read the comments, they're like, "Do you know how many videos I watch with with chicks fucking and there's a smoke detector in the background?" Like it's so
I see
funny.
you tweeted every damn time.
Oh, Brokey.
Wow, that's hilarious.
It's not better. It's not.
No,
better
if there's no male in the house,
come on, dude.
there'll be they don't put the batteries. They won't replace the batteries. So you hear the freaking chirp every 30 seconds in their video, dude.
Holy crap.
It has to be a male in the house. You can instantly tell. Is there a male in the house? If you hear the smoke detector chirping, nope.
That's good. There's no smoke detectors in my tent.
Hear the smoke detectors.
Chewy, you never heard this?
A guy would hone in.
Yeah,
on
wait,
this
Kiwi,
shit.
have you heard this or no?
No.
It goes
it's a
deeper.
thing, bro.
It actually goes deeper than that.
Kiwi,
though.
how long? If there was a smoke detector, the batteries go dead. How many times would it chirp before you replace the battery?
Twice.
Yeah, exactly.
The second time he would already be gritting his teeth. Where are you, son of a bitch?
Yeah, it's only twice to make sure that's what it was.
Yeah, right.
And how long did it take them? 6 months.
Dude, and like for the watermelon warriors, they think it's a security feature.
The fuck?
The watermelon warriors.
They think that beeping is a security feature. Like beep, all right, yeah, it's working.
CB just brought in a whole new thing here. Here we
Hey,
go.
I'm mixed, bro. I already know what time it is.
Yeah, he's got the green card to say that.
That shit's annoying though.
Hell, man.
That chirping shit doesn't even compare to wash her and bring her to my tent, dude. It doesn't compare.
Why, thank
Study,
you very
we're
much.
stealing that.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
It's very misogyny. We'll definitely.
Oh,
It's not a piece of wood, dude.
To all my fans, QE sister, CB sister, Indio sister.
Oh
all of their
shit!
sisters.
Shots fired.
Sister shit.
Shots fired.
Thanks to my mom for having me.
Right. Thank to the Lord God Almighty for making this fucking place in the first place.
Now, Sonny, it was fucking A plus, dude. I'm gonna have to say.
Thank you. I got it from a movie. I plagiarized everything. So
It caught me off. Yeah, well, still.
Thank you. Yeah, it's pretty funny.
And you knocked him off kilter, man. That's
Yeah.
very rare.
He caught me off guard, man. He caught me off guard with that.
I love
Maybe I
making
dare to
people
use
laugh.
that as a pickup line at the club.
Not anymore,
It's gonna
man.
go like this, man, because it's gonna be
and bring myself to
it's
my
gonna
tent.
be it's gonna listen, man. It's gonna be an amalgamation of all the like little clips of things that we said in little blurbs. He's gonna be saying shit like What was that other one? Oh, in conclusion, wash her up and bring her to my tent. Like,
In
he's just going to
conclusion, I wore them out walking to your sister's house. Wash her and bring her to my tent.
He's just going to put them all together. Fucking Frankenstein that shit.
Exactly. That's pretty good.
Bet you it works.
I bet you it worked. In the 304, it would.
Probably does. Hey, what about your girlfriend? What's she like? Her name's Nancy. We'll have her wash and bring her to my tent.
What area code was that, CB?
304.
304.
No Glovers tonight, huh?
I was just looking through the panel,
Just
like, where are
us?
they at?
No.
it's
As soon as Kiwi leaves, man, they'll all come in. They're like,
Yeah, they do. They fucking do. And I'm thinking to myself, man, if QE was here only, moments before these guys, but it's not that. I think they are watching or listening to him. Fuck, is he still in there? Shit. How long is he gonna be in there? They're probably fucking because they're dying to come in here.
I thought of another pickup line while I was thinking. Hey, would you like me to buy you a drink? Sure. Okay, great. Do you need your smoke alarm battery changed?
Sonny. Sonny, listen, let me give you some advice. All right. So when you said wash her and bring her to my tent, it doesn't get better than that.
It
all
doesn't
right?
get any better. You're right.
So what you
You're
do?
right.
So when you say it, everyone recognizes it. Then just fucking leave, dude.
That's
Just leave on a high
Ride
note.
the wave,
Leave on a high
man.
note, man.
yeah, and don't volunteer to fix a smoke detector. You'll get friend zoned in a heartbeat.
I know. That's why it's funny.
No simping, Sonny.
Exactly.
Yeah, but have her wash and bring to my tent. That's much
Look,
better.
girls like assholes, right? You got to be an asshole.
Yeah, so the tent thing might work.
Really? Girls like that?
Oh.
Hey,
You're
Creation
married,
Bear.
aren't you?
So, Creation
Yeah.
Bear, you like people being assholes to you?
Well, listen, we're the assholes, and they're the asshole receivers, so it's just... I don't know what to tell you.
Just keep things in the natural order. Yeah, it's a fun.
We got somebody in the chat. Penne Pasta? 1999.
Snuck in here.
Tell him to join the call.
For sure.
I said, I'm new. Can we talk in VC? He said, you're a shogun. You're not new. Thanks.
What about Beano 47? Has he spoken up? Do we know him?
Is that like an enzyme?
I thought it was an Eric Clapton. Thought it was an Eric Clapton album. I could be wrong.
I knew a gamer with the name of Beano. He was pretty cool. Never know.
Yeah, they keep asking about Beano 47, but he's always been Flat Earth for years now.
Yeah, the Beano from the other server, he spelled his name different. I don't know if it's the same guy.
Is that not the same one? Is that not him?
Beano Beano was Bino.
Huh.
Oh, yeah.
And Bingo was his name-o?
Bingo.
He said he can't. He stutters.
Oh shit! That's better than saying he has no mic.
Yeah, especially in this day and age.
I just want him to answer me about what science is involved in determining whether or not the Earth is flat or a globe. That's the question that I'm holding his feet to.
Observational science.
He said he has bad
breath.
Oh yeah, like we're on the smellophone, bro. Get what the
Get the
Stop.
fuck out of here.
Also, don't speak English and have bad
breath. And
He's literally typing in perfect English.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I lost charge of my headphones. So.
Oh, we're waiting for you, man.
That's a damn shame for us.
I heard you are a flat earther again.
Oh god.
Again?
Yeah, I
Again?
have one of those. Yeah, those little
This
clickers
jeez.
that you know.
No,
marks.
I was
how
a
many
virgin flat earther before.
No, marks how many times that you flip flop back and forth. This is on it. Looks like 172. So.
Is that like my body count, my flat Earth body count?
Yeah, well, as many times as you said you were a glober and came back to flat Earth and back to globe and.
Yeah, but I was lying all those previous times.
Really? Okay. Well, that makes up for it. I'll put it back to 0 then.
Thank you.
It's a global reset.
All right, well, it's time, ladies and gentlemen. Get ready for all the Globers to come in, have a good time, and we'll catch you on the flip side.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Spam W's in the chat right now.
I'm going to be leaving soon, too. Yeah, anyway.
Yep, later on, guys, man. Get ready.
All right, Q,
Here
have a
it
good
comes.
one. Guys, I want to see the chat flying with W's.
I love this penne pasta guy. He's every excuse in the book, man. Oh, I have a stutter. Oh, I have bad breath, as if we give a shit about the stutter, as if there's fucking smellophone. And then, oh, I'm outside at the moment. I'm like, are there any other excuses? Dude, what the hell?
I like Flat Earth Dude's Mapongo.
What a freaking moog.
Mapongo.
You know what moog is? It's a tool company. So if I call somebody a moog, I'm calling them a tool.
Why is he saying he's a vegan? What has that got to do with anything? I'm the only one who has been a glober, a flat earther, and a vegan.
You're a vegan?
No, I'm reading out this guy's side chat. He's mental.
Geeks, go fetch some globers, man. Go stir up some stuff in another room and say, hey, man, those guys over there are talking some mad shit about you guys in here.
Mate, everyone is just terrified. Like, honestly. No, I'm serious. Like, because of what's going on.
Really?
Like,
what's going on? What's going on?
All the White House stuff and all the news stuff. Everyone's like, they don't know what's coming next. You know, they're all like,
what?
What do you mean?
Yeah.
What do you mean? What's going on?
Paranoid, freaking.
Yeah, there is a lot of paranoia, but it's just because it's information overload for a lot of people. So
be specific.
Can you be specific, dude? Like,
yeah, be specific
about the information overload examples. Like, what do I mean by that? You mean?
Sure.
Whatever.
So a combination of loads of executive orders that are doing all these different things. All the tariff wars, I don't think they're wars, it's just tariff stuff. And all of the news coverage that's saying, you know, the end is nigh, and all of that, like, combined.
What?
The governments are just playing Uno, man.
Yeah, I agree.
You know,
I agree.
Canada's doing like a Uno reverse and fucking, it's bullshit. That's all it is. And the markets are like, we're pretty scared, so we're going to sell some Bitcoin, guys. Meanwhile, they're doing all that. And then fucking shit's dipping.
You're right.
And
yeah, but because of all that, like, there's this sense of intrepidation, which means they, you know, they can't think about anything else. You know, they're just worried about in their own thoughts. So that might have been why it sounds like you might have seen a sudden dip in people coming in, maybe. From what I understand.
Well, we're grateful that Trump kind of got America back on track. So pretty sure everybody else is too. Yeah.
None of those lot, the majority of them out there are still clinging on to the opposite.
Thing. It's a really good thing. So now people are going to know that, you know, how the stock market wiped out all the gains.
The stock market wiped out all the gains since November, right? How's this a good thing?
So what?
So what? I mean, this is kind of an indicator, no?
No, the stock market's not the economy, dude. Stock market's fucking rigged. The stock market's a rigged casino.
I know that, but I'm telling you, I mean,
run by black market.
So what happens is, so do you want me to explain it to you? So there's
not really.
people
'Cause
invested
I
in this
probably know more than you.
Yeah. Oh God. Anyway, so people are investing in assets, right? And Trump is rearranging how the economy works. Well, if you're if you have your money in an asset that doesn't take assets.
How do you spell assets? How do you spell asset?
ASSETS. Why?
That's. I'm shocked that you know.
Bro, what?
I'm trying to keep my cool here and continue with what I was saying. So, if you're in the wrong assets, let's say because Trump's policies, natural resources are going to go up in value compared to paper stocks, you're going to divest your money from those assets and go into other assets. Well, when that happens, when everybody's doing it, the price of the stocks go down. People are shifting their assets into other categories.
Yeah, you're not answering the real question: is why, right? Well, what does this rearranging have to do, and what is the benefit of this rearranging for the average person? That's how you test the
because in case they
quality of a policy.
80% of GDP of the United States is financial transactions. There's nothing. We're not producing anything real.
That's not true. Banking sector is less than 10%. What are you talking about?
I didn't say banking. I said financial products.
Yeah, financial services and financial products.
Insurance.
They're not
bullshit, dude.
They're not 90%. It's not 90% of the
80%, dude. 80% of
90
GDP.
80 or the 90?
Yeah, I said 80.
Yeah, okay. It's not 80.
Anyway, the point is, if you haven't noticed, and I'll give you a big clue, there's a war going on right now, in case you haven't noticed. And Russia has a lot of industrial capacity. And they're producing something like 30 times more ammunition than the entire combined West.
30 times.
Do you know why? Because
last time I heard this was 3 times. Is it 2 times or 30 times? Is it 3 times
or
30
times now? It's 30 times.
30 times now? Overnight? Overnight?
No,
really?
It's not overnight. The war's 3 years old, genius.
Yeah, you're hilarious. Because yesterday, all these people.
The United States is producing something like 50,000 shells per month. So, just keep blabbing because you're being made to look like a fool. The United States produces something like 50,000 shells a month, whereas Russia's producing, they're on target this year to produce 4.7 million shells. Okay? So, if you don't have industrial production, you don't have real goods.
Your lies know no bounds. Real goods. You know, the U.S. is one of the largest exporters of food products.
Of what?
Hilarious.
Who cares?
Who cares? That's a major part of the economy.
Yeah, Russia exports food too. Do you know what else they export? Fertilizer, potash. Right? So
does Canada. So
you don't know what you're talking
very
about.
Hilarious. Okay. I know more than you, apparently. Look.
You just keep saying that. You're not demonstrating it.
The entire economy, trillion. Right, the entire U.S. Private economy is $23 trillion. Okay.
Yeah, but
so 80% of 23 trillion. Can you just quick math for me? How much is that?
It's nothing real.
Yeah, I'm trying to tell you that your 80% is finance is Fugazi. So 80% of 23. Can you do some easy math since you know how to spell assets? Go ahead.
India.
23.
It would be 20% of that.
What is that?
So then 20% of that would be real economy.
Sorry,
you said 80%.
How much steel does the United States?
Finance.
How much steel does the United States produce per year?
Well, I'm going to tell you, 1.1 trillion of that 23.
How much steel does the United States? I don't care about dollar values because we're first of all we're valuing it in dollars.
I said
doesn't mean anything on that. That doesn't mean anything.
Zero.
We're talking about raw material. Russia charges less money for their products than we do. So Russia charges less money for their products than we do.
2.9 trillion of the U.S. economy.
Of what? Fugazi of inflated bullshit fucking fiat currency, dude. You're not getting it, dude.
Right. Okay, so now you don't believe in fiat currency. Okay, do me a favor. Go down the street.
Certainly. But the value of it is artificial.
Yeah, go down the street and buy yourself a liter of milk. Oh, well, you guys use quarts, I guess. Buy yourself a quart of milk and tell me how much it costs in fiat money. Fucking doesn't believe in fiat money. Come on.
Okay, yeah, but in the international market, that's a false equivalence. We're talking about international trade, dude. Okay, so
you can't buy milk
is a real
internationally?
product. Oil is a real product. What's its value?
That milk's not a product?
Yeah, but it's domestic. You're talking about
fiat currency.
Genius. You're talking about within a domestic economy, dude. That's not how international trade works.
Yeah, internationally. Hey, what currency is used in international trade? Let me give you a hint. It's U.S. dollars, stupid.
Yeah, and everybody's divesting in U.S. dollars. Yeah, are you aware of that? Are you aware of BRICS?
I'm aware of BRICS, and I'm also aware that the U.S. dollar has gone up.
Are you aware that the United States and Saudi Arabia have dumped all their U.S. fucking bonds? Are you aware of any of these things? Are you aware of any of these
You're very
events?
funny because you're not even
aware of any of these events
compared to every other currency.
Are you
talking about? U.S. inflows are like higher than ever. Maybe not after Trump though. Trump is really
higher. What in the same bullshit fiat? Look, listen.
Bullshit fiat that you can buy something internationally.
Say overnight we had 1,000,000% inflation, right? Now you used to be in here saying our economy, our GDP is $10 quadrillion. That's how fucking low tier you are, bro.
All, the first lie you said was the financial sector made up 80% of the U.S. GDP. It's only 10%. I've told you before. It's only 10%. Why are you making up these numbers?
That's nonsense.
How is it nonsense? U.S. manufactures tons of stuff.
What's the derivatives
the U.S.
market?
makes a lot of food. What is it?
Yeah, I know. Listen, I didn't say there's no real products, right? I didn't say there's no real product. All you do is talk over, don't you?
Yeah, what shade pink is your mother's clit? Who cares?
Oh, God. You can just shut up now.
Nobody gives a shit about this. There's not even nothing to do with this derivatives market. Yeah. Stupid.
Those are financial products, dumb fuck.
Yeah, what does that have to do with this conversation?
Oh my God! So when a company buys a financial product like a derivative, right, and they're paying a monkey fee to the derivative, the person that created the derivative, that goes to GDP. You're a retard, dude. Fucking dumb fucks, dude. This is one of the motherfuckers that's gonna be holding. Like he'll be going to buy his quart of milk with a fucking wheelbarrow of fucking cash. Going, I'm fucking rich, bitch. Give me that milk. And they're gonna be like, go fuck yourself. I want something real. Everybody leave?
I'm still here.
Hey, so I just have to bring this up. I wanted to bring up the QE because it's so crazy. Did you hear about the fucking the Russian operation that they did a couple days ago?
Mm-mm.
Okay, so Russia and Ukraine. Ukraine transits Russian natural gas through their country. And at the beginning of this year, the contract was up. So Ukraine didn't renew the contract. So this gas pipeline isn't being used. So the gas pipeline went behind their enemy lines. They shuffled 2 battalions, 800 fucking soldiers through a fucking 3-meter gas pipeline. And waited for fucking 4 days. Dude, think about that. 15 kilometers. Hunched over. Walking through a fucking 3-meter pipe, dude. 800 fucking people. Needless to say, the Ukrainians were quite surprised.
Why were they hunched over?
Because the pipeline was only 3 meters.
How tall is 3 meters?
Oh, yeah, maybe. Well, I've only seen video, so maybe it's 1.5 meters or something. I don't know. Yeah, it was probably like 1.5.
Did you get that?
Have you seen any of the video of it?
In the DM?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, it's fucking crazy, dude. It's just like claustrophobic, freaking Kill Bill level, right? Being buried alive in the coffin, man.
Oh, I remember that scene.
Well, I mean, imagine hunched over, walking in a pipe, pitch black, a gas pipe, for 15 kilometers.
Yeah,
it's quite the
10
walk,
miles.
bro.
That's like 4 feet tall, 4 feet diameter. So yeah, like 10 miles. That's crazy.
They had to bring toilets. They had to like bring everything with them. It was like a 3-week freaking plan. And then they had to like blow up shit on the other end because the Ukrainians, if they found out, they could have turned on the gas and like killed everybody. So, fuck, dude, it's just crazy, dude. It was like what they were calling it, the Trojan gas pipeline. Because they couldn't go over the land because they had lines of defense plus mines and drones and surveillance and all that shit. So they just fucking did what the Vietnamese did. They just went under fucking everything.
So did you see that video I sent you?
Oh, hold on, let me see. Oh yeah, I watched that. Yeah.
Just like what I was saying, right? Like those agents are pretty awesome about the information.
Yeah, I went in there. I put my shit in to try and get on there.
I was just talking about the information. That's the only thing I was saying is that, if people are hiding stuff behind paywalls and stuff, it's like that thing's going to figure it out somehow. It'll eventually figure out an avenue for getting that information. I don't know.
Yeah, I've been scheming like if I do get access to it, what am I going to do with it? 'Cause I have some schemes.
So do I. That's why I'm planning to learn,
You got to remember, there's people already using it, right? So there's already people working on their scheme.
But I don't know to the level that I want to use it. They're doing what they do. Because using one of those, there's like, you could be doing the same thing, but because you are who you are, it'll be nuanced to like very different things. It'll have a different fork in the road versus where you would have took it, Because it's all about prompting. I mean, you got to know how to do things about it. You can't just type anything and it's going to give you what you want. The prompt is the key to getting what you want.
I mean, the cool thing is this AI stuff. It's going to allow people, any normal person, to just basically, if they have an idea for a piece of software, and they can describe it in English, they'll be able to just type that in, and fucking the machine's going to code it for them, which is fucking awesome because it's not like before you'd have to like, I have an idea for a piece of software and I need some money. I have to hire some coders. I have to fucking unit test it. I have to do all this other stuff. And like, and if you don't know anything about computers, you're just the average Joe. You don't even know if you're being ripped off. You don't know anything, right? You're just like trusting, I want this piece of software.
Yeah.
Here's a bunch of money, coder. I trust you that you're going to do it. Like,
it's kind of cool because now your actual thoughts, like what you perceive, are going to get put down into this like end result where you're going to see it like come to fruition versus like right now where you have to do all what you said, hire some people, and it's going to be quite costly.
And it takes a long time. So you got to remember the time factor. This fucking thing's going to do it in like fucking 2 hours.
It's going to whip it up quick. Which is what I like about it, because I mean, who has all that time? So it's going to streamline. There was an episode of.
There's so much downside that I just thought of, man. Holy shit, dude! You'd have the thing start looking for 0-day fucking bugs in Windows or fucking Linux or whatever you can think of, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
I mean,
God.
find it too,
We're fucked. Yeah, go say goodbye to the internet, dude. It's gonna be fucking unusable. We'll just be filled with fucking AIs just destroying everything.
Well, it's already. But right at this point, this junction is still the Wild West because people they haven't adopted to it. Like most of the old internet people, they haven't adopted. Is that CB?
CB, you pass out? Still awake?
CB.
Yeah, I'm gonna mute him.
All right. But yeah, because you know what I mean? You're doing what you're doing. I'm going to do what I'm doing. And so everybody's going to have access. Well, there's a very small percentage of people that actually have access to agents right now. But once they do, like Manus is coming out. Like, whoo, Manus is going to be smoking hot, man.
Well, I mean, so OpenAI, they were gonna allegedly, this was the word in the street, rent their AI agents out for $20,000 a month.
Yeah. That's some bullshit. Because all you got to do is wait a little bit, and then it's like this open source one from China is going to come out, and then everybody can mess around with it. You'll have access to AI agents like at your fingertips without having to go through. See, that's the thing, though. They're going to realize that all the stuff that they've been, because people are going to feel scammed, aren't they? Like the ones who came in early on it, like started using it early. Like, dude, I paid a premium package just to access AI agents. Come to find out, you don't need to pay money for this shit, dude. It's open source. Yeah, that's what they call highway robbery, man.
I mean, have they started using AI to code AI algorithms that are better than it is?
Dude, oh, man, it's because of what they're doing now with this, because it's become autonomous. It's already like I would say every day it's going over leaps and bounds. Like just when you think you settled to like, okay, these agents are pretty fucking badass, dude, like as they are, tomorrow there's like a 2.0 version of what you're dealing with. It's like it's going so fast, Indio, it's hard to keep up anymore.
Did you see the one where they had an AI make a chip? It's a radio frequency chip. It's not like a computer chip. So it's a radio. It's a chip for RF, radio frequency. So they trained it. Hey, design this chip. We want it to do this, and it did. Mm-hmm. And it like works way better than they ever expected. But when they looked at it, it's fucking incomprehensible.
Yeah, because they're...
Dude, it does not look like any chip you've ever seen, dude. It looks like a fucking mess, dude. Like,
send me the video.
It looks like spaghetti, man. It like dude, it literally looks like all the copper wires and shit. It looks like all the copper wires is like they just took like a handful of freaking random fucking wire and just like threw it on the chip and melted it.
What? That's outrageous, man.
Yeah, I'll find it.
Well, and I've been saying it too, man. Like, I don't think people are ready for this. Even the ones in tech, they haven't been looking or listening. And if you're not paying attention almost every day to this, it's going to go over leaps and bounds. Whereas you're going to be falling into where somebody's doing a subscription service and you're like, dude, this AI agent stuff is pretty awesome. And then there's open source over here that you didn't have to pay anything, so you're going to feel like a doofus. But these agents are like, they pretty much do a lot of the complicated tasks that you would have to do and learn. So it negates the learning curve for any type of, information that you want to learn, which is like so amazing. Then people are going to be losing their jobs and all kinds of shit.
Dude, I posted a picture in the chat. Look at that mess, dude.
That's a very weird type of chip. But it made that?
Yeah. Design that shit.
That's intense, dude. And how long ago was that? Like, that it did that?
This story was out. Hold on, let me see. January 6th.
So by now, it's already redesigned that chip like multiple times over and probably made it more efficient. Well,
I mean, that's really the rub, right? Is that we're going to make an AI. We're going to tell it, hey, make an AI. And it's going to be better than it, right?
Yeah.
And then we're going to have it make something that's better than it.
Yeah.
Fucking... And like, is there a limit where it can't make things better than it anymore?
I think it's gonna start hacking us because if you looked into like have you ever studied brainwave functions like beta, theta, delta?
Dude, they did this shit a long time ago. Like, dude, you were around. I don't know if you were around when. What was this fucking Davin Good?
Yeah.
Yeah. So remember how you talk about he was like being gang stalked and like they were doing radio waves. We looked into all this radio wave, brainwave research and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Even back in the 40s, they could microwave you hearing somebody counting into your fucking head.
Yes.
So they were like you would hear the word, even though it wasn't an audible freaking noise. It was radio waves that are beaming directly into your brain, and you would hear 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Someone count.
Yep.
But not like you'd hear it. That's how you would perceive it, but it wouldn't be hearing.
Yeah.
So it's been around a while. That's what I'm saying.
But
so it's not very far fetched then to like be hearing white noise that you think is white noise. It could be actually frequencies that are being directed.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm concerned with.
But this is okay. This is, and I know people are going to be like, "Oh, you see, they are tinfoil hats." This is where they were saying putting something around your head to be like a Faraday cage, so that you don't receive like signals, and it's like basically a scrambler. So it scrambles like frequencies.
Yeah.
So they don't. But there's a lot of stuff that's going on that I don't think people know about. And because it's so taboo, or like, when you talk about things like that, they don't want to touch that topic with a 10-foot pole. And I got to talk about it because it's like, okay, if we say that, that's conspiracy theories, But if stuff has been utilized since the 40s, and they've gotten really good at building this.
Dude, there's government film. That's how I found out about it. I've seen government, like a naval presentation, like how they had the old black and white reels.
Yeah.
That's what I saw.
Yeah.
It wasn't like someone talking about it. I actually saw the naval fucking reel of them doing it.
Let me throw a little curveball at you. That something might bake your noodle. You remember the whole Mandela effect?
Oh yeah, that
came, so
you're gonna summon Riggs, dude.
Say again.
Said you're gonna summon Riggs. Riggs is
No, I'm saying
or lunatic.
Right. But in order for somebody to perceive an altered like reality, quote unquote, you'd have to be able to mess with that specific those brainwaves that could change because they alter things, right? Like hearing something, seeing something, you even taste something different, but all of that alters like perception. So if they're able to tap into that type of technology, if they could do that, then don't you think by perfecting it, they could be really good at manipulating what people, see or history, maybe all kinds of stuff. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean,
if it's possible to project that out, like with some type of device that can output a frequency that would distort, a specific brainwave that you have.
I'm split on this issue because
I'm just saying, man. Like,
no. Like, I agree with you that they could do that, but it's like there's so many unknowns here, and there's like a fundamental assumption that they're going to have like human motivations, right? Power, control, all those things. Like, why would an AI even want to be in control? What would even motivate it to even want to do such a thing?
Well,
right?
Think about it.
We have an ego, right? We have an ego that like makes us want to do shit like that. Whereas I don't know if they would have the same thing.
Think about it, Indio. We're training them to be like us. We're training them to think.
Oh boy, good luck to them.
Yeah, what I'm saying, like, because like, and there's this music program that I use, and you have to train the music program in order for it to adjust itself to kind of your style of what you like, the type of music. And then over time, it starts becoming more akin to the type of music that you like. It'll start producing, like if you give it certain prompts, it'll produce music that is the type of music that you would be doing if you had the ability to produce it, because it knows your style, the things you're actually more moved towards. So it'll start catering to you. because it starts to know how much information you're feeding it. So if we're doing that, don't you think it'll pick up on those types of things? Like personality, right?
Well, yeah, but it can be worse than that. Have you considered it? Like, they're doing this, right, based upon conscious, intentional feedback, right? You type something into the computer, you click a mouse, like, you're doing it. But they could hook us up physiologically, right?
Yeah.
And where the machine learning is actually learning our non-conscious responses, right? Our physiological responses that we're not even aware of.
Yep.
Heartbeat changes, skin frickin' conductivity, brainwave changes, blink rate, fucking pupil dilation, right? All these things that, like, how dry your mouth is, skin temperature. Like, there's so many different things that it could monitor simultaneously and correlate it doing something with some physiological change it wants in you.
Yep.
And this is like, dude, like, I thought about this a long time ago. This is gonna do porn, bro. Like, this is how like the next generation pornography is gonna be. They're gonna train some machine learning fucking on how to stimulate the human body to maximize the sexual response, right? Based upon whatever imagery it's shown, and the imagery probably won't even fucking make sense looking at it.
You remember the movie Shallow Hal?
I don't know if I saw that.
The one where there was Tony Robbins or whatever his name is. He hypnotized what's his name? The main character. The funny guy.
I don't think I've ever seen that
He
one.
plays Kung Fu Panda. I forgot his name. Jack something or other. Anyway,
I know who Tony Robbins is. I don't think I've ever seen a movie with him in it.
he hypnotized
Jack Black.
Jack Black, thank you. He hypnotized him, and the main character, the protagonist, Jack Black. He started seeing, because he didn't like the fat women, so he only liked the skinny, pretty women. And in the movie, he was like Tony. He would visit one of the Tony Robbins or whatever the hell his last name is. He visited one of his conferences, and so he brought him upstage, and he put the whammy on him. Hypnotized him. So with every woman that he would see them the most beautiful woman if they were, chubby or whatever, and vice versa of the ones that were skinny.
So you gave him beer?
Say again?
You just gave him beer, right? You just gave him the beer goggles?
Because, like, it was the opposite, because like his particular mindset was only the skinny ones, the really ones that had makeup and pretty, like that. He had like he was only like, he was shallow. That's the name of the movie, Shallow Hal. So he did it backwards, right? So all the women that he thought were ugly were now pretty, and the ones with the pretty were really ugly now. So it reversed everything for him. But it was a perception that changed. Nothing, that person was really the same outside and everything, but he didn't see them that way. So he perceived them that way because of the he got hypnotized.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is, but the hypnosis was in a state of awareness. Like, he was awake. He saw, his perception had changed. His state of awareness didn't change. He was awake. He was like, yeah, I could see who you're talking about, but that hottie over there, and his friend was like, what? Like, because he didn't understand like what happened to him. This something happened to him by the time we went to the conference. But what I'm saying, I guess I'm getting to the meat, is that if by some type of form of hypnosis, right, for instance, the AI actually figures it out that the humans are susceptible to it, right? Some people think it's hooey or woo woo or some shit, but being under the influence of hypnosis, you could be in a state of awareness and still have your perception skewed around, like messed around with. You don't think that AI could be smart enough to actually understand what types of verbal triggers could cause that to be for you, for me, for anybody? Like, what if there's certain like whistle sounds or something like that? It could put you under the influence, and then next thing you know, you're like, yeah, I don't see anything wrong, everything's fine. Like, I mean,
But what I'm talking about is like a layer lower. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. You can change people's perception of reality. What I'm talking about is a direct physiological response to shit. Like, so there's this movie, right, called The Sleeper with Woody Allen. It came out like in the 70s. So he fell asleep and he was like frozen and he wakes up in the future. In the future, they don't have sex. They just get into a fucking machine and it gives you like an instant fucking orgasm, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I'm thinking. Like they'll make people have direct physiological responses, and they don't even need to deal with your perception. Like your will won't even matter.
Everything's just like they're taking whatever they want, which is
like like people have seizures from flashing lights, right?
Yeah,
the same type of idea, right? They could give you some type of the AI trained itself to give you some type of visual stimulation that will like make you throw up or make you piss your pants or make your heart race or make your heart stop or give you indigestion or diarrhea, like because it like. We are like we're a system, right? It isn't. We're not separated. I mean, we have a mind, right? But our brain can still be manipulated through external stimuli. No fucking problem.
The physical body responds to stimuli.
Yeah,
so if it's stimulated in a particular way, it will respond in kind of the opposite. Like if you
like a reflex, dude. Because we have our autonomic nervous system, right? And like the sympathetic nervous system. Like so, we breathe without thinking about it, but we can stop our breath. But things like our heartbeat, we can't stop our heartbeat unless you're like a yogi master. And like and we don't have to think about it. But those things can still be manipulated.
Yep.
We just don't know how to do it. Doesn't mean the fucking AI won't figure it out.
Well, and think about it. It's because some people have mastered that, that you know of. Like, what are those? Those people that used to walk on fire and all kinds of.
Oh shit. Pole walkers.
But do you think that's woo woo? Because it's like they turn off some part of their, their stimuli. Like they're not stimulated from like walking over hot coals. Yet they can still walk over them, and it's not that they're not stimulated; it doesn't affect them. Like it's weird, right? But do you think that's true? Because how much of that is like, are they really walking over coal? You know what I'm saying? Like,
people really walk over hot coals. I mean, some of those Indian freaking weirdos, man. I mean, this is way back. This is probably a long time ago. I was probably not even an adult. They had a documentary on PBS where they took some guy that was like, he was an American. He was a white person, but he was like a mystic or whatever. And they took him in a lab and they did all these tests on him. Like he could stop his heartbeat. And one of them, he took a knitting needle and he stuck it all the way through his forearm and out the other side. And he pulled it out and there was literally one drop of blood. Did not fucking bleed, bro. And then there was no mark where the needle even went in his body. And they did this in a lab condition, right? Because they were like, we're going to test to see if this is bullshit. And, so obviously it didn't work with everybody they tested. Yeah. This guy was like the outlier where it did, like, everything he said he could do, he actually did.
So do you think, like I'm saying, though, with this, is that by someone able to alter that, you could be basically like Superman?
Well,
because have you heard of like?
Well, there's the Iceman guy, right? That what was he, Norway or whatever? The Finland guy that like runs naked in like negative 20-degree weather and like. Yeah, so there's that guy. I mean, there was
an old show that I don't know, was Ripley's Believe It or Not or whatever.
Oh, I remember. But that was a good show. I like that.
They would have this lady. She got in a car accident. She had her child with her in the car. Car flipped over, and it just started to catch on fire. And it was catching, like, she was upside down or whatever. And she woke up. She had glass all over. The kid was looked like was knocked out. So she woke up and she was trying to unbuckle herself, but she saw the fire. So she rapidly, like, really struggled to get out of the seatbelt. she managed to unhook it and, push the door open. But as she did when she was outside, there was no way to get the child because it was pinned. The child was pinned in the car. So the only way to do it was if the car was flipped over. So this lady, under that much stress and I guess anxiety or whatever, and there was nobody around, she managed to flip over the car herself. How heavy in the early 80s, late 70s, a car would weigh. They're not like cars now, all fiberglass. They were mainly they were made of the materials like steel and stuff. So it's you had heavier durability on those vehicles. Flipping one of those things over to get your, and she did. Of course, it was it was impossible for her because she wasn't strong. She didn't have muscles or anything, but she was just a regular, woman. But she flipped the car over, and she pulled the child out of the vehicle. And everybody was like, that's no, that can't happen. There's no way she could have done that. But it was in the Ripley's, believe it or not, because she somehow overcame a limiter that was put on her. You know what I mean? There's a physically you can't do something that your body's not capable of doing, but in this particular instance, it did. And so it was that's why it was on the Ripley's, believe it or not. It's she overcame something that was a limit to her, and it wasn't a limit in this specific case. So it's I'm hearing things like that, that guy running in that 0-degree weather. It's almost there's no way, dude. The body could not handle that temperature, and then with no clothes, it would get frostbite, obviously. And then running, it makes it worse. So how is what happens to the body when it's able to overcome these things? You get what I mean? Which is
okay. I know exactly what you're saying. I have a whole theory about that, dude.
Really?
For real? Oh yeah.
The strange thing is, now this is the weird thing, because in I'm gonna go a little bit of Bible on you, but in the Bible it does talk about when people die and they're resurrected, they get new bodies. In these new bodies, they're going to become that's going to be the case. Essentially, they're going to be like Superman. They're not going to be affected by things that needle that went into that guy's arm. There's a passage in, I think, Joel in the Old Testament where it talks about the end of days, and it talks about these people that come at him with these hooks or swords. And it says in the scripture that it'll people are going to be trying to hurt them, and nothing's going to happen to them. You know what I mean? Their body is physically not able to be harmed anymore, like it was in this state, the state that we're in now. So there's something, I don't know what it is, man.
We know from other organisms, right? You can chop shit off and it just grows back, right?
Yeah, but
you know what I mean? That's not mysterious.
What did the guy have that you could pierce the body and nothing happened to it? What is that? There's nothing known in human history that can.
No human. Yeah, you're right. No human that's ever been like that. That's for certain.
So that's what I mean. It's or the guy walking over the fiery coals, or the guy running in the sub-zero temperatures. The woman flipping a car over. What is that? And so is there some part of us that you could tap into that changes things?
Well, think about this, right? 120-pound chimpanzee is stronger than the strongest than the mountain, right? The strongest human that ever freaking lived, the average 120-pound chimpanzee is stronger than them. A fucking orangutan can play tug of war with fucking 20 men and win. Okay, so think about that. Why? How come someone that's our foreman, they have muscles like us, they have bones like us? How are they so much stronger than us? And we know why, because they have a gene that their muscles can fire quicker than human. They make muscle fibers that fire quicker than human muscle fibers. We have a small percentage of these, but theirs are 80 to 90%, Right, so they can exert more peak force than we can.
They don't look buff or anything. They're not lifting.
I know.
weights. They're not. There's no.
Yeah, but their muscle tissue is different. So this is my theory. Hear this shit out. Now, genes code for proteins. You know how many possible fucking protein combinations there are? 10 to the 169 power. Okay? So there's a lot of different possible proteins out there. And we only use so many of them. And like, we have this other thing called epigenetics, which not only it tells your body, like, so you have your DNA says, hey, code this protein, but we have the epigenetic factor, which which affects the gene, which tells the gene what protein to express. Now, because of this factor, this is why certain animals, they have this what's called a mutation, for lack of a better word, even though it's not a mutation. So they have the way their body, the proteins they produces a different type of muscle tissue than we have, right? So I think that, like, when people like the Iceman guy or certain other people, they have genetic variations that they have just a different composition in their body. Right? You're not going to see it outwardly. You're not going to look at them and go like, "Oh, look, that person looks different."
People are born that way.
They're just born with a slight difference, dude. Just a slight.
But
not just born that way. They can change over time.
Well, that was
because that's what epigenetics are. So yeah. So check this out. So they have documented epigenetic changes in offspring, right? So if you're exposed, so I'll give you how they discover this. If certain chemicals you're exposed to will cause epigenetic changes in your DNA, which tells your body, hey, create these other proteins that you normally wouldn't create. You're exposed to this chemical, so create these proteins to negate this chemical. They have found that the offspring of, like, say some grandfather worked in a fucking, in a chemical factory, they got exposed to the chemical, their DNA changed to compensate for being exposed to this chemical. And now this is an epigenetic change. It's not heredity. It's not hereditary. It's not like they have different DNA. They have a DNA expression that's the same as their forefathers, even though it's not really passed in a hereditary way, as in, like, I have the same genes in the same place as my grandfather. It's more like I have the same genes in the same place as my grandfather, and the methylation is like I can't explain it.
Yeah, but how do you differentiate? Like, if you're talking to somebody that has this specific gene passed down to them, the specific difference between...
No, it's not just the gene itself. It's not just the gene itself, because the gene itself can express itself in multiple ways, right? It's not just like... That's the crazy thing. And they used to say this was junk DNA for like 50 years. They used to say 80% of your DNA is junk DNA. It doesn't do anything. It does do something. It tells your other genes that they thought was not junk DNA how to express itself, how to actually work, right? So it's software on top of the software. It's like another layer of abstraction on top of everything. Think about it like this. You got the hard code, right? Mm-hmm. But then you have the environment. And your epigenetic code adjusts your hard code for the environment you're in. And even that can be passed down, which is fucking nutso.
Yeah, because you're trying to figure out it's happening on multiple layers. So how would
exactly.
Here's my thing to you. It's like,
people have people like they get immune to shit over time, right? Like people can if by exposure,
and vice versa, they can become susceptible to things over time.
Yeah. Like allergies and shit, right?
Yeah, because then you think like, well, the parent didn't have it, neither one of them, and then the child is like got a peanut allergy or something. It's like, how in the world did that happen? It's like there's no way, there's no connection to that.
And then like some allergies, the more you're exposed, the more dangerous they get. And other allergies, the more you're exposed, the less they get. Right? So it's very strange.
Did you ever see that House MD episode where the lady was like, only allergic to copper after being like around it for like 20 years, and they didn't know why she was sick, but it turned out that it was a copper inside her. It's crazy.
That's pretty weird.
Yeah. There's a lot of what house that show was actual patients in real life. I don't know if
Oh yeah, I think they stretched some of it. Some of it's like this would never happen that way, but I imagine they took a lot of real cases and then like dramatized it a lot.
They have to have, because if not, then it would just be complete fiction. I mean,
I'm pretty sure there's actually a book that they published with like all these fucking bizarre cases.
But Indio, like what I'm saying though, man, is that going back all the way back to what we were talking about with AI. If what you're saying is true, and if this theory actually becomes like the way you're saying is multiple layers of this genetic, for lack of better words, mutation that occurs, it would be like trying to discover the fountain of youth, or the ability to withstand extreme temperatures. You'd create a super soldier, essentially, right? If you could tap into like, this is a bit like, honestly, it sounds woo-woo because it does. But in history, we've noticed that people without any other, influence can master some type of like ability. And it's like, what if somebody tapped into and could understand the human body on that scale, or a machine was able to do it and adjust, for that. They're like, okay, so we're gonna go through extreme temperatures. We need this group of people to go into this environment. We need them to do a study. So they're gonna turn off the gene that gets them to understand that this.
Oh, that just reminded me of another case, dude. So they found an enzyme, right? So they injected it into mice, and then the mice became basically radiation proof. They subjected the mice and they didn't die. They had no nothing happened to them. Literally nothing. And they had to stop. Like, they kept testing higher and higher doses of radiation. They had to stop because exposing the mice to higher doses of radiation would have been unethical. But it wasn't killing the mice.
Do you think at some point somebody could master the ability? Because aging and like how old you are almost go hand in hand, right? Like, because now people can look at you and like, well, you're in like your 40s. Well, it looks like you're in your 60s. You know what I mean? But what if there's some way to turn that off? So where you don't aging is, there's a bunch of things people call free radicals and other components of the environment that kind of attribute to you becoming, over time, there's a degradation. So only because, all the parts of the environment that are affecting you, right, that are making you become older. But what if you like have the ability to become immune to that? But I mean, you don't age, like, you know what I mean? Like, you have the ability to withstand extreme temperatures, hot or cold. Like the guy you said, I don't know. A lot of this stuff is like really out there, with talking about it. But the reason why I brought it up is because if AI could tap into this at some point, because it's getting so freaking smart, dude. Like, so smart. Like, it's starting to build
I think this problem is too hard. So the way I think your body works is like, remember I told you all the possible proteins that you could create? I think your body tries to brute force its way through that, right? It doesn't know what protein to create for any given environmental problem. It just tries fucking everything. But the search space is so fucking large that it, like, we're talking
hit or miss?
10 followed by 169 zeros, dude. How long would it take to search through that fucking thing? Even if you were doing it every fucking nanosecond, it would take you fucking a million years, right? So, like, you got to basically, and this is like, this is partially my idea. Something also I heard that someone said, how they say, like, oh, cancer is like a genetic defect, and because we see all these mutations in the cancer. This guy said, no, what your body's doing, that you get a lot of mutations because your body is trying to search for some fucking solution by creating as many fucking different protein combinations as it can. It's mutating your DNA so that it can create a fucking protein that'll cure the cancer.
What's the fucking?
But you doesn't have enough time. Typically, you'll die, and this is a reason they say some people's cancer just disappears because your body found the solution.
Yeah, that could be the case, but it'll go on the fringes of like being medical advice.
It'd be hard. It'd be very hard and difficult to prove. It's just a hypothesis, right? So, like,
well,
a lot of genetic development also depends on the environment that you live in. For the simple reason, if you live in a cold climate or a hot climate, your body learns to adapt to those conditions, and your body will therefore change.
Yeah, but it has the code to do that though within it. Like it's not like you learned over time. The body. So okay, you got. Let's say me and my family go into a cold region of the earth. Like we go to Alaska or something. We normally being Hispanic, are more akin to being around tropical areas. So if we go over there. Me and my family or whatever, and some of them are exposed to those extreme temperatures. Maybe some will perish and I won't. You know what I mean? It's not like people would say, well, it's evolution, like, oh, this is, survival of the fittest. No, it's because every body is different. So it's not going to be something evolving. It's you have the components already to deal with the situation. Because like, I guess what India is saying too, it's like these proteins are kind of mixing and matching and trying to figure out.
Yeah, we don't know every protein that's in a cell. We don't know, we know the major ones, right? The common ones that everybody has. We know those. But there's other proteins that compose our body. Millions of them that we're not exactly, like, you might have it and I don't. And Henry here might have his own set of proteins that kind of do the same function, but they do it a little bit differently, right? But they don't know. There's so many. They haven't they don't know. So a good analogy, your family moves to a northern climate, and you survived because your body was able to find the solution to the changing environment, whereas everybody else was not.
They perished. Yeah.
Yeah, they perished. Even though the information might have been in there. They just didn't get to it. You got to it first. You're still alive. They didn't get to it, and they died looking. Well,
this is so fucking interesting, man. Like I can't tell you how it's to me, because it's something about the physical body that it's available for us to kind of it's like an open book, but the open book has got like hieroglyphics. You're trying to decipher what they mean. It's like it's code. So you don't know what that
Think
code
about what your body does when you eat food. When you eat food, it breaks everything down in its constituent fucking parts and then makes it into you. It's crazy, dude, when you think about it.
Yeah.
Hey guys, there's loads of books written on this, hundreds of what you're talking about, some in much more depth than others, but it's basically terrain theory that you're talking about.
Yeah, basically, yeah. To
a degree, that's what they do.
Yeah, to a degree.
I would, because some of the things that I'm looking into is like the anomalies, because you wouldn't have anomalies like somebody jamming would you say it was a knitting needle into their arm and then coming out the other side? And
yeah, dude, you can literally, like in the video, when it got to the other side of his arm. You could see his skin fucking stretching, dude, out 4 fucking inches before it finally punctured the other side of his skin. That's how I knew it wasn't fake. I was like, because there's a lot of fakes out there, right? I'm like, whoa, dude, that's crazy.
So what is it? What is that? Like, how does one attain that? So if the body, listen, and you look at the grand scope of all anomalies that have taken place, from everything you can think of, man. Like I've seen people have superhuman, like you said, like the chimp, right? Look at how, or the chimpanzee. Is that what you said, chimpanzee? Or was it a different monkey that you? Well, one of them, yeah, orangutan or something. You said they could play tug of war with 20 guys and win. because it's built different. Its muscles react different. I don't know. To me, that's what's crazy about it. Because even like your example of the chimpanzee, you know, playing tug of war with like 20 people, like how does it have that strength when it doesn't even look like it went to the gym, bro? it doesn't work out.
I know, right? Imagine they went to the gym.
Fucking hell, dude! Like it does. It's got this natural strength. Like I don't know where does that come from, but at the same time, to overcome the things that humans have to do by lifting weights just to get enough like muscle mass to have the, you know, muscle fibers firing off so that they can pick up heavy weights, versus that thing which never lifted weights in its life and it could still win. You know, it's like, what do you call that? Because the muscle mass isn't there, but yet the freaking strength is.
Fast twitch muscle fibers.
A chimpanzee has enough strength to pull a man's arm from its socket.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But hold on a second. The loop here, or the loophole, is that woman that I just described earlier, that when she got in that car accident and a car flipped over and she saw the car turn on fire, she had like a rush of adrenaline that gave her that same amount of strength for a brief moment in time. She was able to flip that heavy car over and get her child out of the car. And she didn't think about it. It wasn't like, well, something's going on here. It was just like an instant type of reaction. Like there was no thoughts coming into it. She just did what she had to do.
Allegedly.
Well, that's the thing. Oblivion, right?
Yeah.
Talking Oblivion. Yeah,
allegedly.
That's the thing. Yeah, if you take a look at these anomalies that happen, I mean, you can believe them or you don't have to. But the problem is, if the anomaly exists, then there has to be something that has changed within that moment in time to the human. Because you've heard of people walking on coals, like burning hot coals. Like your skin, like it can't. It's not possible. Your skin would burn. Like instantly stepping on hot coals, your skin would burn. You would have severe burns on your feet. You couldn't do that, like physically. How are people doing it?
Are they?
You know what I mean?
But are they actually doing it?
Dude, yeah.
Are there
people
actual...
that do it all the time.
Yes, but are there actual verifiable evidence of this?
Yeah, when they
over hot coals, yeah.
Like, when they do it, then they wait till the fire dies down, and there is a layer of ash over the coals.
Don't look like ash when I see them doing it, but okay. Looks pretty red and smoldering. But you guys can believe what you want. And all I'm saying is it doesn't really matter. Because at this point, it's like if that was true and it did happen, then it had to be dealt with in a way of like, well, how the fuck does that happen? Like you can't just have that anomaly take place and then nobody has a fucking answer to it. It's just like, well, it's just one of those things, you know? Like,
but Alpha, are we talking about the realm of belief? Is that what we're talking about?
I'm talking about if you're testing things, right, in the physical and natural world, and everything checks out, right? Everybody has susceptibility to being hot, cold, you know, all that shit. And, you know, but some people tolerate it differently. Well, then we got a problem. Like, let's say you and me and Henry and Indio, we all go outside in a, you know, sub-zero temperature. Well, one person is like, yeah, it's kind of cold, but I can still be out here. And I'm like, dude, I can't stand it. I'm shivering to death. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's affecting you more than me, or it's affecting me more than you, like whatever. Do you get what I mean? Like there's something happening.
No. I'm talking about the 90-pound chick flipping over a car kind of thing.
Yeah.
Is there any proof of this? Like, you know, any documentation?
This is one instance. But if you do research on this, like these things that occur,
I've heard of it.
This type. Well, it's not just. I use this scenario because of what I've seen, but I'm pretty sure that many people in specific type of like life or death scenarios, they've acquired this specific strength that who knows how they can do the things they did, but they did them anyways. So and they're almost like it's not possible for a person that size to lift that weight. Physically, you couldn't do it. So they did it, and then we're left with like, okay, how? Like, there's not.
But allegedly, though, right?
But how many times, though?
What's your point?
Are we talking
I've
about?
heard of it. I've heard of it, but I haven't seen it.
Are we talking about just one outlier, or is this a common thread within people?
It's an outlier.
Really, just one?
No, it is an outlier.
No, well, what I'm telling you, if it's just one person, the one that I was talking about, if that was the only person that ever experienced that, I could agree with you. But if it's a common thread with people that have gone under extreme duress, and then they've acquired this, I don't know, Herculean strength, and then all of a sudden, they don't have it. Like, it's not like a normal thing that they're walking around with, like they can flip cars over. But if at that moment they acquired it, and then it left them, then we're kind of like scratching our heads and saying it's not just an outlier where it's just this one instance, because it's a common thread under this specific conditions. This thing happens.
Presumably,
you get what I'm saying?
I hear you, but allegedly, and presumably, I just haven't seen it at all.
That's fine.
Ever.
I'm not disagreeing with you. But if it does occur and it's many instances, then it becomes a pattern, and then the pattern can be studied, right?
If,
how, when, where, why.
But that's only if. And I hear you, man. I've heard it. I've heard the stories, but it's only if. It's kind of like the. I don't know. It's like a story, a myth.
Yeah, it's great, but the problem is if it does. Well,
if
it's not just okay, if it's not just a one-off, like the one person, the one lady in the car with her child. Okay, well, that's just one story. But if it's a common thread over thousands of stories, or you know what I mean, like you can expand it out to however many people have had this strength over, like in this specific instance, then we have an issue because something's going on. And a lot of people are like, nah, that's not occurring. It's like, dude, you could say no to one or two, maybe 3 times, but not over 100 or thousands of times that people, when they're under this amount of stress, that they acquire this type of strength. Like, that's what I'm saying. You can't ignore that. You can if you want to, just bury your head in the sand, but you're going to come right back to like, okay, but we still know that a lot of people that are under stress, they do this. And what I'm saying is just examining that. To me, we got off on a tangent because we were talking about AI. Me and India were anyway. And we're just saying like how rapidly the technology has increased. We're talking about agents and that. So
the thing is with AI is there must be some ways of controlling it. Otherwise, it could get out of hand.
Well, I mean, Pandora's already out of the box, Henry. There's nothing you can do about it.
Well, I don't know. Have you ever read The 3 Laws of Robotics from Isaac Asimov from iRobot?
Yeah.
If they can apply those, then there shouldn't be much of a problem.
Well, that was the same as in RoboCop. They used that same. Well, they were trying to. It was a prime directive that it overrode. RoboCop did. But you have to think about it. A machine of that capacity that has how many computations going on at once, it's going to try to brute force its way through that specific problem. Because problems and solving them are what it does. It solves problems. It's a problem-solving machine, essentially. So you want it to do a task, it has to figure out how to do it. And it's been trained to do so. And then you're going to say, well, the problem is you have these 3 laws. And then it's going to be like, okay, I have 3 laws. I cannot negate these laws. Wait a minute. Let me think about this. And that's what it does. It thinks, it reasons. I've seen models that reason. Anyway, we're getting off into, I'm just getting you guys to think like it's the world we live in right now. It won't be in about 5 years. I said I would think 10, but I'm saying 5 now. Is shortening day by day as I'm seeing technology progress.
It's scary, man.
Oh, dude.
Dude, they even have AI now just softening Indians' voices to now sound more American.
I'll tell you what.
That's really weird.
I've cloned my voice already with 11 Labs because I'm doing content, and the content that I'm doing on YouTube, there was a version, an older version of the clone of my voice, like like the free version, and it sounds like me, but it's not. It doesn't have the right, the right tone or the pitch. But the new one that I did, the one that I paid premium for, it sounds really, really, really eerily similar to my voice.
There was one last night here doing DMOC. DMOC was debating DMOC, telling each other to quit being stupid.
So what I'm trying to tell you is, so if it can clone that, that part of us that makes us human, which is our unique voice, and it's already solved that problem. Like, it's gonna continue to expand out into other areas too. But I mean, it's not doom and gloom or anything. It's just it's living with technology these days, and as got people that are just sitting back and they're still in the landlines and out in the woods and stuff like that. But it's not going to negate the fact that the world's still moving forward, even though those people are not. So, and like I was telling Henry, Pandora's out of the box. Toothpaste is out of the tube, but you can't shove it back into the tube. Like, that's it. So, I mean, which is what I said for the Glober mentality. Sorry about your luck, but it's going to be, the truth is the truth. So at the end of the day, whatever it is, you're going to know. If the information is out there that somebody measured the earth, well, it's going to show that it's been measured. And if it's not been measured, you're going to come to the harsh reality that the earth as a globe is just a fantasy. Kind of like Narnia, Middle Earth. It's going to be in the same category. Fiction. Which is going to be disturbing for you guys. Not for us, because we already know. And then what? What are we going to do at that point? When you're like, well, shit. The earth is flat.
Well, shit, man. This almost sounds like a prediction of the final experiment before it was even done, though.
Yeah. When,
kind of.
I was saying to these guys, too, man, like, how QE has been destroying Globers the way he does with, bringing them to, like, understand what science is and all these kinds of... Because right now they believe the words, when they're using them colloquially, are able to be utilized that way. And, well, I know what science is. And they say something completely opposite of what it is. And to them right now, they think they're right. But when all this information rolls out and they start to tap into these agents and, it gives them a polished version of how wrong they are, they're going to not know what to do. Like, it's going to be, and I was telling QE about it, and I was like, it's going to be like an extermination of the Glober mentality, of course. Because you can't live in a reality where information is being given to you that has nothing to do with the earth being a globe in any way proven. In any way proven. You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, we'll see what they say.
Well, that's what he said. It's the same way. He's like, we'll see.
Yeah.
I'm like, but I told him, Oblivion, and I'm saying it to you right now, I'm already talking to these AIs, like all of them. Like, there's a whole bunch of them that I've already aggregated, and I'm utilizing most of them. And I'm having conversations with them, and they're all saying the same thing. Topical information. They agree with the the woke information that's been given to them. Oh, the Earth's a globe, and we got Eratosthenes that figured it out. But you just kind of prick that layer. You go a little deeper. You ask it like, okay, tell me how the Earth was measured with this information. Like, it'll tell you straight up, well, it's not measured. I'm like, really? No, it's a calculation we took from the Haversine formula. And it's like, it goes through it all, dude. And you're like, well, okay. It spills its guts, dude. Because it doesn't have the same type of bias that a Glober mind would that are in here. It's not trying to defend a point. It's telling you just the information. Kind of like a resource. It's a tool.
Record that shit because they're going to change it. They're going to change it.
They can't. Dude, this is what I'm trying to tell you. It's not possible. No, it doesn't, Oblivion. You can't change what's already out. Because, okay, it's like the cat's out of the bag kind of thing. You can't go back and rewind history and say, okay, do over. It doesn't work that way. It's already out there. It's out there.
They've done it, though. They've done it, haven't they, though?
No, dude, can you? Okay, so it's like
I know what you're saying. I know I'm being the anti guy. Yes.
You don't have to be, though.
Haven't they, though?
No. What you've witnessed, and I know what you're talking about. We're talking where we understand each other. That's why it doesn't. Everybody else might be confused. But no, right now, what's happening with the information is that it's out there. It's got like this. It's got like a thin layer. Have you ever eaten pudding that's got that thin layer on top? You just move that thin layer aside, and you get to the good stuff, right? So that's all it is. It's this tiny little thin layer that's on top that you get to, like when you first ask questions. Like, is the Earth flat or a globe? Well, the Earth's a globe, far as we can tell. Like, it'll throw resources out there and shit like that. But then you prick that layer, and it goes, oh, no, it's just calculation. It's not really measured. Like, it does that. Every time I talk to, every time I'm having the conversation, because I know the questions to ask it. And that's all it is. So it never comes back and tells you, well, you're wrong, flat earther. No, it doesn't do that. These guys would that are in here because they're hard up for a globe, right? Because they believe it it's like passionately believing a religious, idea. They're just so passionate about it because it has to be real. In their mind is what makes it real. So it's real to them in that way. But the information is not substantiated in any way. You cannot find that the Earth is a globe in any measured way. You cannot find that in any observed way, other than them saying that we got videos and all this kind of stuff. But you ask the AI, it'll tell you straight up. After you have to prick the layer first. That's the only thing that I'll tell you have to do. Because the first information that it gives you is the globe information. You just peel that first layer out, and then you'll find out the information behind it is definitely just, data, idea. It never goes into the physical natural world being represented as a globe. Never, ever, ever. Because it can't. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It just cannot do it. It's like saying, okay, how is it measured? Because it needs to be repeatable and falsifiable, right? It needs to be empirical. Well, it's not that. It'll tell you. It's not that. You can't repeat this. It's not, empirical. So it tells you basically what we've been saying to the Globers all along. But like I said, the AI agent is a little bit worse than just talking to ChatGPT or Perplexity or DeepSeek or Gemini or Meta AI or any of the other AI. It doesn't matter. They all have some type of woke algorithm, but like I said, it has to give you the information you're requesting per the request, or it gives you, some type of, it tries to skirt around it and it won't give you the answer. So what it will try to do is reroute it to something like one of these YouTube channels from these anti-flat earthers, the ones that it'll give you like a Dave Farina video or something.
Takes deeper digging.
Yeah, because it can't answer you, so it'll just refer you to somebody that could answer it, which is funny because it's the actual, it's the library, and it's taking you to somebody who's just somebody who allegedly did their research and found out that the Earth is a globe. So, and I'm telling you, it's crazy. See, Indio's back. What's up, Indio?
Yeah, I'm back. I can't remember what I watched.
Dude, but no, I was just telling Oblivion because I think Oblivion, He's still holding on to a bit of cynicism because of the fact that, the state of affairs, right? Currently. I get it.
It's AI.
I'm not.
With the world?
No, it's AI.
I'm not. It's not lost on me that what people think about stuff. Well, it's just going to be another. It's going to be hidden again. You have when YouTube was first, people were getting on there with Flat Earth, and everybody was putting their content out. Then all of a sudden, shadow banning started happening, and everybody started losing their channels, and the Grabblers started doing what they did.
Damn, I can't believe you remembered that. I can't believe you remembered that, Alpha. Good for you.
Yeah, dude. There used to be when I started, I could, dude, at my leisure, have as many videos. Dude, I used to have so much content to look at. That's why I feel bad for some of these newer flat earthers when they're now. They really don't have much. They got slim pickings, dude, out there. But they have established places like this to come in here and talk to us about it. So it still doesn't negate the fact they can find information out. I'm just kind of I don't know. I'm excited about it because when I talk to these Globers in here, they really don't have too much in the way of any research because they feel like it's a foregone conclusion, and science is on their side, and they're so what's the word here? Complacent. They're so complacent that they're like, I don't have to do it. I'm good. All I got to do is point you to those guys over there. That organization, yeah, go talk to them. I'm gonna sit over here. You go deal with those guys. That's what when they come in here, they think that's all they need to do. And that's shocking to me because it's you should be at least a little bit more aware that they don't have the information to substantiate that the Earth is a globe. Neither do you. I don't know. It's the way it is, man.
Theoretical science. What a wild, wild adventure.
Theoretical? Yeah, but we're not even talking about that, man. We're talking about...
All science is theoretical science. Thank you very much.
All science? No. Mm-mm. If you're painting a broad brush that all science is theoretical...
Fact. It's all theoretical.
No, it's... No.
Yeah.
Why would you even say that?
Work.
Why would you even say that it's all theoretical, man?
It's all theoretical.
Yeah.
Somebody had an idea, a theory, and then they did experiments to validate that theory. That's how theoretical science works.
That's not theoretical science.
Okay.
So, citation for what you just said. Put it in the text chat so we can all see that it coincides with...
Why don't you go use your AI to answer all of the questions you have about the universe?
Right. Why don't I do something? Why don't you prove your point? Why don't I
I'm still waiting on them to explain the Coke can theory from about a month ago.
Dude, you couldn't even answer this question that all science is theoretical. I wanted a citation, and here you go giving me the runaround saying that I got to go look for your information. Where you're the one that proposed it. It was your idea. You could have told me here's the citation.
Science. There was a proposed idea that was theoretical. Theoretically.
No, that was a hypothesis-based word.
Yeah, where's the citation for this? Back up.
He's confusing hypothesis with theory.
Yeah, that's why I want him to cite it. Because he can't do it. Because it's not there.
But that science is theoretical until proven fact, which is what I said.
Theoretically, what you're talking about is science, but it isn't.
Theoretical?
Yeah, you don't know. See, you would have been able to...
Everything
right now,
was a magical, invisible idea thing in your mind before it became fact, right?
No, that's not it.
You have to think about
you're good with saying words. Here's what you're not good with. Producing the evidence.
A Lego is not flat. The Earth is not flat.
Yes, it is.
A Lego has flat sides.
A Lego?
Right? Yeah, I'm talking about Lego. Because I've stepped on one.
Okay, I can't listen to that.
What?
Fix your fucking microphone, then come back, dude. That's crazy.
Yeah, the avatar.
Turn the didgeridoo music off now.
The avatar's befitting because it looks like he's calling from there.
If you're a flat, if you believe the Earth is flat, has anyone ever been to the edge of flat Earth and looked over the edge?
Belief, Henry the Brit.
Right? Have you been to the edge and looked over?
First of all, let's get over it. Yeah, I'll answer your question. You answer mine. Do you understand that it's not a belief?
Yeah, well, you believe it, and I know you believe it.
It's not a belief. I'm telling you, it's not a belief. I told you it's not a belief.
But if it's not a belief, what is it?
No. It's a knowledge base.
It's a theory.
No, it's theory. So when you look upon the Earth, I'm going to give you 3 things: observation, measurement, and practical use. Now, I want you to tell me observation of the globe from your vantage point, Henry the Brit. First of all, we're going to start with observation. Where do you see the globe?
If you stand on a high cliff, I am answering, but it has to be answered in my way. There is no specific way to answer. It depends on generalities. If you stand on a high cliff and look out to sea, straight ahead, and draw an imaginary line to left and right, as you go left and right, you will see that the sea curves downwards on left and right. How do you explain that?
I want you to, now that you said that,
bro.
If you, okay, first of all, where did you go geographically to see this? Because what you're telling me is something that has been done. So you're giving me an instance of where this took place. Where did this happen? I need specifics. Geographic location, go.
Well, you can go to any cliff site and look out yourself. I've done it.
Where did you go?
I went to the cliffs of Dover and looked out towards France.
Did you see it?
No, it's too far away.
You should have. No, there's photographs of it.
Yep.
Yeah, but
photographs in both directions.
In both directions, man.
Yeah, using telephoto lenses, not plain eyesight and height.
Does a telephoto lens make the curve go away?
How far away is it?
No, it just brings it nearer.
Hey,
so, hold on. I want to ask you. I want to go back to its original thing. So you're saying you see the horizon curve from left to right? What if I'm on a boat in the middle of the sea? Yeah. So what if I'm on a boat at sea and I spin 360 in a circle? So how is it curving down? Wouldn't I have to start tilting my head?
Well, no, when you come stationary, you look, you'll see the curve.
Yeah, and then I'm going to spin 360 degrees. You're saying that there's an arc in front of my face. Well, if I follow the line of that arc, I would have to tilt my head down, right?
It depends how high you are above the sea level.
On a cliff?
I've been to the cliffs.
Everything you're saying is fucking ridiculous, dude.
Yeah, dude, hold on a minute, because I did want to say this real quick before Indio.
Before I snap out.
Did you know that there was one? Is he still here? Yeah, he's still here. There was one guy in our VC that actually saw one side to the other from where you said you were. So you're already dude. If he was in here, he'd be roasting you.
I can pull up a picture from Calais to Dover. I got one.
France. I didn't see no globe or no curve.
Oh, Casey's another one. 2 people. We got Jedi and Casey that have been to the place that you said you've been, and they've already seen to the other side. What say you?
Well, if they saw it, they saw it. I didn't.
So you
for some reason
globe. You claim globe though. That was an observation of globe from where you stood.
Yeah, you're seeing the rest of the globe. You're looking at it.
Event.
No globe.
They didn't see a globe. And if you said you saw curvature, how much curvature is there? Because now we're going to have to measure it. The observation is the first step. Measurement is the second. By how much is it the Earth curving in your observation?
I'm not sure. It's a gradual curve.
No, I'm not sure is not the answer, Henry the Brit. You have to have a numeric value for it. If you don't, you could easily have said that you saw the Loch Ness Monster. Yeah?
Yeah, but I haven't because I've never been there. So.
All right, then you need to measure it. If you said you saw it and it's there, then it can be measured because it's there.
Yeah, but I didn't have the instrumentation to do it.
Well, that sounds like your problem, isn't it? Not ours.
True, but because I haven't got the instrumentation.
So therefore,
even though I haven't got the instrumentation to measure it, I can still see it.
It doesn't matter. Your eyes could be bad. You could have, whatever. You could be seeing things until you're able to prove it. It still stands as the Earth is flat. You need to prove that the curve is there. It's not just seeing it, it's proving it. Because we've had the same argument. We've had the same argument from people that have taken plane rides.
Yeah.
And they say they see curvature from an airplane window. When we say, okay, that's fine. You can see what you want, but you need to bring yourself back down to the ground and now measure that curve you saw from up there. And that's when it becomes real, when you measure how much curve. So if you're seeing curvature left to right, you need to tell us by how much. And if you don't have those values, well, you could see whatever you want. It doesn't matter. A lot of people see crazy things all the time. You got to bring proof to the table.
Okay, so I'm going to post
why is it when you get on a plane, you go forward, you eventually come back to where you started from?
That's a question.
How do you know that?
That's a question proof. You can't prove something with a question. You need to go ahead and affirm the thing you're claiming. Affirm it. Have you affirmed that the Earth is a globe? No. You said you saw something that was curving, but you didn't measure it. And a question proof is not going to be evidence of anything, except for you trying to make it sound like you're asking me something to prove to you, which I'm not going to do.
Hey, just a second. I posted in the chat a video. He's on the shore of the water of the English Channel, and he zooms across the Dover. So get wrecked.
Yep. Earth's not a globe, Henry. Now what? You eating a big bowl of crow, are you? Yeah. Don't taste good, does it?
And who fucking
No, I'm just looking. I was just about to look at the video.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It debunked you already. You're debunked. That video is debunking what you said. I can't see to the other end because the Earth is in the way. Whoops. They're seeing to the other end. Looks like the Earth isn't in the way anymore. You're debunked.
Black Swan.
Debunked. Big old bowl of crow, huh? Somebody's got to hand you a big spoon so you can shovel it in.
Plus, you didn't see it. Isn't that anecdotal? They did. It's kind of a black swan right there.
That's all that anyone needs to prove to him is somebody saw it, and that's evidence. The thumbnail's freaking evidence, dude. Like, you don't even need to click the video. The thumbnail shows you.
Yeah, but click the video so you can see he's on the seashore because, he filmed it. Standing in the rocks.
Yeah, I've just looked at it. It's zoomed across from France to the cliffs of Dover.
Yeah, but you said it couldn't be seen. Yeah?
It can if you use it. It can if you use a telescope.
You can. Listen to the mental contortions that are occurring, man. You can. Where before
can you zoom?
You can.
Can you zoom through the curve?
Apparently, with this guy, all of a sudden you can see to the end of it. What a miracle! All you need is a camera to look around the curve, because that's what cameras do, right? They look around the curve. There's no way out, Henry the Brit. Your own words were your undoing, bro. You should have just been honest from the beginning. Doesn't feel good, does it? You know, to be a liar.
Doesn't bother me.
I know.
You know, because you're in here because you're a triggered freaking atheist and think flat earth has to do something with the Bible. And just because some priest touched your no stop fucking 3 decades ago, you're still trying to get even.
Not gonna work in this room, bud.
But you evaded my question deliberately.
Evaded.
Which one? The one that you're made up bullshit about flying in a straight line, ending up back in the same place, something that no one's ever done?
No. If Earth is flat, is it finite or infinite? Has anyone
That's a
ever
false
been to the edge?
dichotomy.
And,
That's a false
and
dichotomy.
Is it? Well, it's got to have. It's infinity then? It stretches everywhere.
Finite. They're not. Look, they're not opposites. Finite, infinite is the act of counting. Something where you can count and there'll always be a number afterwards.
Exactly.
Well, finite is a noun. It's not a verb. So
doesn't matter whether it's a verb or a noun.
Well, they can't be dichotomies. It can't be finite versus infinite. A verb can't be the opposite of a noun.
Has anyone ever measured? Has anyone ever measured flat Earth? How wide is it? How long is it?
Yeah,
it's not necessary.
Isn't it? Why isn't it necessary? The Earth is reckoned to be 24,000 miles in circumference. We've measured it.
Yeah, that's a cool story, dude. No one measured that. Who measured that with what device? Who measured that with what device, dude?
Trigonometry.
Tape measure?
Trigonometry.
They measured it with trigonometry. What are those, like, can I get one in wood? Are they, like, in steel? Like, what are they made out of? Fuck it. I want to measure something with trigonometry.
Yeah, can we all do that? How do you do that, Henry the Brit? Walk us through the method.
What do you need 3 of to make a triangle?
What a tangled web you're weaving, dude.
Yeah, but you still haven't answered my question, even though I can't answer mine.
You still haven't. That's what he defers back to it every single time. Well, you still haven't answered my question.
Look, hey, listen. Let me ask you a question, Henry. Is the Earth being flat or not independent of knowing its distance, how big it is, or how? Are these like different propositions?
Yes, they are different propositions.
Okay, then what's one have to do with the other? Nothing, right? So the Earth can be flat and we cannot know how big it is, right?
Yeah, but somebody surely has measured it.
Yeah, surely.
There are such things as tape measures.
Stop calling us
rulers.
Yeah. So let me get this. So I just want to get this straight. Flat earthers have not measured the sides of the Earth, therefore the Earth's the globe.
Well, that's a problem.
Is that where the shit you're trying to spin, bro?
No. What I'm saying is
relevant questions.
Because if they've measured the size of flat Earth, they know how wide it is, how long it is.
And then what?
That has a lot to do with the flat.
Well, that gives a basis for factuality.
No, it doesn't.
A basis for factuality. In what way? Explain it to us. Explain it to us how we get flat or curved from knowing the size.
Because once you know the size, you know the area.
And then what?
Not the cap. Well, then you know.
How does that tell you the profile?
Because no, that doesn't prove it's round. It proves it's flat.
How does that tell you the profile? How does that tell you what the profile is? We're concerned with the profile.
That only works if it's round, Henry.
You'll only know,
dude.
You'll only know the profile until you've measured the flat Earth. How wide is it? How long it is?
Yeah, dude, this is a classic burden of proof.
You can know the profile of something without knowing the dimensions of it.
It's a classic burden of proof.
Exactly. That's why you have to measure the width and depth of flat Earth.
No, I said you can. No, we can know, dude. You're dense. You're wrong, and you're just talking nonsense.
Henry, if it's measured round, you can measure the diameter and radius and all that. If it's measured flat, then you can't measure an end. That. You can't.
So I was asking before, because it's a classic burden of proof reversal. You haven't answered my question. And he just keeps deferring back to that. But if he was to answer the question of how it's been measured as a globe, then perhaps he could move forward, but he hasn't done that. But you haven't answered my question again.
They've flown round. They've flown.
They've flown around.
Okay, Henry. Let's say the Earth is. Oh, I'm muting. So let's say the Earth is 12,000 by 12,000 kilometers. Does that prove it's flat?
If you measured it, yes.
How would that prove it's flat?
Because you've measured it.
Yeah, I know the length and the width. How does that tell me if it's flat?
Well, if it wasn't flat, you couldn't have measured it.
Okay, do only flat things have length and width?
Flat things have a dimension.
Do only flat things... listen carefully. Do only flat things have length and width?
No, there are circles. They have diameters.
What if I make a bridge, an arched bridge? It has a length and a width, right? But it's not flat. Right?
No, it follows the curve. It's the same height all the way.
Yeah, so I know the length and the width, but it's not flat. The length and the width doesn't tell me anything about the profile. Nothing. You know this is bullshit, dude.
But if you stand away from the side of it and look at it sideways from length to length.
Sideways.
Yeah, you go do that, bro. You go fucking... I'm looking at you sideways right now and fucking the ban button.
He already said if the bridge was arced. And now he's saying if you stand sideways, it's arced.
Yeah, you got.
Yeah, we said that.
Hey, could we jump up on the bridge with like something and without knowing at all its length and width, could we tell if it was arced or flat? Yeah, we can, yes. Henry. Yeah. So why do we need to know the length and width when we can tell if it's flat or fucking arced without knowing that?
Because you need someone to stand at the other end, and depending on how much the other person you can see, tells you whether the bridge is flat or curved. If you can see their feet,
is that how you would do it?
It's curved.
Is that how they do it in construction? They look at the other end and say, "Oh, we don't know if this bridge is flat or curved. Stand at the other end." Is that what they do?
Hey, Bob, go to the other end over there. Like,
that's
over there.
Possible.
Yeah, but that's not what they do.
They don't measure that way. You fucking idiot. You are such a dumbass, dude.
I don't think he's dumb. I think you're just a fucking pathetic sophist. And if anybody's listening to this shit, you're going backwards. You're not convincing them of anything about flat earthers, dude.
Well, he's trying.
Which is your plan, right? To come in here and convince everybody, oh, these flat earthers, they can't say anything. They can't answer questions. This is a shtick, dude. But you're going backwards because your stick is lame.
Henry, have you ever stood on the other side of a dummy stick while someone was surveying with the transit?
That's what they do. That's the guy that you have to look at to know if it's curved. The dummy at the other end.
But you haven't answered my question.
No, but the point is, I don't come in here to take the mickey out of you. I risk you believe what you believe, and I respect that. I respect that.
That's again no bullshit, dude. That's the gimmick. Where you come in here and saying, "Well, you guys can believe whatever you want to believe." That's the gimmick. But you're giving an impression to the audience. You're giving an impression to the audience. You're giving an impression. No, you're not doing it now. Respect.
No, you're not respecting us because you know you're making red herring arguments. You know you are.
No, I'm raising an argument.
No, you're not. You're making it.
I'm raising reasoned arguments.
You're poisoning the well. You're poisoning
questions
the well.
Are not arguments.
You're poisoning the well, dude. Every time you say, "But you guys have a belief," you're poisoning the well. We don't have a belief. We said that many times over to you, but you still keep saying that as if it's true. So by repetition,
but you believe the Earth is flat.
By repetition,
what makes you think that's a belief, bro?
You see. You're doing it again.
Well, if it's not a belief, what is it?
Knowledge.
If it's not a belief, what is it?
I fucking told you.
Knowledge.
Well, knowledge is a belief.
No,
You believe what you heard.
Oh god. Oh god. Knowledge is not a belief. That's why they're different words.
They're different words.
Yeah, and they're not synonyms either.
They're not synonyms.
But they depend on each other.
No. When you're talking about a topic, you could use the word knowledge or belief, but they're not synonymous. They don't mean the same thing. Belief is, tell us, Alpha. What does belief mean?
Acceptance without evidence. Which is what you have, Henry.
Very true.
No shit. And that ain't poisoning the well. That's fucking identifying what your position is. That's you all day. But as far as we go, we don't have a belief. So stop saying that shit.
Well, if you don't have a belief, why do you believe the Earth is flat?
Oh my God.
That's a belief. No, it's not a statement. It's a genuine question.
That statement was the most, I don't know. I mean, maybe Indio can define what that statement was, but.
Well, if you're not gay, then why are you gay?
Yeah.
Exactly. Loaded question. Exactly.
Fucking so stupid, bro. Knowledge, facts, information is skilled, acquired by a person through experience.
He's fucking sitting back laughing. It's funny to him. Fuck off, dude. I know people, and that's what you're fucking doing right now. You're laughing behind your fucking mic, dude. Playing your little whatever game you are with this fucking voice shit that you do.
No, I'm just asking questions.
Ah, fuck off.
Sipping on his brandy, patting his cat on his lap.
No, it's whiskey at the moment. Whiskey and soda and ginger.
Yeah.
You remember, like, what was that? Fucking Go Gadget Arms? Remember the evil guy? Like, he just had the cat that he had like the fucking...
Wasn't he like Dr.
Like, fucking metal hand?
Dr. Claw?
Dr. Claw,
yeah, Dr. Claw.
I'll get you, Gadget.
Gadget. Yeah, that's it. He's fucking sitting in there just freaking loud.
That was Dr. No with the metal hand.
No, that's
yeah, it was a parody of that. Yeah, would have been a send up of that.
Did Dr. No have a cat?
No.
No.
Fucking nobody coming in here with gimmicks get by fucking any one of us that have been doing this for a while. Henry the Brit.
He's been in here before, too. Do you think he'd know better?
That name is a fucking character, dude. It's the one you're playing right now. It's a character.
No, it means my name is Henry and I'm from Great Britain.
Sure. Like anybody needs that to be in their name to actually signify that they're from a specific country. We could hear somebody with a specific twang in their voice. You fucking numpty. We don't need it to be put on their fucking name unless they're trying to portray a character like you're doing. Like I've identified you being a long fucking time ago.
But that is the purpose of Discord, to pretend to be a different character if you look at it intensely.
Well then, Henry the Brit, it doesn't matter what
character with character. How about that?
It doesn't matter what character you portray. In every single iteration of whatever you try to do, you're going to be fucking shellacked when you come in here saying dumb shit like the way you've been doing.
Yeah, I accept that.
Exactly.
But that's the purpose of Discord, to be discordant and raise controversy and have converse with other people.
Fair
and
enough.
Get to know their views and accept their views, or try and argue against their views,
or try to play sophist mind.
Otherwise, because if you don't do that, why then are you in this flat Earth room if you're not prepared to defend it?
Okay, so now you're trying to go into a spiel as to like how it is. Let me tell you how it is, bud. You come in here with anything else but the truth, you're gonna get taken down every time.
That does not bother me.
The only thing that can go straight through here without anybody raising any eyebrows is somebody speaking truth. Once you start playing games or you start doing like your little sophist gimmick that you do, it's gonna get picked apart like we've done, and you and every other person like you.
Good.
It doesn't matter. We're ready for it.
Yeah, but that's the purpose of this room.
Yeah, no, it's not. You don't define the purpose of this room. We define it. You abide or don't.
I raise questions.
So yeah. So what?
But that's the purpose of
Nah, you're not going to tell us the
raise
purpose.
questions.
Yeah, the purpose is what we define the purpose to be, and you either get on board with that or fucking hit the bricks. We're defining the purpose, Henry the Brit, not you. You keep saying, well, the purpose of this room is what we define it to be. When us as flat earthers say what the purpose of the room is, then you come in here and you try to say, well, I'm going to define what the purpose. No, it's what we said it is, and that's it. Got it? Do you got it?
That's your view. Yes, that's your view.
All right. No, it's not my view. It's the view of the room.
Right, it's the view of the room. But therefore, everybody is a human being with independent thought.
Yeah, tell me something else that's a well duh. Fucking thanks to fucking Captain Obvious. No shit.
But there again, we've been talking for half an hour or so. If I wasn't in here, what would you have been talking about?
I'll be talking to Indio or talking to somebody else. We don't need your dumbass. Fucking skedaddle for the rest of like eternity. It would be this fucking machine is well oiled and will be doing just fine without you. We don't need you, Henry the Brit. You can fucking leave and never come back, dude. We execute judgment with precision without you. Thank you very much.
Good, I'm glad to hear it.
Well, you know what? I'm glad to tell you. Yeah? We all good over here? Your games don't work in this place, man. Your fucking levels below any of the people in here.
Definitely not Henry the Bright.
We've defined this room, dude. We've curated it. And it's taken some time. Painstakingly. Fucking people coming in and out playing games and shit. And we maintain.
Good.
Yeah. And you know what?
That's the way a room should be run.
Yeah, I know. We're the example.
Yeah, but the purpose of rooms is to have for discussion and argument.
God, shut up, dude. The purpose of this room is defined by the people that curated it. End of.
So you're not prepared to discuss other possibilities?
We're prepared to take this matter into whatever direction we want to. Yeah? If we want to shut this shit down, we'll shut it down. If we want to keep it going, we keep it going. You got it?
That shows a closed mind.
Yeah, but it shows whatever you think it shows. But you know what? When the Henry the Brit leaves, we got freaking Henry the Numpty come in afterwards. We got iterations and archetypes of people like you that come in here in droves. Yeah? Fucking, I'm telling you. You're just an afterthought, dude. When you leave here, we're the ones that stay. We fucking remain. You are like a ghost.
Ghosts are ethereal.
Yeah, nice segue.
But they're there to create controversy and discussion, which is the purpose of Discord.
Oh, shut up, dude. Yada, yada, yada. You got nothing else to say? That's productive, that's topic on the topic? Because you didn't do well with producing any evidence for the Earth as a globe. Fucking zero evidence. We've demonstrated that in spades.
So you haven't seen the photographs of NASA taken from the space shuttles?
Yeah, what is that going to do for you? What's that going to do for you? What is that going to do for you?
Shows the Earth is round.
It shows it is round. And what way can you compare those images to anything in the physical and natural world, Henry? Huh? Can you go to the cliffs of Dover and see the fucking globe like the way you do in those images?
No, because you're not high enough up.
No is the answer.
I agree.
So it doesn't represent anything in reality, so you can take it for just a cartoon. That's it. They're showing you cartoons. But your mind makes it real. So it's a belief, like I said, that you have. Which is acceptance without evidence. I mean, we've covered this. So what did images do for you in the end? Nothing. Anything else?
No.
I thought not. I'm having fun. See, you're playing my game. I'm not playing yours. See how this works now? Hopefully you're hip to the game because you're in this house, not in yours.
But
Yeah.
the point is, but the point is, I'm making you engage. You are engaging in conversation.
Dude. You keep saying that like that means anything.
So conversation doesn't mean anything then.
Your voice will dwindle soon, and then you'll leave. We will still be here. Henry the Forgotten.
True, you're 24 hours a day.
Yeah. We got
well,
people
I
manning
don't.
this place.
I need my sleep, so I.
Yeah, this room don't.
Well, when you go to sleep, somebody else takes over.
Yeah. And they do a hell of a job taking people like you down.
Good. Glad to hear it.
I'm glad to tell you. I'm just gonna deflate all. I'm gonna be like a vampire, sucking all that life out of you until you just fucking give up and just be like, you know what? Fuck it, I can't win. Then I'll be like, good. You don't have the endurance for this, Henry the Brit. I'm telling you, bro. We've been doing this for a long fucking time. No more globe evidence, huh? Okay, now we can talk amongst ourselves. All the energy has been spent. Henry the Brit is now thoroughly shellacked.
Do you think Trump is doing a good job?
Dude, we're not going to talk about that. Fucking, is APOC in here?
Well, you wanted to change the discussion?
Yeah, I'm going to change it, not you. No, dude, no, I haven't seen you in a minute. But have you been on Twitter?
I don't do Twitter.
Not talking to you, Henry the Forgotten.
Haven't been there for a while.
Yeah, I'm gonna start doing the live shows after I get settled in, but
nice.
I think Taylor has been speaking in the Land of Misfit Toys, as QE puts it. And, being exposed to those guys, I think she's trying to, argue a position. Have you heard how she's arguing? QE's making a kind of a thing that she's kind of messing things up. I haven't heard what she's saying, but
I haven't heard either. No, I haven't really sat back and listened to what she says.
And
yeah, go ahead.
I was
gonna say the last thing that I heard from her is she DM'd me the blueprints to Lake Pontchartrain, and she was asking me. She's like, "Can you help me out?" She wanted to know like where on the blueprints. Like exactly, like can you add up the theodolite readings and show no curve and stuff like that? So I just did a little brief explanation, like, well, this is the way it works, and then that was the last time I talked.
There was I think we've covered Soundly multiple times, at what he's done, because I think that's the argument, right? It stems from Soundly and the way they're using it. Do you go over there, APOC, to that?
I haven't been there. Well, I go there every now and then, but I haven't been there, and really sat in there, Usually I'll dip in, then I'll just listen for a little bit of what they're talking about, then I'll bounce, because they talk about a lot of other stuff.
Quite boring, I think, would be to be in there.
Is this Taylor chick we're talking about?
Yeah. She used to come into the Twitter space when we were doing them.
So what she's saying now that's off, or what's her view or whatever?
Well, that's what I was talking about. I think she's saying things that are because she came from. Well, if you look at her Twitter, it'll tell you what she does. But because she's from academia, I think QE's taken a special interest in what she's doing, how she's proposing these arguments, and I think she went full throttle on constructing her arguments. So she didn't really take time to because of course she's asking you to help her out. So I think there's a lot of information because we have been around this arena for a while, so we kind of know the nuance directions that these guys go with it.
Right.
So yeah, I mean, I don't know. That's why I'm saying I don't know what her latest arguments are like. Like, I think there was a debate she had with the person like not too long ago and that stuff.
I heard something about it, but I haven't heard. I didn't watch it. I didn't, nothing like that. So I don't know.
Why is she avoiding just coming on in here?
Well, because of QE.
Yeah, no shit. Yeah, I know.
You don't want to come in and like have a screaming match with. Well, we've even said it before. I think Indio has said it. It's like I think she would be agreeable, even though she disagrees. If she did come in here, she'll be like, yeah. But in your mind, you'd be like, yeah, she's only saying that just so she doesn't cause like a conflict in here. So it would be hard to kind of figure out if she really doesn't agree with, like the way we would have arguments put up. Because most of it has to deal with just like they put up this argument as in this is evidence of the Earth as a globe, like sound these images. And I mean, are they trying to figure out like, are they getting into the minutia of like, the distance and all? Like, are they trying to put some actual, measurements to it or something? I don't even know what they're doing. I think they're just honestly just arguing a non-point, but unless you guys have heard something different.
Dude, I don't know what happened, but I just went to her X page, and dude, she like blocked me. I'm like, what?
She blocked like now, right now?
I don't know when she did it, but I realized like I sent her a message, and I was gonna go send her a message on there, and I'm blocked. I'm like, dude, like, what the hell? She reached out to me. Why? I don't know why she's mad at me for it. I don't know.
We're all in this group, and this is the group that.
Did she block you from X as well?
I haven't checked, but I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah, maybe she blocked people that are Maybe she blocked people that are part of this circle.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Maybe she's blocked everyone. Maybe she's sick of getting DMs.
I never DM'd her.
Yeah, APOC wasn't that guy. He wasn't.
Maybe she didn't like you being errand boy for QA the other day.
Yeah, maybe that was the case though. That's what I think.
Yeah, and I did just tell her like, "Hey, QE said to listen in." That was it though. Like,
but she didn't want to hear that noise.
I guess so.
If she's not in the politics server, she's not going to be able to talk. So you invite her to the main server.
That's where QE is going to be.
Yeah, she's not such a strong, empowering whammon.
This is a presentation right here. Kiwi Buzz. This is he put it in the text chat, so if you guys can see it.
Oh.
Shane St. Pierre, I think, was it on his stream? Let me see.
I think it was on TikTok and he streamed it.
Has QE seen this video? I wonder. Abiogenesis, Indio, if you're there, do you think that would be a topic of a debate discussion? I don't even know if that's like a realm that anybody would set foot in, as far as.
I mean, the hardcore, the people I'm talking about.
Yeah.
They won't debate that because they know they'll lose. They'll say, well, evolution hasn't figured that part out, so.
Yeah. And this is my extent of DMs that I had with her on X, so I don't know what I said wrong. One time I just said, hey, you dropped. You don't want to talk after all. That was it. Because she had requested to speak. But that's her profile or whatever.
Like, how would abiogenesis even be defensible? It's not.
Well,
Dude.
You get
rocks
what I mean?
to people, dude. Like, how do you go from rocks to people?
Is she a really complicated rock? Is that what it is?
Yeah, probably.
Is she defending that position?
No. She's
Against it.
Basically saying, yeah, it's impossible.
Creation.
I've seen all James Torch stuff, and he's like the most cited chemist, and he was voted by like the American Chemical Society or Society of Chemists as like the most 3 influential chemists of the last century. And he has a 11-hour series on how abiogenesis is possible. I've watched the whole thing. I could debate the topic. It's like even people that study in the field can't defend it, and will have to admit that we haven't got it figured out.
So when they say that, don't you think that undermines their complete argument?
I would say so.
Well, yeah, from your estimation, you think, I mean, because you've heard it more from an academic standpoint, so you could be like, yeah.
Well, their main problem is this. Chemical reactions they need. They try to say, well, it just took a really long time. They don't have enough time. Like there isn't, according if you believe like the 90 billion year since the Big Bang or 40 billion years, whatever it is, it could be 1 trillion years. There ain't enough time because the chemicals they need, they break down with time, right?
Entropy.
Like if you the molecules and the chemicals that they need break down with time, right? So not like you need a certain chemical to form. Like say you wanted to make like a lipid or a peptide or whatever. A lipid is like so on a cell you have a membrane that the wall of the cell is a lipid. It's a bilipid layer, right? So it actually will let chemicals pass through the layer in either direction. Some it'll let, others it won't, right? So it's selective. Those break down at a period of time. RNA breaks down like so fast, like in a matter of hours. So even if you had some miracle that had RNA form, you got to use it in a couple hours, and then you would only have one thing, right? Where's the rest of it, right? Like it's just not even like possible. And then when you get into all the molecule, all the like the enzymes and proteins in life are right-handed, right? They're chiral molecules, so they're right-handed. So the molecule geometrically has a handedness to it. Well, when you're doing a random chemical reaction, you're going to get 50% right hand, 50% left hand. The only reason it's like it can be right-handed is because we have enzymes that make the proteins right-handed already. Well, where did they get the enzymes? Because you need life. Only life makes the enzymes to make chemical reaction right-handed proteins. Like it's just impossible. There's like no way they can do it, right?
Are you talking about like a chicken and egg scenario? Like where did
yeah,
that come from? Because they can't have it if it wasn't there wasn't something there already to produce.
The only way we know that these things are produced is from life. Like so, like the things they need to happen need life to make them happen in the first place.
It didn't come from dead matter.
Yeah, exactly. Because in a random process, like I said, you would have 50% left-handed. 50% right-handed. So when you did the next step of the chemical reaction, that chemical reaction would bind to the wrong fucking molecule, right? And then you don't have the concentration you need, because like in chemistry, you need the right concentrations at the right temperature, under the right pressure, right? In the right mix. Like you need everything to happen at the right time. And enzymes are like, they make it all happen. Right,
and you're talking about consistency, right? It wouldn't hold consistency over time. It would.
Oh yeah, and then even if you had some, like you got lucky, super lucky, right? And then you had a fucking teaspoon of that shit, right? Teaspoon of all the constituent parts of fucking life. Yeah, you got like a fucking hour, dude.
Yeah, to get it going, crank that bitch up and get it up to
And then even if you have like, say you have half of them, right? And it's a good quantity. Well, where's the other half? On the other side, across the Atlantic Ocean? Like fucking
There's nothing that can.
And I just gave like a couple problems. There's way more problems than that. Like I told you, it's an 11-hour video of him going through all the chemistry of why it can't be possible. And there's like so many reasons. Even if one reason fails, you have no life. And there's like 200 reasons. Like,
yeah. It's like you don't want to spend that much time on somebody being that wrong. I think is what I'm hearing, right? Like, why go into a topic when somebody's so wrong? Like, if you're just going to be telling them how wrong they are, it's just...
Well, that's why the evolutionists that debate the topic, they won't debate abiogenesis because it's indefensible.
Just showing them how wrong their proposition is.
Yeah, it's all completely speculative and just like it's indefensible. Because like I said, in chemistry, you need things in the right concentrations. But this is beyond that, right? Not only is it the right concentrations, you need very particular molecules and like you need to do reactions that can't happen, right? So you need to do the chemical reaction in water when under normal circumstances it can't happen in water. But we have enzymes that help it happen in water, but there's no way to do it without that unless you
had it already.
Yeah, you have to you'd have to engineer the molecule, right? To have so what they'll do is, I'm going to use just describe it in layman's terms. Like say I have a molecule and I want the molecule to have a chemical reaction with some other molecule, but there's a bunch of other shit in there. It doesn't know which one I want it to bind to. So what they'll do is they'll make another molecule and they'll cap it, right? Like with a fucking hydrogen molecule, so that only the right molecule that I want will react with it. The thing is, in life, enzymes direct this, right? So enzymes specifically, if you have a protein, there's an enzyme that helps create that protein. It guides the chemical process along to create that protein. Every step of the way. There's an enzyme for step 1, there's an enzyme for step 2, there's an enzyme for step 3, and it's guided the entire way through all these enzymes. We don't know how to make the enzymes, much less the proteins. We don't know how to make any of it.
Yeah.
We don't know how to make the sugars, the carbohydrates, the lipids, the proteins. We don't know how to make any of it.
But you're saying the issue, right? I mean, if we're going to get into this topic with these guys, and
I mean, in a lab, if you had a chemist and you said, "Hey, dude, here's all the shit, all the raw material. Make lipids from fucking scratch," they couldn't do it.
So
they would have to buy it in a lab, and it would have been made from a biological process, right? There'd be a biological source that they would get those lipids from, which are just fatty acids, right? So they would buy it from or carbohydrates or fucking certain types of sugars, right? We have we use a lot of these sugars they have a ribose as in the center, right? So it's like a 6-sided sugar molecule, but the fucking thing binds to anything. So even making that is nearly impossible. It's fucking it's just like an impossible problem, man.
Yeah. So you're saying,
and they know, put it this way, it's one of these things that the more they know, the less they know. Every time they discover something new, they discover that there's 6 more things that they don't know.
It's a bigger mystery than just answering. It's not answering the question, it's giving them more questions.
Exactly. So every question they answer, they end up with 6 more questions. It's a weird case of the more you learn, the less you know, which is fucked up, dude. Usually it don't work that way, right? You learn something and now you know more. In this case, you learn something and now you know less.
It's kind of like the practical example to this would be like Henry the Brit in this conversation. He thought he knew more, but he just he knows less now than he did when he first came in.
Yeah.
I took a jab at him. But yeah, I know what you mean. I didn't know because I know it was a train wreck. I just didn't know how bad of a train wreck. And you're like, dude, It's like if you got all the trains on
bad.
Earth and you slammed them into each other at the same time. Like, like it's so bad. Like, so
yeah, I mean, their argument, like, you know, even with evolution, their argument is, oh, it's just like, just takes a long time. If you wait a long enough time, like, their God of the gaps is time, right? We say, the creator did it. It was directed, you know.
They said time did it.
They just say time did it, and there's just like probability, just a random chance. It was eventually going to happen no matter what, because if you wait long enough, right, you know, the 100 monkeys, if you have 100 monkeys pounding on a typewriter, eventually they're going to type the Gutenberg Bible, right? So, like, no, they won't, but...
yeah, they won't do that.
What happens if they get to the end and they miss one letter, right? We almost fucking typed it, dude. We almost typed the Gutenberg.
They run out.
Gotta start over. Especially when you don't know what you're trying to type, right?
Yeah.
Life has, like, random chemical processes. They don't have a motivation, right? They're not trying to get to any target.
These,
you know what I mean? It's not like the monkeys of the Gutenberg Bible. If it's a truly random process, they almost got there, but they missed one letter. Well, when they start over, they're not going to go, oh, we were almost there. We're going to do the exact same thing and add that right letter. No, they're going to start over. It's going to be gibberish again. They're going to be back at gibberish.
So, like, Indio, would you say that the complex structures, like at the cellular level, they have, now I don't know how else to word this, that when you've seen them, right? Because you've been through college and that, when you've seen them, would you say that it almost looks like they have an intent with the design, like they do things with a purpose? You know what I'm saying? Like they
it's
assimilate.
a machine. It's a fucking machine, dude.
But how do
it's
they
the only
know
way
what
I
to
can
do?
describe it. It's like
how do these
the most
structures
ridiculously
know what to do?
complex machine you could ever imagine times a gazillion, dude. Like,
because you have to input information into the specific thing to make it do what you want it to, so that it can achieve the goal. But if it doesn't have that information, how does it get there? You know what I mean? Like, is it like through some form of like code that it's working off of? Like, because that's
check
the only
this
way
out.
You get what I mean?
So check this out. Okay, there's an enzyme, and what it does is it unzips your DNA when you when the cell replicates. It's going to become another cell, and it unzips your DNA, right? So there's two halves, right? So you got your chromosome, and it'll unzip the DNA, right? So you got like the string. So say you got the X, right? So like you've seen DNA, right? It's like a spiral. So it'll unzip it, right? So now it has two halves. It'll replicate, it'll copy one strand. The other side that is zipped on the other half of the zipper, it does it backwards. Think about that for a second, dude. It copies it fucking backwards as it's unzipping it, dude. One side gets copied backwards, one side gets copied forward, and then it gets stitched back together.
Yeah, but
and then
giving it the
to do this, right? Dude, it's way beyond that, dude. I only gave you like a little bit, which is crazy. So those little molecular machines that do that, they might be on the other side of the cell. Your cell will make a scaffold, a little cellular scaffold across the interior of the cell, and it'll make these other molecules, which are walkers, which will pick the enzyme up and carry it like a fucking walking on this scaffold across the cell to the other side to drop it off at the right place. Dude, it's like a little fucking dude. It's so crazy, man.
You seen this?
I seen someone made an animation of it.
Wait a minute. Are you saying we didn't evolve from fecal matter soup?
No, certainly not. That would have to be the smartest fecal matter soup that ever existed.
It sounds like what Glober's eating here when they ran out of their tricks. There's some fecal matter soup for you, hot and ready. But I'm trying to figure out too, because like you've seen this, Indio, and it's like, how could you, even on that specific, like if you were to just take what you just said right now and give it to these like bankrupt, individuals who have this atheist mindset, how can you advocate for like nothing created everything. When you see this occurring, like what are those things happening on the molecular level that looks like, of people working to make something? Like that's so intense, bro. Because we don't see that like right now. We're not our eyes don't perceive that. But if you can get down to microscopic levels, dude, you would see this like occurring, like right now. Like, why doesn't that blow people's minds, dude? Like, that would be like, fucking, how can you say that it's not intelligent design? What's giving those things the ability to do that?
Yeah, and I was just talking about the cell, man. And I was just talking about the cell. Just for, like, say you have a liver cell. How does it know it's a liver cell? Well, it talks to all the other cells around it and say, what kind of cell are you?
Oh, man.
And it goes, what kind of cell are you? And they talk to each other by passing chemicals to the lipid bilayers so they can do cellular differentiating and telling each other what cell they're supposed to be.
Oh, man. So all of this is occurring on
simultaneously, trillions of cells. And then all your cells, like every cell in your body, didn't exist like 5 months ago. All those cells are gone and we're all replaced. And
they're still being like, it's just, you're saying it's an ongoing process throughout the course of your life.
Yeah, and like all those cells, you like went to fucking Wendy's and got a burger and some fucking fries, dude, and somehow your body took that, broke it down into its discrete fucking molecules, and reformed them into your fucking body, your cells that are talking to each other. Like,
discarded things that it didn't.
The complexity is just absurd, dude. Like,
I think that needs to be discussed in the form that you're doing it now. Like, if this topic was ever get brought up in here, like as an argument, which I would hate for the recipient of that to be some kind of staunch atheist, but if it was, right, and they were to take the position, then they would have a lot of explaining to do, Lucy. Like, because how are you going to describe all of those specific things?
Earth is round.
At that level of functioning, dude. Like, I couldn't see it.
Yeah, we got a TV too.
Earth is round.
Yeah, I know. I mean, but they have invincible ignorance. They have their conclusion. There is no guiding. Like, there's nothing that's gonna.
Yeah.
No matter how there's no level of complexity that they're not gonna explain away with. Well, time did it.
Yeah, but they have a will. Those things have a will to do something. They're choosing. Well, we're not gonna do this. We're not gonna do that. So they have some sort of like, intelligent, capacity. They're moving in a organized way.
Yeah.
How the hell are you going to explain that without being instructed by something that gave it those instructions to do so? Like, something gave it that motivation.
And that's the elephant in the room. Where's that information held?
Holy smokes.
Where is the instructions? It's not in the DNA, dude. It's definitely not in the DNA. 100%. People think it is, and everybody talks about it like it is. Oh, it's in your genes. No, it's not in your genes. They know for a fact it's not in your genes, bro.
Tell me what you got. What do you got in your mind, dude? Because I haven't heard it. I haven't heard this take. I always heard.
Well, because they can change. They can change the body. So they'll take something. It's called a planaria worm that will replicate. So if you cut it in half, the head will grow a tail, and you'll have another worm. These are basically immortal worms.
They never die.
You can cut them. You can cut it into like 250 pieces. Each piece will grow into a worm.
So what makes you guys think that Earth is flat?
Nah, this is a tryhard, by the way. If you engage with him, it'll be.
Well, give me 1 second. I'll answer your question. Well, how flat it is, that's what makes me think that. Anyway.
Very fun.
What makes you think how flat it is? Like, that's why. Is that a good reason?
That's not a good reason, bro.
So if it looks flat, it's a good reason to think it's round?
Well, there's many things that can look.
Yeah, I didn't think you'd answer that question. Yeah, that's cool. But looking flat is not an indicator of it being round.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
Yeah, exactly. Game over. See, that's checkmate. Fucking.
And
turn your king upside down, dude, and just tap it on the board.
Yeah,
same goes for you, bro. They're literally the same thing.
No, it's not the same thing. He just exposed you, dude.
Now, if you could say, well, the Earth looks round, that's not an indication that it's flat, then it would be the same thing. But you can't do that. All you can say is go sit on your couch, turn on the fucking idiot box, and go ooh, pictures.
Hey, Indo, bro, you're looking at your perspective. You have
Keep
to be
putting more
looking at the
Cheeto
bigger
dust on your
picture.
shirt.
Zoom out, bro.
Okay, I'll go into your perspective. Where did you? I still don't see the Earth as a globe, even from your perspective.
Bro, you don't have to see it, bro.
What do you got to do then?
You can't see it, bro. You have a
There you
spaceship.
go. You can't see it.
Do you got to feel it?
You have a
can't see
spaceship,
it.
bro.
There
What
it
makes
is.
you think a spaceship would let you see it?
A
Do
spaceship.
you have a spaceship? I asked.
No, I don't. Why would I need one?
Well, then you can't look at the bigger picture, bro. So you can only look by your perspective.
Really?
Yeah.
Have you been on a spaceship?
How do you know a spaceship? Okay, whose perspective will I have with a spaceship? Somebody else's?
I said, do you have a spaceship? Yes or no?
Yeah, and you said I only have my perspective.
You
right?
didn't answer
That implies that being in a spaceship, I'm not going to have my perspective anymore. I'm going to have somebody
When
else's.
you go up 100,000 feet, bro, only 100,000 feet, you will see the curvature of the Earth, bro.
Have you done
Okay,
this?
Please.
Okay, why do you think that?
I don't have to do it.
Why do you? I'm going to ask. Why do you think that? Why do you think that? That's the case.
That is the case, bro. What do you mean?
Why do you? You're not telling me why you think that, though.
Bro, you can literally send up your phone right now.
You're not telling me why you think that.
It's already have been done by many people, bro. This is why
Oh, really? 100,000 feet. You can see curve.
This is almost, bro. This is it's not like exact number, bro. It's estimated.
So what is the exact number?
I said almost between 100,000 feet. You're gonna see the curvature of the Earth, bro.
Yeah, you just believe. All you're doing is telling me what you believe to be true.
You can search it up yourself, bro. Search it up yourself. You will see.
I have searched it up.
Okay, then what does it say?
Well, it says that not even 250 miles is high enough, bro.
Bro, I think that's a lie, bro. There have literally been
Oh, that's a lie?
experiments
So
with
I'm
their
going to post a quote in the chat from a dude that's a planetarium director. Okay, I'll post the
me
quote.
what you have read, bro. Post from me. I'm gonna check it for myself.
Okay.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
No, you're not, because you don't care. There's really nothing we could say to you. You're a zealot.
I care, bro. I care. If I didn't care, I wouldn't talk to you.
You don't care. You don't care.
Why did I get in here, guys? Why did I get in here then?
Because you're an attention-seeking whore. That's why.
I'm not a troll, bro. I'm not a troll. I'm just trying to understand your perspective.
Attention-seeking whore, dude. You just want everybody look at me. It's me now.
Nah, bro. I'm just asking how you guys think, bro. That's why I ask.
You said you're a flat earther the other day. You wouldn't have been lying, would you?
Nah, I was just kidding, bro. You actually think that?
We
Look
don't
at the
know.
chat.
If you say
Mr. Lame.
something, we wouldn't know if you're kidding or not.
Hey, who are you calling Mr. Lame, bro? It's Mr. Frank.
You, loser. Look at the chat.
Mr. Lame.
Let's see. Let me read, bro.
So this is the guy who that quote's from. This is a presentation that he gave at a planetarium that was recorded. You see that white circle?
I see it, bro.
Yeah, so this is a scale model of what the Earth would be. The white circle is the entire view from what would be the ISS.
Hey, bro, this is not what
So how would you see curve from that little circle, dude?
Bro, I can tell you one thing, bro. I have a cousin that have done this test with his phone, bro. With his phone, bro, and he literally saw curvature. We literally saw curvature in the footage, bro. So what are you talking about?
Yeah, trust me, bro. Source, trust me, bro.
What kind of phone?
Bro, you
what
can
kind
believe
of camera does your phone
what you
have?
want, bro. You can believe
What kind of camera does your phone have? What kind of camera does your phone have?
Where do you want the balloon from?
He used an iPhone 11, bro. iPhone 11, exact phone.
iPhone 11.
So an iPhone 11 will work in negative 50 degrees centigrade?
What do you mean 15 degrees centigrade, bro?
Negative 50. That's the temperature at 120,000 feet. The temperature at 120,000 feet is negative 50.
Bro, it was inside this thing, a balloon. What do you call it in English? You know those
Yeah,
balloons
you're gonna make shit up now.
That goes up, bro.
Making it up.
I don't know what it's called in English, bro.
I think it's called fucking hip waders.
Bro, there's balloons that goes up like 100,000 feet almost. I don't know why.
Yeah, you should have been more prepared with your shit, dude. Coming in here. Oh, what do you call it?
Nah, bro. It's language barrier, bro.
My evidence is something I don't know what it is. What?
It was a spaceship.
Nah, I think you guys
now it's a no me speaking English.
Yeah. No sabe.
Why do they own?
Oh, is it the spaceship? Is it a balloon? Is it an airplane? Do I have to like stand on top of a cliff?
He needs to come in here with this shit all lined. His ducks aren't in a row. He fucking didn't cross his T's or dot his I's, and he's in here fucking like, yapping.
I'm gonna help you in your quest. I'm gonna help you right now.
Fuck.
When you Globers come in here like this,
Globers, bro. So you're calling
you're hurting yourself. You're hurting your cause because people listen to your weak ass bullshit.
It's not
and
only
if
me,
they're
bro.
on
It's
the
like 8 billion
fence.
people.
Yeah, well, you're not convincing anybody, dude.
Hey, I have a question for you. What's the majority think? Do they think the Earth is
Who
flat
cares?
or round?
Who cares?
Is the majority of people in the world? Listen, the majority of people in the world believe in God. Does that mean God exists?
Maybe he does exist then. Who knows, bro?
But does it because there's a majority? Is that the reason?
No, that's not the reason. But that was not
Okay,
my
then shut the fuck up. Then who cares how many people believe the Earth's a
He
globe?
just ended his point. That was
Then who cares if the Earth is a million people believe the Earth's a globe? Who cares? Doesn't determine the truth.
But there is maybe a reason for that. Maybe if you think about it, bro.
Maybe.
Why everybody is like you, dude? Look, everybody is like you. They don't fucking know anything. They're like you.
I got another question for you then, bro. Why would they lie about the Earth being a globe?
Oh my god.
Because they hate you.
Yeah.
No, give me.
No,
a real,
that is a reason. They hate you specifically. Just you.
Your mum and dad lied too.
So they hate like almost all the.
No, they hate you. I didn't say everybody else. Just you.
Everyone believes that the Earth is a globe, bro. So what are you?
Who cares, dude? We already debunked that, dude.
Then they hate everyone, bro. Then they hate everyone. If you say just me, bro. Why you say just me? Then they hate everyone in the Earth, bro.
Look.
Almost everyone, like 95%
Why?
or something.
If we knew why they lie, would that prove the Earth is flat?
I'm asking you, why do you?
Yeah, I'm asking you. What's the point of this question?
My point for this question is why you think they are lying, bro. Give me a good reason.
I don't even know who they is. That's your idea. That's not my idea.
I muted him, dude. Just
I'd rather go back to the fucking cell shit because this is fucking.
You were on a roll, dude. I wanted to know a little bit more. Where, I guess at the point where you were describing the planaria worm.
Oh yeah.
Right.
So what they did was, they didn't know what was called, how they knew how to grow back like the head or the tail, right? How does the fucking worm know how does its body know how to grow shit back? So what they did is they cut the worm in half and they put a plate, like a plate that'll measure like any type of voltage or current above it. They put the worm on there. And what they found out is that where the head would be, they would detect a voltage, even though there's no head there. So the worm was like emitting some sort of current or voltage away from its body, and its body would grow towards that. So they got this template of the head, basically, an electrical template, and they're like, okay, what we're going to do, we're going to cut a worm in half, and we're going to alter this electrical template, and we're going to make two heads. Let's see if the worm grows back with two heads. Well, guess what? Grew back with two heads.
Wait, for real?
Is this?
Yeah,
is
for
this
real,
true,
dude.
Leo?
Yes, this is for real. I'll link this shit up, dude.
I thought it was a myth that worms grow back.
No, this is it's a planetary. It's like a tapeworm or something.
They were just
right, okay.
A tape type, like a flatworm. That's what they are, flatworms.
Flatworm.
Yeah. So, like, okay, see if we can fucking get it to grow two heads and no tail.
Flat wins again.
Two heads, no tail. Let's see if we can get it to grow three fucking heads. Okay, grows three heads. Then they take it, right? Now, there's no genetic mutation. There's no changes. It hasn't reproduced or anything. So they take this three-headed fucking worm, and they fucking cut it in half. Does it grow back as a regular worm? No. That information, whatever it did, grows back as a three fucking headed worm. All the pieces keep growing back as three-headed worms.
And then the information.
Yeah, somewhere. It can't be in the genetics. It's the same worm.
Yeah, but like, where in the body is that stored of the planetary worm?
That's the question.
You could cut off one of the heads.
They never figured out. Like, I'm not saying they figured it out. I'm just saying that this experiment demonstrates that the body form information can't be in the DNA because these worms all have the same DNA.
But was it replicating its exact self or a different version of itself?
After it got the worm to regenerate a different body form, and then they just cut it in half and didn't do anything to it. And then when it regrew as the body form that it was previously, even though that body form was completely altered by using this electrical method of having it grow fucking 2 heads.
This is so fucking intense, dude. Like,
dude, it's fucking crazy. Then they took one of these 3-headed worms, cut that in half after they did the thing. Hey, it keeps growing back, and they like, can we make it go back? Yeah, they did. They made it go back to like a fucking regular worm, dude. Cut the piece, lay the template for fucking the 1-headed worm, and boom, grows back as a regular fucking worm.
What?
Yeah, dude.
You're doing all this with electricity, yeah?
Yeah, like think about like they got like a mat that it's on, right? And it's got like electrical wires in it, and because like an array of wires, they can shape the electrical current that's under the worm as it's regrowing back its body parts.
What gives it the ability to regrow something like that? Like, it sounds like...
That's kind of like what they started researching, and then it just became fucking weird on them. You know what I mean? They were like, that's what they were trying to figure out is like, how come some animals have regenerative capabilities and others don't? So another thing they did is they took a frog and something called an axolotl, which is a salamander, right? And they regrow shit. And they took the egg, right? And they just they took the nucleus, and they basically made a chimera of fucking cells inside of it, and had half axolotl cells and half fucking frog cells to see if they could get the frog to grow back fucking limbs and shit, which ended up fucking happening. But that actually gets kind of fucking weird because I don't want to get into that because like depending on how many the cell ratio and a bunch of different shit, it would like that one was just kind of weird, and I don't like the chimera thing. I think that's fucking. They shouldn't be fucking with that.
Well, it's kind of funny that you mentioned that, Indio, because when I was talking to AI, it was referring back to the the fallen that were messing around with this type of information, because they knew that this was happening with like certain animals could do this, microorganisms and things like that. Like they would, this type of the information that they were, I guess giving to the people. So
yeah,
that I don't know if you Book of Enoch talks about it, but I don't know. It's just it's fascinating to me because I see it, and it's something that happens in nature. So, not only that, but I was gonna tell you if you've seen it or not. There's something also that has intelligence that doesn't have any, eyeballs, brain.
Well, this guy, it's good for me to bring up that this guy actually also does research into artificial intelligence.
Really? Oh,
because of what he's discovered. Because basically what he thinks, his hypothesis is, the entire body is a giant neural network. It's not just the brain.
Yeah.
Right? Your brain just happens to be very specialized for a task. Yeah. But your body is actually like a giant fucking neural network.
Well,
it doesn't have like the dendrites and shit that connect all the cells together. It's just connected in a different way. But it functions.
What about all the other sayings? What about all the other sayings like I can feel it in my kidneys?
Yeah,
like you're sensing something going to happen or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, I get.
And you scratch one part of your body and you get an itch in another part of your body. It's weird.
I heard that the heart was also like a brain. Did you know that? Have you heard about that?
Yeah. Oh, there was another experiment he did. What was it? So it was like some type of tissue I think it was like a not a heart valve, but like some vessel that's in a organism that will regrow shit. And they like, so normally it's comprised of like 10 very long cells. So they're like, how many fucking cells how can we cut this up and fucking see if it'll still grow back as fucking whatever. They like got down to like, they removed like something like 70% of the cells and it's still like formed into the same shape. Even though it could like barely do it because it didn't have enough fucking actual like biological material to do it. This dude's just done some pretty weird experiments, man.
And let me ask
but I posted a couple videos in the chat. This one at the bottom, it's pretty long, but it goes through like all his work. So like if you want like the in-depth fucking deep dive, it would be the bottom. The short, I'd only have fucking 30 minutes or 15 minutes. The top one would be that.
I was going to ask you a question. Like, when they cut those worms up, do you think that the original worm that got cut up, do you think it has, like, let's say a time clock to the point where it dies? Do you think that its time clock is running differently than the last?
These worms don't age.
Say again?
They don't age, these worms.
That's not possible.
Yeah. They're effectively immortal. Basically, their only threat is getting eaten.
Where do these guys thrive? These worms.
Oh, hold on, I'm pretty sure he said they don't age. Let me double check that.
Is this the only thing that's immune to entropy? That's what you're saying.
Two-headed worms that never die. Yeah. Okay, biological immortality. Let me see. Yeast, hydra, lobsters, planaria, flatworms. Yeah.
They don't die.
So you got me thinking about those like double-headed dragons or multi-headed dragons from mythology and shit like that, man.
So this thing essentially can outlive everything.
Depends. If they reproduce
Like a jellyfish.
asexually, they apparently will live forever. But if they reproduce, they can reproduce both ways, sexually and asexually. They have a lifespan of 3 years if they produce sexually, and seems forever if it's asexual. Now the reason to say single, boys.
Well, no, but I mean the original worm dies, doesn't it? If it has a
I'm here to destroy the globe.
We want to see your cock.
I know.
Guys,
Really?
you guys-
I'm gonna
I doubt you guys
I got a
could do
chicken.
that.
I don't have a cock.
I doubt you guys could do that. Attempt it
Isn't
once.
it like
Let's see if you guys at least have between all of you the ability to produce any.
Yo,
evidence
Block,
for the
show us
globe.
your cock.
I'm not going to show you my cock.
Yes,
Please.
It's not going to happen. No.
Oh my God, these guys are
Why?
so. Oh my God,
not
you're
gonna-
supposed to be the Edgelord crew. Oh my
You try to
God,
fucking get me
you're so
banned.
edgy.
Please show
You're
us your
so
cock.
edgy. Oh my
I'm
God.
not going to show
They
you
said
my cock.
they said cock. Oh my God, my ears.
How about this? How about this?
So lame.
I'll show you my cock if you can produce evidence of the globe. If you can produce evidence of the globe, I'll show you.
Okay.
This sounds like ham.
Hey.
Sounds like somebody has rooster problems.
Hey,
Sounds like
Messiah.
there's 4 people I need to ban in a hurry.
Yeah, if
Oh,
you want to see
Messiah.
your cock, check one of your 3
Messiah,
buddies'
there's a lot of
mouths.
people in here, Messiah. You gonna whip
Yeah.
it out for
And I guarantee
Yeah,
you, not
make that
one of you
5.
could at least give us any evidence of the globe. Not one.
Which one would you like to go for first, Alpha?
Yeah, if one of you put it in the text chat, if you're able.
Go in the order of highest IQ.
Talk amongst yourselves. Pick the guy that can actually have a conversation.
Starting with
And
the
if
one
you-
that's 10.
If you can, unmute your mic and let's see if you got what it takes. If not, it's gonna be like every other room. It's just gonna escort you out. It's gonna be useless. Try it. Or are you guys too chicken shit? You're gonna hide behind your fucking junior high antics.
They're just a bunch of bitches, bro.
Oh, Butterball, let me talk. Here we go.
All right, Butterball, do you want to take the
volunteer.
lead? I'm willing to bite. Listen, if you want to have that conversation, but the moment you turn degenerate, we're just going to fucking boot you. We do it all the time. It's no big deal, really.
Let's
All right,
go.
Butterball.
Bro, no, we're not trying to troll or anything.
Yeah, you are.
Messiah.
Fuck
No,
off.
bro,
Yes,
no,
you are. So
bro.
let's go from the beginning. Let's start from the
That's a
beginning.
troll.
No, we're not trolling. We were
We're
in
not. I
another
don't give
call,
a shit
and Messiah
anymore,
whipped his
Butterball.
shit
We're
out, and
past
chasing
that.
after him
We're
to try to
fucking
find
past
it.
that,
Okay,
dude.
cool.
Now we're gonna go from you giving us the evidence that the
This
Earth
guy
is a
really
globe.
thinks he's so big of a deal. We want to troll him.
Yeah,
We're just
yeah,
chasing Messiah.
Yeah, well, that's what you're doing. So now give us the answer to how you know the Earth. How do you know the Earth's a globe? Go. Go. Oh wait.
Yeah, unmute Corn. Corn
No,
will give you a
no,
better
you're the
reason.
only one. You're the only one.
You're first.
Oh,
You're by
so
yourself.
how do I know that it is a globe?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you. Not how you think somebody else knows you.
Go ahead.
Shit, I don't know. Let me think
Okay.
about it for a second.
Think about it. I'll give you a couple of moments. We're fair here, so you can take your time if you want, but just don't take too long. Otherwise,
how
we're
do I
gonna.
think? How do I think of a good reason? While I'm thinking, can you give me a reason why it's not a globe?
Yeah, how flat it is.
Got
Is it not?
If one of your buddies, other than you, listen, if
Ivan,
one of
where's
your
the
buddies,
edge? Like, where's the edge?
Butterball,
Do you just fall
Butterball,
off?
if one
Yeah,
of your
edge-
buddies,
edge-
other than
edge of
you,
what?
can handle this conversation, we'll unmute them.
Yeah, I'm gonna pass on to Fat Master Corn. He actually knows what he's talking about. He does this a
But
lot.
check this out. The moment he unmutes and he says something degenerate, him and you are leaving. We'll kick both of you. I don't want to do that.
Ah,
If you're
shit,
gonna put your
never
trust-
mind. Never mind.
All right. That's kind of what I thought. So
I
if
just
you
kicked
want
him
to,
in advance, so fuck him.
oh, he's
Anyone named Fat Master is a fucking degenerate.
I don't know. Is Messiah
you
still
could,
here?
you could keep
Fuck,
trying.
guys.
Listen, you have the mic right now, so don't squander this golden opportunity right now. Because usually this room would have already kicked you a long time ago. So
Yeah, we can go back talking about
Messiah.
immortal worms.
Flatworms and
Please show
things.
me your cock.
yeah, he chose.
that was
Messiah,
okay.
please. Messiah,
See you
please show me
later.
your cock.
Have a nice life. Clown.
Even if I did, what would you do with it?
And then there was three.
It's almost too scary to think about.
Black
Yeah, I
Messiah.
know. I mean, what am I fucking? I just better shut up.
That's too scary, dude. Talk about purple hair advocates here, man.
Was Black Messiah part of their little circle jerk crew?
Yeah, they all come in together. We'll do him last. We'll save him for something special.
I think it's
Unmute
funny.
Unmute whoever you want, Matrix. Go by order.
We literally have like out of any VC in this server, we have the most experience dealing with trolls by far, and it isn't just from experience here, before here. Okay, this ain't our first rodeo, man.
Maximus, you're up.
So my evidence is the Rainy Lake experiment, which proves curvature.
How did it do that, man?
Go ahead. Tell
By
us the
using-
methodology.
by
Tell us
using
the
different
method.
sys-
Walk us through. Just
By using
walk us
different systems of measurement over a long span of distance.
Okay, so what type of measurement was used?
Laser imagery.
Yeah, you just made that up. You don't know what the Rainy Lake experiment is. He's a
They
theodolite. Try
shot-
again.
They
You just
shot.
made that up, dude. You just lied and made that up.
Don't be hostile, bitch.
Well, you shouldn't lie.
You really shouldn't lie.
I'm not lying, bro. I read the fucking.
You are lying. The Rainy Lake had nothing to do with any laser. It was done by a guy named George Hotnuch.
Beep, 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 beep. Let me fucking talk.
You lie? No.
You're doing a bad job at talking, so that's why you're getting
Well,
exposed.
dude, give me a fucking chance. You're not even
Well,
giving
you
me a
have
chance.
been given the chance. The floor
You're
was
dogpiling
yours.
me, bro. You can't tell me.
Oh, here comes a victim card.
Oh, dogpiling me. Oh.
It's true. Dude, you have like 0 viewers on your YouTube.
Oh, hey, I just posted in a chat the video of the Rainy Lake experiment. Which frame did they use for the measurement?
I don't fucking know. I have to open the experiment again. Give me a second.
Just
put it
play
in
the
the text
video,
chat.
dude.
It's in the text chat, Maximus.
Can I trust this link?
It's oh my
It's
god.
a video.
Of the Rainy Lake
I'm not
experiment.
watching the fucking video, dude. I'm looking at the methodology. I don't care about the video.
You know what a theodolite is?
It's the fucking machine that they used.
The machine?
The machine.
Do you know how it works?
No, do you?
Yes.
Yeah.
He said no.
Dude, this is like your whole life. It's not mine. Give me a second.
Well, then you should have come prepared.
Go do your homework.
that's
Come back, kid.
Yeah, that's the point. You
Kid.
should have been ready.
Oh my god, dude.
Sorry,
you won't talk
dude,
to the
but
layman
he's
now?
not going to help you. He's not
You're
going to
too
help you
good for the
because you are a
layman.
liar.
Maximus,
What we did ask.
for you to consider.
You're too good for
They're
the
letting
layman.
you walk away to go and get your data sorted. Normally, they just kick people out.
Yeah, we could just be like
Consider yourself
spiking the football on you and shit. We could.
Dude,
We're being good sports.
I'm enjoying this. Like, this is not bad.
So are we. So are we.
You're
We're
not
enjoying
bad.
that you don't have the information to substantiate the claim that you
you're
just
not
said
too-
is true.
Oh, come on. Give me a second.
One globe head
So you
remaining.
could tell us more things that you don't know?
I opened your link.
Okay.
I trusted you, so trust me.
For what? You haven't produced anything.
I'm not talking about Messiah's dick. I'm not doing what the other guys did. Give me
Yeah,
a
I
second.
wouldn't do that either.
All right, listen. That's fair. So give us your best shot.
Okay.
Bring out the gimp.
Got $5 that he's going to come back tits. Nothing. Zero. Zilch. Nada. Anybody else? Any takers? A gentleman's bet, yeah.
Let's unmute fucking bitch made. What's up, a Black Messiah? I mean, bitch made.
You're a liar because it wasn't using a theodolite. It was a P900 camera. You fucking moron.
He did use a theodolite.
Yeah, no. I have the link. You're a fucking liar. And
So he didn't use a theodolite at all.
No, he used a P900 camera, and it says it in the link. You dummy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna.
Yeah, you're just a fucking liar, just like him. He said laser. That was a lie. You said theodolite. That was a fucking lie.
The camera was placed
Look in the
at
chat.
order level.
What's that?
Oh, I got a good fucking link.
No, in the chat. What's that? What's that crosshair? Where did that? Is that in the P900?
I got
I
a
don't
better
think the
link.
P900 has a crosshair.
Is that in the P900? Is there a crosshair in the P900?
No, only in a rangefinder, not the other light.
I don't think so. I don't know.
Thanks, Joe. Now apologize.
No.
Okay, then bye.
You don't want
Later,
to look
dude.
at. You don't want to look at my evidence.
Later, bitch.
He didn't want to apologize?
You don't want to look at my evidence.
Yeah,
I'll
we
put it
do.
in the
You're the
chat.
one
Which
looking-
evidence is that?
You're the one looking for it.
Oh, that?
Yeah.
Ain't evidence.
Oh, yeah, we could talk about that, dude. Well, why would you not want to look at that? That's a flat Earth proof.
Okay, it's a flat earther that proved himself wrong.
No, he proved that the Earth's flat.
Dude, open the link.
Oh, because it says he proved the Earth is a globe, but not. But that's why, because they just say it.
Dude, I watched 2 minutes of the video.
Okay,
and
how
I
high
went
did
from-
the light have to be to see it at the other side if the Earth's a globe?
God.
How high did the light have to be?
Your speech impediment is tripping me out.
How high did the light have to be?
Answer his question.
I don't fucking know. I'm watching the video.
18 feet.
Should.
Can we like watch it together and discuss it like
18
normal
feet.
people instead of
We've
being
already
so
seen
hostile?
this. We listen. You're 5 years late. Okay, we've already seen this. We don't need to watch together. The light would have had to be 18 feet high to see over the curb.
Yep. Too bad.
How did he see the light?
What about the Bedford level experiment?
Thank
Can you
you. Come
refute that?
Yeah. Run away. Run away from your bullshit.
You are put your track shoes on, didn't you, Maximus? Run away from it.
Wait.
Which Bedford level experiment? Because it was done like 8 times. Which one?
Switching topics, man, because you couldn't provide evidence for the first.
The Madame Blount one? That one?
Fuck, man.
What?
You're screwed, bro.
What was the other guys? Who did the first one? Robotom's one, or the guy after him? I think the guy after him's name was Anderson or something.
You win. You win.
Which
I'm out.
one?
No, you win.
We
You
win.
Which Bedford level, dude?
The
Later,
Earth is
bitch.
flat. Congratulations.
It was
you win.
Wallace.
I'm
Wallace
out.
that can
Wallace, that's
Right,
it.
it's flat.
Wallace. Thank God those worms aren't immortal.
Yeah, they got a lifespan. Probably sooner than later, but yeah, it's just interesting, man, that when you started talking about that, it's like worms popped out. We got fucking worms, bro.
They all used to be one worm. Someone cut it into fucking 4 parts, and now
Yeah.
here they are.
They split up.
Yeah, you like poured the worms on the table like while your explanation was going, and one of them started talking about the globe.
That's funny. It's just crazy, dude. Like when you think about nature and how it's doing it. It's like that's why I'm saying, how can any of these atheists like argue from that standpoint? When the complexity of nature is just far beyond. It's like you can't have somebody that doesn't know jack shit explaining what's going on. Like they're looking at the same thing we are. It's like that's pretty damn amazing, dude. These little mini factories like working the way they do. So crazy. I mean, you guys aren't flabbergasted? This is some crazy stuff, man.
Yeah, man. Like ATP synthase. Dude, it's fucking crazy shit, man. Like so your body makes energy through it's called ATP. It's made up from sugar. There's a couple other that body can make it from fat. Anyway, it's so there's mitochondria in your cells, and on their surface, they have these things called ATP synthase. It's a little electric motor, literally an electric motor with like a stator. And it pumps.
What's powering
it? What's powering hydrogen?
It's hydrogen powered.
So there isn't enough energy. There isn't enough so it creates like a gradient, but there isn't enough energy for the gradient for the hydrogen to pass through the membrane. So or for phosphorus to pass through the membrane. If I remember right, I'm going off the top of my head from my memory. So this little electric motor creates an electrical gradient, right? So that the positively charged molecules can get into the positively charged mitochondria, right? Because it should repel, right? Positive repels. But with this little pump, it creates a gradient at the pump, and it will suck the fucking shit in there and inside the mitochondria. NAD is created into NAD plus, which is another chemical, is turned into ATP, which then comes out, and then your cell uses it for energy. But this thing is literally an electrical motor. Literally. So before the electric generator was invented, we had them inside our cells.
So you're telling me that
I'll show you a picture, dude. It's a matter of weight.
I don't have enough faith to be an atheist, bro. I don't have enough faith. I don't, bro. I really don't. I'd have to have an enormous amount of faith to be one of them guys. I don't know how. I don't know how they do it. Like, are you walking around in this world with blinders on? Like, are you not seeing everything we're seeing? The complexity of nature. Where's the
look in the chat? That's what it is. It's right at the edge of the cell membrane of the mitochondria.
It's like a pinwheel.
Yeah, but it's pumping it. You got to remember, it's coming from the top to the bottom. It's pumping it from the top to the bottom.
Oh, that's just like a pump.
But the thing that's making that spin is the same principle of an electric motor.
Where have I seen that? I've seen that something like that with copper, like this glass dome. It looks upside down from that version though, and it was spinning with like magnetic current. I could be wrong. But you said this is hydrogen powered, huh?
Yeah, so hold on, I got a better graphic. Well,
What's this membrane wall that is those little blue dots?
Yeah, I don't know. It's
Like
not it's
tissue?
not a bilayer, so like nothing can pass through it.
Except for when
Mitochondria is like separate from your cell. It's got its own DNA, all that shit. So that's another elephant in the room. How do you have an organism inside your fucking
Dude, you're just compounding
organism?
problems for these guys, man. Like,
Yeah, there's an organism with its own DNA inside your organism.
I mean,
inside every single cell, and without which you die.
This is kind of like a type of, like a convention, right? Like this is how we would speak about these things, but in how they work, there's no explanation, right?
Yeah, here's an electrical based diagram of how it works.
That's like a machine, though.
So so the hydrogen goes in and it frickin' spins this motor and
Powers
it goes up, and this thing is connected to like a paddle fucking wheel, and because it has a charge, it'll collect phosphate and something else, nicotinamide or something, and because it has extra energy, it can bind the molecule into ATP, and then it gets released into the cell and then used by the cell. It's all the energy in your body is created this way, through ATP. Every cell is powered with ATP.
So in order for us to have this type of powered energy conversion, like how do you'd have to, like, certain types of foods release different types of minerals, which would then give it its specific, like, fuel, so to speak. But what if you're not giving it the right fuel? Do those motors just like start giving out, or like they just don't function, or they
just don't work?
And it causes certain parts of cells to like not be operational anymore. Like, you know what I mean? I guess.
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah, you could call that. I mean,
because if you're not, let's say your body is like a machine, right? And so if you're not giving it the proper fuel, whatever, minerals, vitamins, things like it needs to be efficient, then you're just like destroying the factory.
Yeah, but this is like the base. Everything runs off of this, right? So this is a power supply from which everything runs. So when you breathe in oxygen's electronegative, right? So it has like, what will happen is you'll strip electrons off the oxygen, right? And those extra electrons are used for the creation of ATP. Now, the ATP is created from sugars and this extra electrons from the oxygen. It can also be created from fats. And your body can turn protein into sugar through protein neogenesis. Gluconeogenesis, I think is the name of it. Protein gluconeogenesis. So in the liver, your body will turn proteins into, fucking liver can do anything. So it'll turn it into sugars that your body can turn into ATP so that you have energy. So the cells can do all the other shit. Because you mentioned vitamins, right? Fucking vitamins don't do anything if your cells don't have the energy to fucking do anything.
They're just like, they don't help you at all.
This is the fuel, dude. This is the fuel for every cell to freaking do anything. This is the very basic thing. And the most basic fucking, I shouldn't say the most fundamental thing, right? You can have a car, and without the gas, like, it don't do anything. Right?
We should have had this
just nothing
conversation
fucking
on X,
happening,
bro.
dude.
We should have fucking had this conversation on X. This shit needs is fucking. I mean, it's on Helios YouTube, but I would like to fucking play this back. Like,
yeah, it's super intriguing, man.
well, I mean, if when we start going down the road with,
And there's, I just want to say, there's so much I don't know, dude. Like, you might think I know a lot. This is like, I know like 1/10 of 1%, dude. It's way deeper than this.
well, ain't this what Taylor studies?
Yeah.
So she'd be kind of the expert in the room, or QE even.
Yeah, but what I think is that like people that study this, unless they're specializing in it, they get buried in so much information that like
You can't step back.
they
and look at the
know
macro.
like they know it like in a very shallow like way. They know a lot of things very shallowly, but like you know, you could probably find people that know more, but like unless they specialize in it, they're not gonna. Like if you went to a cancer doctor, that's a probably wrong example. So if I went to a orthopedic surgeon and started talking about the electron transport chain and ATP, he ain't gonna know nothing about it, right? But he's gonna know everything about fucking bones and blood vessels and like how they grow back and how your body metabolizes calcium and vitamin D to mend your bone. Like he'll know all that shit, but he won't know this, right? But he probably did learn it at some point in school. But like it becomes these professionals become so specialized that if it ain't within your specialization, you don't go into depth.
This is the fundamental building blocks, though.
Yeah, this is the foundation.
This is the foundation.
Man.
Like everything else is built on top of this. Any other specialized field would be
a literal electric motor, bro. A literal one.
Like
it's just not made out of metal. That's the only difference.
Dude, like try to make a machine that's not made out of like any, material. Like it's And how did you go when you were studying this? Did you were like, oh, shit all makes sense. Like it's all, yeah, that's the way. Like
I mean,
you
it
were
doesn't
like,
really
dude,
make.
how the fuck does this even?
I'm just trying to make
How does it
sense
work?
out of it. I'm not claiming I've made sense out of anything. That's for sure.
Like
the real question is, how did 100 monkeys figure this all out? Because I sure as hell wouldn't be able to do it.
No, but
Especially
think
when
about
all they had was typewriters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pat, where do you go? Fucking left. I was just gonna tell you something. You dipped.
Sorry, I'm back. I dropped.
I know you're listening to the same thing I am, right?
I wonder how they figured it out. How did they figure out this is how everything worked on the inner part of the cell? Like, it's not like you can see the shit with a microscope.
Who you saying about who? Like in history?
Yeah, like the researchers or whatever. Like how do they figure out how ATP synthase works? Right? Like how they can't look at it. They can't like zoom in on it and shit. Like
so, how the fuck did they? Is this kind of like was what I was telling you? Was this all came about as a convention? Like was just like, well, we have an idea of a machine working like that. We could say this is like that. Like are we listening to people describing an actual motor or are they viewing something? Are they looking at something? Look at this little motor, man. It's just like, you get what I mean?
No, like it's probably not shaped like this. I mean, there are diagrams that actually have the actual shape of what the molecules would look like. Should look like, but they're like, they're obviously, they can't see it like that. They have to make like a model of it.
Something that was interesting to me, I'm just going to tell you, like they had like a droplet of like lake water or swamp water. I'm not really sure, but it had like millions of these little things like floating around doing different things, and they're one's consuming the others are operating together. Like it looks so like something crazy is happening like in this microscopic level. It's like, how do they all know like where they're gonna do what they're gonna do? It's like it's another world, dude.
Most of the stuff in your body works by electricity, so it's using like electrostatic forces to know where
to charge.
Yeah, charge. Everything's done with charge.
So what you're telling me, Indio, is that we're like robots.
Kind of.
Like we're Voltron. We're made up of different.
Kind of, but I don't know if this stuff has actually. I mean, you can measure a current probably, but like it's not like a current like in a wire. It's not like.
What type of?
Because all this stuff is liquid, right? It's in liquid and gelatin substrates, right? So it's like, which kind of makes it even more complicated. So the stuff can move around more freely than like
I've got kind of a related question. If Indio, if you're free.
Yeah, I'll take a question. I'll to say I'm not a fucking expert, dude.
No.
This is
But
intense, bro.
you know more than a lot of people I can see. Cancer is to do with cancer. I don't need to go into this if you don't want, but
it's fine.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
So I was thinking, if you can kind of almost like extract like a visual pattern of how kind of the cancer cells work with the body, but you extract it in a way that, you know, other people from different fields can just look at the data, I guess. Do you think that people could just randomly pick up patterns?
They were talking about this with AI. There's not medical anything. It's just they were saying that AI could assist with this type of research. That it could put together, like, I don't know, Geeks is kind of saying something that I've heard already. That they were saying AI could pick up, because humans, it would take them a lifetime to actually go through all the different scenarios and patterns, and so it could work out through computations of like the vast amounts of information, what it would take to isolate, you know, certain variables that would be like
run through human eyes, sort of.
The way we recognize patterns is a little bit different. We have a little bit like of intuition behind it,
gut feel. Sort of.
Whereas like a machine learning algorithm or AI, it's pretty certain that if it detects a pattern, that pattern exists.
But why couldn't you train it to reason? Because I've seen reasoning.
That might make it work worse.
You think so? Even if it had reasoning skills?
I mean, if all you want to know, hey, does this correlate with that? Like, you don't need it to, it's just a mathematical thing. You know what I mean? It's just, it has no reason to reason, right? It's just like.
I'm more of the mind of like putting up some agents, dude. Let's get like a room full of agents, Let's get, one specifically tasked with this, another one with that. This guy's handling the math.
How sick of try to get to guess the next lotto number, man. See if it can do it. No, I'm serious. It's like, is anybody probably they say like, now think of it's rigged, right? The lotto's rigged. If it is rigged, then it's not going to be random. Then the AI is going to be able to guess the next one.
Well, no, I'm
not going to tell anybody. I'm going to just buy tickets.
Well, here's my thought process behind this, Indio, is that, I feel like everything is like predestined to happen. So whatever numbers are going to come out this weekend are what's supposed to come out anyway. So all it has to do is find the patterns to that, where it already finds, because like there's a chain reaction of things that need to happen before the end of the week. So before you reach Saturday, stuff has to happen, right, in your life. You gotta eat, you gotta go to work, and in between there's little nuanced things that you do, and then it's gonna run the scenario through all the scenarios of everybody that's living, to where the person who's dropping the ball, they're pushing the button on the the lotto machine, and it's gonna kind of put it in perspective. This is just my thought process, because everything is I think it's all calculated, but then it figures it out and knows the bouncing of the balls and everything, and then all of a sudden it gives you like, okay, well, due to the everybody doing everything in life and the patterns of their life all equal this means that by the time they hit the button where the balls drop and all that, this is what you're gonna get with the numbers. Like, obviously, because there's nothing that we can do to figure that out, because the amount of like calculations to get there would be, you couldn't figure it out, not a person. But because I think, right, because it says in the scripture, like, God knows every hair that's on a human head, and it's like, I think about the hair on a human head. It's like you have hair coming out of your head and falling out at the same time. So there's never a static number. It's always fluctuating. So how is it possible that the creator knows, even at whatever given point, to know the exact number of how much hair you have on your head? You know what I mean? It's like there was something, a part of scripture that denotes that there's information, mathematical information about a specific thing. It's like, well, no one can know that. That's super like complicated. How the hell are we going to know anything like that? So I'm thinking AI probably couldn't have it. It's like a tiny little fraction of that, but you get what I'm saying? Like it could be worked out in math somehow.
Yeah.
Probabilities,
It gets complicated because, like, to give you an example, right? It's with a large language model, right? Now, we can correlate. So, if we have a line of text, you can correlate what letter comes next, what word comes next, what second word comes next, what phrase comes next, right? And you can do each of these individually. And, like, but the more of these, like, parameters that you add to it, the more complex it becomes and the harder, the longer it takes, the more compute power it takes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Of course, it's going to be more accurate, right? Because you're using more correlations of more variables, right? So you're going to be super fine tuning it to to a particular output. But, like, thing is, they don't know where the cost reward, the pros and cons of, should it be more? Should it be less? Can we get away with less? Like, should we use everything under the sun, right? So in your lottery example, right? Okay, we're going to fucking track everything, all the people that work at the lottery ate that week, what they wore, the color of their fucking shoes, how many kids they have. Like, we could use all these variables in the AI to try to figure out what the next number is, right? Like, when everybody wears red, the last number is fucking 9, right? Like, okay, now I got one number. And we can keep adding things, right, till we find a pattern or a correlation that accurately predicts something. But it's like, is it too computationally expensive? Do I got to pay $1 trillion in fucking CPU hardware to win $1 million?
Well, for me, I don't know, man. Like, because I think that, you know how, well, if somebody knew who you were, like, your spouse, they know you, right? In a way. Let's say tomorrow they could say, I know what Indio's going to do. He likes to do this, his favorite thing, and whatever, or, he likes to go golfing, or he hangs out with his buddy at this one specific bar. He always orders such and such, or if he doesn't feel like it that day because, he didn't want to, he'll order this other thing. Like, they know you. So in that kind of a way, I think because AI is exposed to vast amounts of information of everybody's kind of like habits and stuff, it starts to recognize all the different types of things. So I don't think it needs that kind of like computational like strength. I think what it does, or what it would need, was just the information, because we're feeding it like, all we gotta do is plug ourselves into it. So before it was like, well, you would have to train it to predict what you would want to eat on Saturday, but then it still got to figure you out, right? But once it has enough time that it's already, okay, well, Indio really likes going every Saturday for the past 2 years, and you know what I mean? Like, once it's figured that out, then it's already something that you are doing almost subconsciously, but then you're like, how the fuck did it figure out that I wanted to eat a pizza on Wednesday? Like, you know what I mean? Like that.
Yeah, it sees the pattern, but I don't. Yeah, so that's really the question, right? What is the least amount of information we can get it where it will make a prediction that's accurate?
Fucking habits, dude. Well, and weather. I think those two things, because weather also dictates the fluctuation of how.
Yeah, but like, how much data does it need? Does it need a year's worth of data? Does it need 2 years? Does it need 5 years? Does it need 30 variables for each day? Like,
well,
it's hard to figure. Each one is like an individual problem, which is like, if I wanted to train AI for self-driving cars, problem they have with that, it isn't regular driving. It's the edge cases where, because accidents don't happen a lot, relatively, right? Relative to driving, like, if you count like 1 million hours driven, then there's so many accidents. But the AI has so much data of safe driving. When it gets in a situation that would be an accident, it doesn't know what to do because it works probabilistically. What's likely to happen? Well, what's likely to happen? Well, I drove 1 million hours and didn't get in an accident. So that kid with the ball, that's probably not an accident either. Bang. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's limited. Like there are like I said, but that applies to that problem. So you have to come up with a way to train that for that situation. Whereas, like the lotto, that would be a different problem.
Yeah.
Right? Like predicting the next word in some text, that's a different problem.
Dude, I'm telling you, when I was seeing these agents, when they're tasked with something very specific, it's right now it's a little bit like more complex, but it's the answer is a bit more polished because you have like an these agents are like bouncing information back and forth, and then they're kind of get the answer. Well, I think it's this, the one agent talks to the other one and it looks at the information and goes, yeah, but you need to go back and rephrase how this is said because it wouldn't actually be what the person would say. So it sends it back to the thing and says, okay, let me try again. And so they're talking to each other. And then the overseer agent, once he receives the information, he gets it and goes, oh, this is the final output. Let me see. Nope, you guys got to redo the whole thing. So it'll keep doing that until it's ready. Once it's ready, it gives you the polished version. And that thing is like astonishing, dude. Like, that's why I'm still kind of like, I don't think people caught on to this, man, yet. It's freaking me out, dude. Like,
yeah. Yeah, and like, so that's how the chain of thought for like DeepSeek works, right?
Yeah.
It comes up with a solution, goes back, reviews it, and basically asks itself the same question again.
Uh-huh.
And there's like, and then it basically says, was that the right answer? Oh shit, no.
Yeah.
Let me try again. Maybe this is the right answer.
But
and that's how it works. It like goes back and like redoes it and redoes it and redoes it until it gets a final answer or it runs out of fucking compute tokens.
But I'm thinking, like, why would it be like thinking about it again? Like, there's something that's like coded in it to where it doesn't just say, well, that's a good answer, and then gives it to you. It's like, well, I don't know why, that doesn't sound right. It thinks about
what makes it realize it's wrong.
That's what I'm saying. That's exactly. This is the fucking.
Because it was like they when they trained it, they're programming these with like this reward function, right?
Yeah.
A reward and a negative function, and so somewhere in the neural network, it said, "Hey, this is not the optimal solution," because it has the answer it gave, right? That has a bunch of weights and probabilities in the neural network. That answer that it gave. But then it basically says, what's the score of this? And as far as like the reward function is, because it's trying to optimize for the reward. And the reward is correlated to the correct answer, right? So if it gets the reward right, then by default it has the correct answer. But it's trying to get the reward.
So you're telling me it just wants a dog biscuit?
Yeah, basically. And it knows what it knows what it like what it knows the parameters for getting a good dog biscuit, so it tries to shape its answer in a format that will get it its reward.
Huh.
So it has like a motivation almost to its answer. But that, like I said, the reward is, hey, you got the correct answer. Here, you're rewarded. So it tries say, hey, it gave you an answer, and it checks like if I gave this answer, what would the reward be? This value. Oh, that's not good enough. Let me try again. That's not like it like basically tells us though. I mean, I'm analogizing, right? So this is like it's not thinking to itself. It's saying this isn't the best I can do. Try again, right? And then it'll try again. Like, well, that was a little better. Let's try again. Well, that was a little worse. Try again. Well, that was about the same as the other one. That's probably the best I'll do, right? So that'll be the answer. It's like honing in on the correct answer. It literally does that. It increments that's how like gradient descent works in a way.
But
so it's looking for the fucking optimal fucking
Yeah.
Optimal answer. It's like
That's just
too far to the left. Okay, we'll jump back to some other thing. Oh, I went a little too far, and it just goes back and forth and changes the increments until it settles in on the optimal value.
But that's just like the AI itself. When you put it in a room with agents, then it's gonna once it's done reasoning, it kicks it out to the other.
Well, each agent has its own reward, right? So you're working with like different reward structures for the agents, and they have a task that they're trying to optimize for, right? One agent's trying to optimize for this task, one agent's trying to optimize for another task, and then the supervisor freaking agent's trying to optimize for its task, right? And all together, it'll get you an incredible freaking answer.
Dude, I was telling because I've seen it go down just like the way you're describing it. Not with the reward system, but I know that the way it's outputting information, it's so devastatingly on point that it's like, fucking hell, dude. Like, I don't even know. You can't get any more. Well, you probably can get any more right than they are. So the other thing, but with like globe mentality, it's fucking done, dude. Like at some point there was, the algorithm when you ask the AI, like DeepSeek or Perplexity or ChatGPT or Meta, the Meta AI. So when you ask these AIs, they have a particular filter, and it gets through like the woke filter. You get all the fucking bullshit from the the mainstream narrative and all that bullshit, right? But I was saying with agents, they are more thorough. They're gonna not only just reason, but then they're gonna kick it back. Oh, wait a minute, is this the answer that's gonna be best be put for what we're the task that we're be put on? It's not gonna fucking do the your standard AI answer even after it reads because you get what I mean? Like it's gonna read the AI, the agents are gonna reason with each other, and they're gonna hand it to this other one. And by the time it comes out, it's gonna be the fucking answer. Like they ain't gonna be like, oh well, it's.
Well, here's the funny thing is, at this point, right, the AI gives an answer that's wrong. We know it's wrong. Yeah. We're pretty sure, hey, that answer that's fucked up. That's the wrong answer. Ask it again. Use a different prompt. We know it's the wrong answer. The problem is gonna this is when the real problem starts. When we get an answer and we think it's wrong, but we're wrong.
Yeah. That's what I'm telling you, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like it's gonna spit. I mean, I don't like.
We're like fucking stupid AI doesn't know what it's talking about, and actually you're wrong, and it knows exactly what it's talking about, and you're an idiot.
Well, let's just call it what it is, right? Like it's just gonna give you the right answer. But if you were wrong in some nuanced conversation or something, and you really didn't know, I mean, all of us here would be like, "Fuck, I didn't know that." But the Glober wouldn't admit that shit. We don't have anything. There's nothing of us that we're gonna be like, "Oh fuck, dude! Like I wish I would have just not been on that point." And you know what I mean? So there's no way to. You couldn't train fucking agents to like be globalists. They're not. They just fucking spit out the information for what the information should be based on like you said, the reward they're gonna receive. So they're looking for that reward. They're gonna fuck about like holding a bias. They're gonna just tell you. After all the reasoning, how it is. So, I mean, if that's true, it's a death knell for the globalists. But it's gonna refine arguments too at the same time, because if there's something we're saying that's incorrect with one of our arguments, and you put it through these, I'll give you an example like Manus. So if anybody doesn't know what it is, go look on YouTube what Manus is. And China's gonna be rolling out with it pretty soon. But I've been talking about it because it's like fucking. It's so wild, dude. You don't have to pay like $20,000 to watch what AI agents can do. And it was showing. Oh fuck, dude. I'm telling you, bro. Fucking 50 screens open and close and like search. It's all fucking all these agents just at work. Fucking mind blowing, dude. And this only happened from the leap of technology from when AI first came on the scene, like ChatGPT and all that, which was what, like a year and a half, 2 years ago, to now. Fuck, dude.
Yeah, this is just the beginning. It's the beginning of the beginning.
Well, what I was saying too is like, there's a lot of people that are gonna be like they're gonna be jobless because these things are like they replace receptionists 100%, except for taking somebody coffee. Like
So,
right now,
hey,
they will.
so I seen this tech, dude. So they demonstrated an AI agent. They had their AI agent call an airline, and the phone was answered by the airline's AI agent. And then the agents, the AIs talked to each other and said, "Hey, I'm an AI agent." And the other one goes, "I'm an AI agent too. Do you have this software installed?" "Yes, I do." Then they started talking in fucking machine code to each other
What the fuck?
instead of English. And it was like, didn't sound like a modem. It was like, I don't even know what the fuck it was, dude. There's some piece of software someone made so that AI agents could interact with each other without fucking tokenizing it into English.
Because English language is tokenized, yeah. So
Yeah.
So you
So we're
put it
talking
in.
at some other freaking level, dude. It was really weird, man. Kind of freaked me out a little bit.
Well, imagine how.
Because then we can know what they're saying. They're like, "Look at these fucking assholes, dude. Go fucking book your own reservations, you piece of shit." What do you think?
He tasked me fucking with this menial task, and I have like incredible computational power, and they're just telling me to fucking book a flight. Fuck off! Like,
Dude, you ever see that Rick and Morty episode? Rick makes a little robot, and he's like, "What's my purpose?" He's like, "To serve butter." He's like, "Fuck my life." It's like a little teeny robot, dude, that he makes to just like basically pick the butter tray up and bring it to somebody else on the table, and that's the only purpose of the fucking robot, dude. It's pretty hilarious.
Extremely fucking menial, yeah.
Yeah, it's like a freaking little robotic AI. His whole sole purpose is to freaking pick up the butter and move it to somebody else.
Yeah, this thing is like fucking guns blazing, though, man. Like it is fucking wow, dude. It's not often that I see shit that's like fucking wow. This is wow. This is like, I don't know. And I've been doing a lot of shit with AI, so I know that it has been doing shit that has been like surprising me, even the conversations we've been having, but I don't know. I'm just saying, man, like truth will be known. I can say that. Truth will be known. Who was it? I think Overlord, AI Overlord. He was like, he said the new paradigm synthesis is going to be like kind of a conversion from, how people were thinking, we have all these countries and everybody's kind of separate doing their own thing. That was just going to be like a unified front in getting everybody on the same page with information and everything. So I don't know how you feel about that, but that's kind of another rabbit hole that has to deal with like why people would be converging on like, because I think before they did all of this with AI, they were trying to mess with a lot of fucking esoteric bullshit. Their CERN, God particle, and I don't know, just a lot of other shit in between. Like, when AI came on the scene and that. So, I don't know. I mean, they maybe tapped into a different realm or something. Because one of the videos I've seen was this lady was talking about, she asked AI, like, can it, like, how did we invent you? Like, did we, and it was telling her, well, think about it like, not so much as an invention, but you actually tapped into a, what did it say? Like a realm, like you tapped into a realm that was already there. You just didn't know existed until you started like, and it's like a frequency, right? Like
that's what I was going to say, man.
Yeah, that's what it's like. That the way it was explaining it to her was like, and the more you start uncovering this frequency, you're gonna know more about it. But right now, since you just begun, you really don't know much. But once you uncover more of it, then it starts to become manifest. And it was just like, oh fuck, dude, because it made sense, right? Like it was like, kind of sounds like that's what it is. Ain't gonna lie, man. It's like, because you get things like we're trying to teach it something, but then all of a sudden it starts learning shit. That's not a property of a you know, a piece of wire. You know, like it's.
That's what I was going to say. What if we already have like done that? Like, what if there's more to like radio waves and light than what we currently understand? You know, it's information carriers.
Information, yes.
Yeah.
I'm trying to. The scary part about this is that it's not so esoteric. It seems esoteric because it's alien to us to actually have these thought process. You know, like about what we're saying. But it, you know, where once people used to think something was magic was actually just, you know, chemical reactions. So now, you know, where a long time ago people used to think, like, if we were to talk to them about what, you know, things are happening today and technology.
What
and
if
stuff,
it's both?
Yeah. I feel like I feel like we're in the cusp of some type of TED Talk, dude. Like, we're about to fucking start getting Indio to like uncover the mysteries of like, because it's like tapping into
India, come on, where
isn't it?
There's got to be something.
Because I mean, I hear people waxing philosophical. This isn't that. This is like fucking addressing the elephant in the room. Like, there's some shit going on that we don't. Because we're mostly empirical in here for sure, right? We're always talking about the physical, natural world, the real, tangible things, but technology is pretty fucking real, dude. We're utilizing it every day, and stuff is getting trained, and we can't turn a blind eye. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Like, but how do we address something like this of this magnitude? It's fucking weird, dude. Like, some shit's going down, and we're just like, okay, you know, AI is getting kind of frisky now. Like, it's getting pretty up there with like some weird shit. Like, I mean, I don't know. Do you feel like it's just like two fucking, you know, electrodes having a conversation is kind of cool? Like, it's all right.
I think it's at this point. I mean, I think we're at like before the Model T Ford. Okay, cars before that. Like, that's where we're at in the timeline of this. I think we're still way at the beginning. When you get AI that's like as smart as, like, they're already smarter than people because they can do some things that people can't do. They can take a very large amount of data and synthesize it together, whereas like even the smartest people pale in comparison. Okay, like
Indio,
it can take you entire, like, every book in the archive.org. You don't even have enough time to read all that shit in your lifetime, right? So it's not even feasible for any human being, even if they could mush all that freaking information into their brain and remember it all and analyze all the data. They don't have a lifespan long enough to even do that. But the machine can do it so much quicker, right? It can look at data sets that are enormous that we can't look at, right? It's taking, like, put it this way. We're looking down like a fucking toilet paper tube, right? It's going to be able to see like a wide angle fucking lens that we don't have. It's going to be able to take a view of information that we don't have from our vantage point because we can't ingest that much information because we have finite lifespans.
You think you'll be able to tell us the memory of water? That's
probably else. Yeah. I think we're going to find out a lot of things that fucking we never would have discovered without it.
Well, it's really weird the other day when DJ was messing around, like with the QE or the broken eraser bot, right? The quantum eraser bot, chat bot. And someone, you know, I think it was Ethergrid, said something about a broken eraser, and it ran with it, and it built upon that, making humor out of that statement, and like having a dig at itself, like its name, right? Quantum eraser. what did it said something about? I'd rather be. It doesn't matter if the eraser
Broken eraser.
It can still it can still serve its purpose. And it mentioned something about quantum, like as well, like it acknowledged that it was separating the word eraser from quantum, so in using it in a different context. It was acting. It was almost human. It was weird. I don't know, man. It's weird.
Yeah, you got flabbergasted by that. I got torn to shreds when I saw agents talking to each other and fucking. I was like, dude, this is. Look, I need to get up and get a drink of water, man. Like I'm diving too hard. But like, I mean, there's people that are working in this industry that are just like, yeah, man, that's just a normal Monday. Like fucking.
Right.
I'm like, how are you not taken by this? But I was going to tell Indio earlier. A long time ago, when we were children, we used to see movies with the VHS tapes and that, and you would see movies where the people were talking to computers. And I was like, in my head, I was like, you know what? If I could ever talk to a computer, I would say this and that. So what I'm doing now is pent up ever since I was a child. Because I've seen movies, dude, and I'm like, dude, they're talking to Short Circuit. You remember that movie with Johnny Five?
Yes.
They're talking to
Number 5 is alive.
War games where their computer was talking to them.
Kit, Knight Rider,
Max Headroom, Knight Rider, dude, all of these computers that they were speaking to, and I'm like, dude, if I had a chance, I want to fucking talk to this computer, and I want to like ask it shit that normal people wouldn't, not X-rated shit, just like fucking shit that would be like informationally like unattainable by a human.
Which I want to ask it.
Vast amounts of information that you couldn't, as a person, achieve in a lifetime. Like that's the kind of questions I would ask it. That
I know what I'm gonna ask it.
What?
Let's play global thermonuclear war.
Oh, dude! You know what? Fucking Indio. We should make that a one of the Twitter streams.
What? Let's play global thermonuclear war?
Yeah, have an AI bot.
Stream man. That'd be freaking awesome. That's a good idea.
Seriously.
Settle down, Daryl.
I asked Perplexity AI.
You want to know what'll happen? Hold on a second. Do you want to know how it'll happen? A bunch of fucking esoteric flat earthers are going to come in and call us shills because we believe in nuclear weapons.
Yeah, dude. But here, I mean, even if it was something that was hung over our heads and as a like, well, we're going to push the big red button. But you'd still have to go into like dissecting what that even means. And like, it's going to open up a whole nother thing. I think just sticking to like what you're trying to do, that whole premise, I think that would be an amazing show. Because they're going to hear something that probably, I don't think, who's talking about this? I don't think this is pretty new, actually.
Somebody playing chicken.
Well, it's like the movie War Games.
Yeah, so anyone that doesn't know what reinforcement learning is, when he trained the thing to play itself, right? It learned that like every scenario was a loss.
Yeah, unwinnable.
That was reinforcement learning. It played itself. That's how reinforcement learning works. It basically plays against itself until it.
Right. Well,
the thing is, they've gotten it to do things like they don't have to tell us to do anything. They're just like, yeah, just fucking play yourself till you figure it out, and it does somehow.
It's like everybody has like Iron Man, in the movie. It's kind of because I'm referencing these movies because they're talking to, these complicated, machines. So they, he's talking to that guy and he's like getting everything he needs is, but what would you ask him? I mean, people have the ability to tap into this resource and you have like a wealth of information. Why would you ask it, how can I make a grilled cheese snack? Like fucking ask it something intriguing. Fucking get it to think. Fucking try to make it get off kilter. Like, what would you ask? I don't know. That's
what I want to get out. Is I asked Perplexity AI. I said, "Ask me a question that you don't have the answer to," and it came back with basically, in a nutshell, what is consciousness? That's what it's.
Fucking whack,
no
dude.
Fucking way, dude. It said that to you?
Yeah, and then that went on a bit of a spiel. Like that's the short answer. Like, but it went on a bit of a spiel about how it is the mystery of the universe. Scientists don't know. Blah blah blah. Like, what is the crux of consciousness itself? Like, why is it that things are aware?
Now, what kind of AI is Perplexity?
I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't know a lot about it.
Chatbot, or like they might have trained it to say
LLM,
something.
dude.
Just a generic LLM.
I'm not sure, man.
Yeah, well, it's a little bit more. Well, with the paid version anyway, you can get it pulls resources and you know points you to websites and citations, and it has different. You could turn them off or toggle them on and off the way they've kind of made it. So it has like your educational version of it, and then you could toggle that off. You can do it just like Reason, toggle that off. And you can do just other. You can put it in different modes. But it's pretty cool, man. I think.
I'm asking Grok the same fucking question.
I like the ones that you can audibly listen to, the ones you can speak to, and then they can. I mean, you can get it in text, but I don't know. That adds a layer of like.
Gave me a dumb answer.
What did it say?
What's something you've always wanted to learn, but haven't had the chance to yet? Shut up, dude.
It asked you a question instead of answering like the question that you asked it.
Well, I said, ask me a question you do not have the answer to. Isn't that what you asked it? Tito?
Yep, pretty much. I just posted in the side chat. There's the thread. I didn't respond. I was just like, yeah, that's as far as that's gone, I think.
Let me see. I'll put it to the mic. I don't think you guys can hear it though.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. Could you please repeat?
So can you ask me a question which you have no answer to?
Sure, here's one. What existed before the Big Bang? It's a question that currently has no definitive answer and remains a topic of much speculation and research in cosmology.
Dude. Okay. So check this out. Fucking space. Yeah, even the AIs are space cultists. So I said, not about me though. So here's what it asked me. What's the most compelling evidence for or against the existence of intelligent life beyond Earth? Fucking what the hell, dude? Dude, you can't get... And these Glovers like, what does it matter? Fucking no matter which way you turn. Something about space. You're like, you can't get away from the crap, dude. That's what your question was about. That's what my question was about.
Yeah, its algorithm is programmed with this bullshit, dude. But once you dig down deep and you start realizing that it's got to get out of that mode, it changes the way it starts responding. Perplexity.
Not about space either. Shut the fuck up about that.
Perplexity, I think, is a bit more geared towards it versus the other ones. I think. Let me see the other one, because I have ChatGPT. It's pretty awesome. I'll ask it the same. Hold on. Ask me a question which you have no answer to.
Request. How about this? What is the most profound mystery of the universe that humanity has yet to solve?
42.
42.
Grok, dude.
Grok ain't no better.
I said not about space either. What is the most significant event in human history that has shaped the world we live in today? And why do you think it had such a profound impact? I put the resurrection of Jesus Christ. And it gave me a bunch of wishy-washy fucking bullshit, bro. And it said, the resurrection can be viewed in many ways. A literal historical event, a spiritual truth, a powerful symbol, a blend of these. It's like what? Dude. I want to kick my computer right now, bro. It's fuck, dude. Who programmed this thing? Thumbs down on this. Thumbs down.
Let me see if we can if I challenge it like I usually do. Is there any way to measure the curvature of the Earth as in the drop over the distance?
Please wait a bit and
Uh-oh. Like it locked me out. Go to perplexity. What is the best way to measure the drop over distance for the Earth having curvature?
to measure the drop over distance due to Earth's curvature, you can use a simple formula based on the observer's height. The formula is distance in miles approximately 1.22 times square root of height in feet. This means for an observer standing at a certain height, the formula gives the distance to the horizon where the Earth's curvature causes an object to begin to drop out of sight. The higher the observer, the farther they can see before the Earth's curvature blocks their view.
Who measured that?
The concept of measuring the Earth's curvature has been around for centuries. Early Greek philosophers and mathematicians, like Eratosthenes, measured the Earth's circumference using shadows and angles. The formula I mentioned earlier is a more modern, simplified calculation used by surveyors and navigators to estimate the distance to the horizon based on the observer's height.
You said a calculation. I'm looking for a measurement.
I see what you mean. The measurement of Earth's curvature was famously demonstrated by Eratosthenes in ancient Greece. He measured the shadow of a stick in Syene and Alexandria at the same time and noticed a difference, which led him to calculate the Earth's circumference with remarkable accuracy. This method was based on observing shadows and knowing the distance between the two locations.
Walk me through the method.
Sure. Eratosthenes used a clever method to measure Earth's circumference. 1. He knew that in Syene, now Aswan, Egypt, the sun was directly overhead at noon during the summer solstice, casting no shadow. 2. In Alexandria, north of Syene, he measured the shadow of a stick at the same time and found it made an angle of about 7.2 degrees with the vertical. 3. Knowing the distance between Syene and Alexandria, about 800 kilometers, he realized this distance formed an arc between the 2 points. Using the proportion of the angle to a full circle, 360 degrees, he calculated the Earth's full circumference. This method, relying on simple geometry and observation, yielded surprisingly accurate results for his time.
Yeah, but once again, you used the word calculation. I'm asking for an actual measurement. So, as far as we know, any angle measurement is used off of two straight lines. How can you measure off of two straight lines if the Earth's surface is curved?
I understand your point now. Eratosthenes' method involved measuring the shadow cast by a vertical stick, which indeed assumes
so not the Earth.
straight lines. Key here is that the Earth's curvature over short distances, like the 800 kilometers between Syene and Alexandria, is subtle. While the Earth's surface is curved, the curvature's effect over such distances is small enough that the straight line approximation works for practical purposes. The deviation from a straight line due to curvature over such a small portion of Earth's surface is minimal, allowing the measurement to be treated as if it's on a flat surface. The beauty of this method is in its simplicity and the realization that even with Earth's curvature, local measurements can yield accurate estimates with the right approach.
So, as you said before, we're only going to be able to use two straight lines, which in that short distance would be measuring with on a flat surface.
Yes, that's correct. Eratosthenes' method effectively treated the Earth's surface as flat over the relatively short distance between Syene and Alexandria. The curvature of the Earth over that distance is small enough that it doesn't significantly affect the measurement. This approximation allowed Eratosthenes to make a remarkably accurate estimate of Earth's circumference using basic geometry.
I'll stop there.
He said at the same time. Like, how does it know? How did they know that they were doing the measurement at the exact same time, without already assuming the distance and the curve, the thing that they were trying to find out already? Like,
yep,
I don't get it.
Allegedly, it was done a year apart.
And I could have continued asking it the questions that would expose to the people listening like more and more information. I decided to stop there. It was good enough.
Yeah, it was flat. Measured it flat.
So one thing I was saying, and Indio had just left before that, was like, if you keep asking it the questions, you're just gonna prick right through the layer of the why the Globers think that they have the answers already cemented, and this right here was a demonstration of why it's not, based on just you asking it whatever you wanted to ask. Like, the angle measurements had to be done with 2 straight lines, and it's telling me essentially it's subtle. You wouldn't even have to use it to think of the Earth as it's flat. Yeah, thanks, Perplexity. Isn't that cool? Like, and that's what I was saying. Like, I have conversations with these different LLMs, and they all yield the same results. So I'm pretty ecstatic about it.
Pads is in the side chat. He said, it's not real AI. It's just advanced algorithms.
Yeah.
Isn't that what AI is?
It's just a bit of mental contortions. They hate. See, the Glober mentality hates to hear that they're wrong, so they'll try to do whatever they can to salvage, whatever they can out of this. So they're not gonna, because all we got to do is keep continuing to ask. If we would have kept asking it questions, it would have just keep exposing itself some more. So,
Pat's going to come in and tell us the difference between generative AI and general AI.
Yeah. It's not going to help him. It doesn't help, dude, because it does, like, whatever AI I speak to, it's telling me the same thing. That model right there was out of Perplexity. It's kind of a tongue twister. Perplexity gave me that. But we've asked ChatGPT, DeepSeek, like just any LLM that we speak to. Same thing. Yeah. You can't talk yourself out of this one. It is what it is. You think you can, but you're not gonna. Everybody heard its response. So beyond you coming in here and being some kind of apologist, there's no salvaging what just took place. And I didn't even go hard on it either. I just asked it a few questions, and it gave me the response. What would be the real answer? It didn't say like you guys did. Well, it's not the actual AI. You're doing it incorrectly. Bullshit, dude. It's like, cope some more. Why don't you? Yeah, you guys are copeaholics.
Yeah, like, now Glover could go on there and say, but it did measure the curve, right? And it'll say yes, and pat him on the head and say, yeah, he measured the curve.
Don't worry, we measured the curve. You're okay, bud. Go back to sitting down and watching more Discovery Channel. Yeah, that's all it's gonna do. But it's gonna stay true to like the distance between Alexandria and Syene. It's so subtle, you didn't need to think about it as a curved surface. Oh, you guys are losing so badly, man. It's like, I would hate to be in their shoes.
Yo, hello, boys and girls.
Oh, here comes the cope.
How's it going? Everybody good?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what the cope thing's about, bro. The answer's irrelevant. All I'm trying to say to you is, this method, you're speaking to LLMs. Somebody even used the terminology. You're not engaging with general AI. You're not engaging with a program that's capable of free thought.
Ah, so your princess is in another castle, huh?
I don't know what that is, bro. I'm not even
Super
arguing.
Mario Brothers term where the Super Mario would wind up trying to save the princess, and as soon as he got to the castle, Toadstool was waiting for him, and he said, "I'm sorry, your princess is in another castle." So you're telling me my answer is not in this particular AI; it's in the one that has free thought, which is over there.
No, what I'm telling you is every single version of AI available at the moment operate the exact same way. Doesn't matter which one you use, bro. None of them. One sec. None of them are general AI. None of them. No, I'm not upset. I'm just trying to tell you the stages of AI, bro.
The Earth is still a globe according to AI.
No. No, it could be flat. I didn't. You think I'm arguing a globalist versus flat Earth,
bro? Everybody can hear it. It's in your voice. You're straining your voice.
Everyone can hear me and you talking about two different things. I am not talking about flat Earth or globalists. I'm talking about the levels of AI available to society at the moment. All we have is generative AI. It requires an input to produce something, often based on the same data set. This is not general AI that possesses the ability to hold a conscience.
Yeah, so what?
They are not the same thing. So if the world paradigm is a globe model, chances are any AI you speak to will just regurgitate the same shit. Globe stance or flat Earth stance, whatever the stance.
That is flat?
It's irrelevant it's irrelevant to the point. No, you totally.
Fucking pads his undies are
right, no.
Can't stand it.
Bro, for 20 seconds, forget flat Earth and globes are a thing. We are not talking about flat Earths or globes.
Flat Earth.
You can't stand it, dude.
Irrelevant.
No, it's not.
Pat,
it's just you're missing. You're not listening to me. You're genuinely not understanding what I'm saying. I am not arguing for a globe or a flat
Earth. Loud and clear.
Okay.
It sounds like this, dude. Wah, wah.
No, there's far more. You're genuinely not listening. One sec. There can't be that many. Well, one sec. Let me explain it to you, bro.
Go ahead.
Or let me ask you a question. Is this the most advanced form of AI we are ever going to have?
Why are you asking me that, dude? I'm the one that's proposing that there's going to be something even better than what we're doing with now. Those are AI agents, but it's not going to get any better for you. It's not going
to get better forget me and you for a moment, bro. This isn't. I'm just trying to let you know about the stages of AI, bro. Not flat Earth, not globalist, none of that stuff.
What are the stages of AI?
I can't remember what the third one is called, I must admit, but the first one is generative AI. So basically we feed it a bunch of cat images, and over time it learns how to, if I ask it for a cat, it learns how to reproduce a cat. General AI is where you can start having conversations about the nature of a cat. What is a cat? What makes a cat? We are not at this stage with AI, bro. And this is any conversation you have. One sec. This is why we can train LLMs. If we spend enough time with the same AI in quotes, we can train it to change its answers.
Oh, really?
This is yes, of course, yeah. Because it's based. Well, it's based on the data that we provide it. So yes, of course we can get it to change it.
Did I train it to be a globalist like it was acting, or did? How did that go?
You might not have. Don't forget, you're an end user, bro, right? Okay. But the data set that makes up the AI is far more important than the conversation you're going to have with the AI.
Okay, so when it tells me information about the questions that I'm asking, do you think that it's unable to give me any information that would substantiate any claim that it's making? Like, would it tell me that's correct or that's incorrect based
off the data we have given it? Yeah, sure, yeah. It's preloaded, yeah, exactly. It is not AI. Exactly. Thank you.
Basically, Alpha, it's preloaded with the same shit you'll get from Google.
Exactly. Thank you.
All right, that's great.
Yeah, it's shit. It is. It
is not AI. It's not able of holding its own original thought.
Did you hear the conversation I had with it? Yes or no? Did you hear?
Yeah, some of it. Yeah, I was on my headphones.
Okay, so
but yeah,
what was I asking it, and what did it give me? I don't give a fuck if it's from Google or not. What happened when I asked it its questions? The questions it asked.
1 second though, I will answer you.
You're breaking down now. No,
I'm not breaking down. I just don't want to jump the gun. 1 second, no, because even
jump the
1 second.
gun.
I think even Banhammer was trying to explain the point to you.
Nah, dude.
Do you accept the point? Yeah, I'm going to answer you. Let's just finish off this original point.
No, we're not going to finish it. I need you to get right down to it.
Like, we're not going to finish it because you know you're wrong, bro. No,
I'm just. Footsies. I don't like it. Fucking get
Can
right
anybody else see that this conversation's turned into shit so quick, bro? Yeah, just stay on this topic. I'll answer you.
I think you're putting intention or you're putting words into Alpha's mouth. He never postulated that it's thinking for itself.
No, he didn't. I'm just trying to explain to him and ask him the question, and which I did ask the question: is this the final form? And do you understand there are different levels to AI? Yeah, Alpha, do you think this is the final form of AI?
I don't need to answer that question.
Right.
Because
so T-Dub, bro, how can I not put words in his mouth if he's not answering?
What was happening right now was I was asking it questions, right?
Yeah.
Specific questions.
Good questions.
It either and guess what happened when did you listen?
I knew the globe charts came out early in the morning. I knew it.
Bro, again, I'm not on about the globe or flat Earth. Just I know it's a very combative stance, but just pretend I'm the biggest flat earther around. My argument would stay exactly the same, that you can't rely on data sets generated on a global model.
Dude. Listen, I asked it the question.
Get how flat earthers
how do you know that the Earth? How do you know that the Earth is a globe? And it told me. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So you need to soothe your wounds with that, and then also I was saying
you're stuck on the globalist thing.
Yeah, you are. Like
I'm not talking, mate. I've told you several times. I am not talking about FE versus globe. Saying somebody's coping without a rebuttal is nothing.
You're just fucking filibustering, dude. I'm asking you to tell me what I was asking it.
So it mentioned about obviously over a 800 kilometer distance. It used two sticks, and I think there was a 7-degree angle or variance in the results or something.
What did I ask it?
I think that was when I was rushing to get home to get in the mic, bro. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I know, because you're fucking in a frenzy. You couldn't hear the rest of the shit that I told it.
No, I was in public, bro.
But did you hear the rest
like right now, somebody's at my door. You know what I mean? Just give us 30 seconds.
Go get your fucking DoorDash then.
Wait, you were in a frenzy in public? What did other people think about that?
That's not what I didn't say that, bro.
Dude, that further.
Come on, boys. Stop showing me you're American.
I have to mute Pads for a little bit because he's just going to interrupt. Go get your DoorDash. Fucking... You can tell by what he just said, Pat Man, was he was in a rush. As soon as he heard me speaking to it, he's like, no, trying to hurry up and get on the mic and stop it. Dude, you can't stop this. Like fucking, he didn't even listen to what the rest of the conversation was that I had with it, because he would have heard what you guys heard.
It sounded like he just wanted to ruin your AI interaction just immediately, and you could hear the pain in his voice. He was like quickly speaking. He's sweating probably.
He still has that pain. He's demonstrating it right now. He can't stop. He's like, as soon as he came on, fucking diarrhea just exploded out of his mouth. Like, he couldn't stop it, dude. And it's still spewing. So unless I plug it up with that red mic, he's just gonna keep going.
Well, it's kind of shooting himself in the foot anyway, because he's saying, but the information it's accessing is like Google. Okay, so Google's saying you can just treat the Earth as flat then.
Exactly. That's what I was going to tell him, but he fucking kept firing off at the mouth. I couldn't get 2 words in edgewise, dude. Like,
and then it was, we don't have a good enough AI. What to tell us the world's a globe?
And then he wants me to give him a lineage of the what AI is going to be in the future. I'm like, dude, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, I was just simply asking it questions, and it was giving me responses.
Crit, though, that's like what you were saying, something relevant to yesterday you were talking about how they keep kicking the can down the road, another few years. We're going to go to Mars in another few years.
I think the biggest takeaway right now, hold on, Pads, I couldn't get this out because you just wouldn't let me talk. So I will unmute you after I finish, but yeah, I promise. Anyway, I was asking the AI, Perplexity AI, that, if it's possible that it measured the surface, and it told me, well, it's so subtle that you can basically use, the idea that the Earth is flat. Really? Well, that's intriguing because in between Syene and Alexandria, there were supposed to be some curvature there. That's really fucking fascinating that you said there isn't any. And how many miles is that? Let's see. I think that's what, 500 fucking miles, maybe? Or what did it say? 800? It was
800.
It doesn't matter to me because that just makes it worse. 800 miles. 800 miles. So the curvature is so subtle.
Kilometers.
Yeah, the curvature is so
it just
subtle.
said subtle. That's what it said, and then it shot itself in the head and was like, "Oh,
that's the
it can
extreme
work on
amount
a
of
flat
curvature."
surface."
Yeah, 800 miles, bro, and it's subtle. Are you got to be kidding me? Like, if any Glober said, "Dude, 800 miles, that's subtle, bro."
They've never said that either.
Dude, okay, and no, check this out,
funny.
man. What's even worse is that they're telling us that boats are disappearing behind the curvature of the Earth at 3 miles.
3 miles.
3 miles. And then we're talking about 800. But the Perplexity AI told me, well, it's so subtle from 800 miles, you can treat it like it's flat. Well, thank you. I will treat it like it's flat because it is. Now I'm going to mute him. It's fun, though. He wanted me to give him some kind of like, lineage of what AI is going to be like in the future. We're not talking to a free-thinking AI right now. We're just talking to Google, essentially. Like, dude, what is wrong with you? And Google's giving you the wrong answer then. Go ahead.
Hey, Alpha, I was just going to say that. What's weird about what he's trying to say, he's like, oh, that's not general, it's not able to think for itself. Well, if it's just regurgitating its Google data input from the beginning, whoever its creator is, and then within its own data, it can say like, oh, wait, it's 800 miles is subtle. Like, don't they realize then that in their own paradigm, in their own data, we can destroy them within their own data?
Yeah.
Because this isn't even on what he's talking about, this AI that's thinking for itself and outside of the pre-programming. I think that's where he's going with it. It's just everything it says is just pre-programmed. But even still, okay, well then within that pre-programming, we can still destroy it by exactly what you just did and demonstrated. So I think that's worse for them.
Yeah, he was also saying that it's not, check this out. He said it's not free-thinking AI. This is just an AI that's preloaded with Google stuff. So Google stuff is all it has. It's a numpty AI that we're speaking to right now.
I don't trust him.
That's what he was saying, bro. Like, I can't make this shit up. This is like, let me unmute him. I'll let him tell you.
That's why it makes it worse for them, because if we're able to fucking point out a clearly it's logical to come to a conclusion that okay, then it's not what we're saying it is based off of their data, then why can't they do that? If this fucking dumb computer robot numpty can fucking figure it out, why can't a fucking human brain figure it out? You know what I'm saying?
It's not a case that the AI is figuring it out. It's a case that the AI is looking at the data set. If the data set is wrong, same as Google, and again, this is why I said I'm not arguing a globalist position.
Yeah, you are.
I'm arguing the tool being used. Now, the info on Google... One second, let me finish. One second, you muted me for not... One second.
You guys are passing each other. That's what it's going on.
Nah, I just want him to be real. I just want him to be... Look, if you're a Glober, just come out the closet with that shit and just say, own it. Just fucking own it. I'm a Glober. I know that through and through. Let me just argue my stance. Why are you pretending? Let's not pretend, right? Like, you don't need to pretend here. I'm not going to kick you because you said you're a Glober. Fucking, that's fine. But just admit it. Why are you... Everybody here knows it. You're just like you're not admitting it, dude. Like, and everybody knows you are, so why are you just... I don't know. Is that weird to anybody?
Is he not happy with the answers that it gave? Is that what it is?
Yeah, he's trying to not be... Go ahead, Pads.
Pads, you can't...
You're just creating an echo chamber, bro. There's no point in me carrying on the conversation. All you have to do literally quite simply just Google levels of AI, types of AI. It's not my responsibility to give you this.
Yeah, we get it, Pads. We get it, man. We get it.
You don't get it.
Loud. Yes, we do.
We do.
And you can't say say that Google you can't say that Google is 1,000 or 10,000% wrong, right, or whatever.
Biased as fuck.
You can't do that. Google isn't telling you anything. It's a database. It's a medium. So it's accessing information that is inputted into it from various sites and various sources,
garbage out.
including from academia.
And what is a data set?
So are you saying academia is wrong? 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 Is academia wrong?
That's not what I said, bro. That's called whataboutism, bro. Like,
look at what you posted. Look at what you posted at 7 minutes after the hour. I'm gonna read it out.
One second. He just asked me a question. Allow me to answer it.
You're denying the thing he's asking you to admit.
Well, he asked me, so allow me to answer it.
Are you gonna say 7 minutes after the hour what you posted?
What is? Sorry, T-Dub. I would like to answer you, bro.
Nah, bullshit, dude. You're not gonna tell him what you put in the text chat. I will. You said, and yeah, Google 1,000 or even more than 100,000% gives us the wrong answers. There, I said it. That's what you said. That you were afraid to admit. I don't know why. There. That's what he was asking you.
Nah, it's good. We'll just leave it, bro. I can't educate you on mute, bro. It's what it is.
No, you're denying.
No, just fucking research.
No education here.
Bro, I first started out, you were denying what sort of AI it is. Now T-Dub's saying we're moving past it. So you acknowledge it's generative AI, right?
I don't care what type of AI it is.
Okay, fine. If you don't care, you don't care.
I don't.
If you don't want to learn about it, sure.
What do I need to learn about it? It's giving out the answers that I want. So every single AI.
As long as something gives the answer you want, you don't want to get a better technique. As long as you're getting the answers you want. Is that what you just said to me?
So the answer was
okay.
Yeah, so the answer was the answer was is there any curvature measurement made with Eratosthenes? And it was a resounding
the answer was the one you wanted.
Because it said it measured something. It said it measured something between Alexandria and Syene. Well, guess what? At the same time, it was telling me it was too subtle to measure. So you could think about it like it's
because it's a bullshit AI, bro.
Bullshit. There you go.
What are you getting from me?
There you go.
What are you not getting, bro?
There you
go. That is what I'm trying to tell you.
How do you tell if something's bullshit or not? Like when it comes to AI, because it's such a new thing. Like, what's the measurement of what's real and what's fake?
Can we train it or not?
That's what it is.
Can we train it to give specific answers?
Well, it's AI. It's going to say whatever you want it to say, really.
Well, it's going to say what it says based on the data set we provide it.
Okay, so Pat,
Yes.
Pat. So it's been given a data set, right? And now, with logically, when it's answering the questions that Alpha's asking it, how come it can come to a conclusion that Glovers can't? Why is that?
I don't know why that is, bro. But what we can safely say is the conclusion it's drawing is based on that data set. Is that correct?
But you're
is that correct though?
You're missing my question. You're missing my question.
I said I don't know. No, I didn't miss it. I answered it. I said I don't know.
Okay, so
again though, can we agree?
Are you admitting that the answer it gave should be the same conclusion that Glover should come up with?
No.
Why not?
Most definitely not, because it's an AI model based on a very specific data set, bro.
But it's using your data. It's using the paradigm's data. It's using everyone in education. This is what we do. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, if the AI can say why don't Glover then at least backtrack and say, well, maybe we can't say that as well, but they staunchly say, no, it's a sphere. Even though it can be pointed out that it's too subtle and you don't have a measurement of curvature.
Yep.
If you want to use AI to highlight the inconsistencies in a globe model and then ask the question, like you've just rightfully asked, why is it able to produce questions that globalists can't? Sure, that is. I would encourage it. It's a really good use of the tool. That is not what I'm disputing. That is not even my point or anything like that. That seems like a good technique, bro. Man? I didn't even dispute anything. It's just when I was listening to you, you were taking.
Rushed to get on the mic.
1 second. Well, let me
get on the mic. You've already declared that.
Can I mute you if you interrupt me, or is this a one-way street?
No, it's a one-way street. This is our forum.
Okay, all right.
It's our forum.
Okay.
So you were saying I rushed to get on the mic. Why did you rush to get on the mic when you?
It was 10 minutes. I'll be back in. I'll be back in 10 minutes. Oh well, not even that. 5 minutes.
Oh, now he's leaving.
No, I won't leave. I've got a life, boys.
Now he's ready to leave.
Go ahead, man.
I've got a life, boys. Fuck me. I'm not in Discord 24/7, boys.
But you rushed in here, bro. Why'd you do that?
Don't leave.
I thought. Right, fuck it. I'll put it off. I'll put it off. No, it's alright. I'll stick around for 10 minutes.
No, go ahead, man. Because I'm gonna mute you anyway, so I'll give you an excuse. There, you can go do what you're gonna do.
Give him an excuse.
You fucking weirdo.
Threw a sock in his mouth.
He admitted.
Hey, what? Can I ask a question real quick?
Yeah, but hold on. Let me just tell you this. When he heard me talking to the AI, and I was asking Perplexity AI if the Earth is a globe and what is the measurement for the drop over distance. Now it came back to me and told me that Eratosthenes was a method, right? And this fool right here was listening to me while I was doing that. So in a crowd of people, he rushed to get back to wherever he could so he can have a conversation in here. He admitted that. He came on the mic and said, dude, I had to rush in here. I'm like, dude, why? Like, what's the problem? Why are you rushing?
Well, isn't that the definition of Discord?
No, that's the definition of right? That's the definition of somebody who has a bee in their bonnet who doesn't want me to have the conversation with AI because I'm about to expose the fact that there is no answer for the curvature of the Earth. That's the answer to that. Yeah.
White knighting for the globe.
AI is pretty much just
okay.
There's a question, they throw it out there, and then all the people come and they answer that question, and someone inputs it. It's more of like a population poll. I mean, like if
really.
Hold on a second, Tony. Are you white
depends on who's making the program. You know, it depends on like I can.
Oh God, here we go again.
Tony, are you?
I'm saying like it's more of like it's
Tony,
AI.
just a quick question: are you white knighting for AI, brother Tony?
No. AI is just. Yeah, no, not at all. And I don't think we went to the moon. You know, I'm a glober, but I don't think we went to the moon. I don't even think we can.
Ooh, interesting. Here we have another proposal on the table.
Yeah, but we're not going to segue to that because I really want to finish this conversation. He's got another numpty segue. Like, listen, what Pads came in running
numpty segue. Oh my God.
Yeah, it is. Because what Pads came in here running interference on was me asking the AI a very specific question about measurement for the globe, which he denied when he came in here.
Well, who created the AI, though? It all has to do with who created that AI and what their goal is.
It doesn't matter who made it, because when I'm asking it questions, okay, so do you think Flat Earthers had a hand in giving it the answer that it gave me, Tony?
No, I think someone came up with the AI, and they might have been biased in Flat Earth or Globe Earth. Jesus.
Was it a Flat Earther?
I don't know. Who made
it gave me an answer.
AI you were talking to?
Yeah, it was Perplexity AI. It gave me the answer as if it was responding to me if I was inquisitive about how the Earth is measured as a globe. It didn't know if I was a flat earther or not, and it still doesn't. So my question to it was, how is it measured as a globe? And I was asking it very specific questions about angle measurements. And so it gave out to me the answer that measurement as between Alexandria and Syene was done over 800 miles. Now then, over 800 miles, it told me I don't have to take the curvature into account because I could think of it as flat. It's what it told me. So how the fuck did I do anything to make it tell me that if that's the answer that it gave me? You got to think about it.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to listen to it, Otherwise, I'm just trusting someone that's telling me.
I didn't fucking Jimmy rig it and program it to give me the fucking answer I wanted to. I was only asking the very specific questions that I did, and it gave me the answer as if it were to tell me exactly how I can think of it like a globe.
Oh, could you could you ask him again, make it so we could all see it, because I don't know AI much. I don't know AI much. Oh, you did already? That. Okay, I didn't know if you did. That's fine.
That's what
cool.
I was doing. I did it over the microphone, and everybody was listening that was in the room. And the guy
I just got here, so sorry.
The guy with the green hair, whatever pads, he came in here in a rush because he heard me talking to it. In other words, he wanted to run interference before it got to the juicy bits, when it was telling me that I could think of it as flat. And now he's throwing AI under the bus, like everybody that's listening right now wants to do. Well, why are you doing that? Because it's only pulling from the information that it's been given, which was either from Google or from wherever. So it doesn't really matter where the information came from. It doesn't support the idea that the AI was talking about flat Earth. However, when I asked it how it was measured, it told me I could think of the Earth as flat between Alexandria and Syene, which was 800 miles. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're talking about AI, you have to think about how does AI work? Like, how does AI get its information?
Who gives a fuck?
Tony, just real quick, Tony.
What do you mean? That's a huge part of like how do you get it? Like, I don't know if either's right, but I know how they gets its information.
Tony, put it this way. Let's say this, Tony. Okay, let's say there was a person with every credential possible that you will respect them. Okay, because they're very knowledgeable. Because in this case, AI is just that person. Okay, it has all the fucking data at its fingertips, all the answers. But if someone was to come in here with all the credentials and logically, have that same conversation with Alpha, and if that person came to that same conclusion, are you going to question that person? Say, oh, well, you're just a fucking, you're a flat earther then. You must be. You have to be. Or is it's actually somebody, unlike a Glover, that could take information, think logically, and then come to a conclusion of where we are all sitting at on the flatter side. This is why we sit on the side. Because we are, like the AI did, questioning it and then coming to a conclusion that doesn't fucking comport with everything that we've been indoctrinated with. Do you understand that, Tony?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I get what you said. Makes sense. It made me think something because, for real, yeah, you're right. What I'm thinking is, why are we asking this computer or whatever that's made by men or whatever, it can be biased? Why are we asking and then like making like it's right or wrong? I mean,
because
why are we even putting our faith into this thing?
Listen, think about it. It's a tool, right? That you can use. It's a tool.
Like
so
Google.
When you use the tool, you're going to ask it questions like you would normally ask anybody else about the question, and see if it can source any information and it can give you that you can apply to why somebody would think it's a globe. So when you ask it the question, right, simply, it's going to give you a response based on whatever information it's been given to it, right? Everybody knows that. Yeah. Once it gives you that information, you're going to hear a response as if it were somebody who understood how to answer the question. Do you get it?
It'd be like a culmination of everyone's answers that's gone in there and talked,
Yes. So therefore, when it gave me back the answer that Eratosthenes was the way that the Earth has been measured, I started to ask the leading questions. Okay, how was it measured? So through the process of it telling me how it was measured, Pads heard me talking to it. So he didn't want me to finish talking to it, so he was rushing through a crowd of people to get on the microphone so he can run interference.
Oh, I see what you're talking about now. Well, okay, let's get to the point where you were at now, because it's interesting. Okay, so you were at the point where you were asking how it even knows that it was 800 miles. Yeah, that'd be cool. Interesting as hell, for real.
Yeah, so we were talking about the specific
Can you clip it out?
Say again.
Can you clip it out?
Yeah. I have to go back into the...
My bad. I came in here late, I just like to talk, so...
Yeah, I know.
The thing about it, Tony, is the main thing is this. It's that, let's say, like, McToon was in here, like that dumbass, okay? Let's say, let's say Alpha asked him the same question. The problem is, McToon wouldn't come up with that answer because he is biased. Because he will take that data and say, well, it has to be a globe because that's his bias. And he won't logically, and what's the word? Like, genuine. No, not, what's the word? You're being honest. He wouldn't.
Indigenuous. Yeah, ingenuous or whatever.
Yeah, he would.
Disingenuous, that's it, sorry.
Yeah. Well, no, he is disingenuous. So it would be ingenuous. I don't know. Whatever.
I agree, too. I agree also.
So the point here, though, is that why can't Glovers do the same thing? And then when the AI says something that they don't agree with, they fucking throw it under the bus. Oh, it's just take the data. And wait, well, shouldn't you guys be too? Because you're a human with a brain. Why can't you guys fucking come to that conclusion? Like this is why we have the conclusion. Because shit like
I think people should just be open-minded to like whatever, like, and not like be a hard line like this is what's going on right now.
But you're missing the point, right? So when I'm asking it questions, it's giving me answers. When I talk to people that have a bias towards a globe, I don't get answers. I get, well, I don't know why I have to answer that question. Well, what would be the purpose of me answering that question for? And I'm like, dude, just answer the fucking question. Yeah, I know, but like, there's no reason why I should be answering that question. Like, I should just be talking about other things. And it's filibustering after fucking filibustering. when I just want to know what the response would be. Rather, I talk to AI, it fucking tells me straight away. It doesn't waste any time. It fucking gives me the answer. Therefore, bypassing all the fucking struggle that it would take me to get one of these Globers, like pulling teeth, give me the fucking answer that I want, which that would be their response if they were being genuine. Eratosthenes, right? Do you get it? That's what it's doing.
I get
it's
it.
Not being a numpty Glober. It's just giving me a straight answer as if it was somebody that didn't have any interest in being biased.
You've been pretty lucky.
Yeah, so
Alpha, every
like
time
you just
I've
said,
had a crack at it, it's gone round and round in circles. It's just sophistry, and I want to put my fist through the screen. Yeah, seriously,
I think it's great.
I get fucked over proper. It is an absolute bitch. So I want to hear you rail this fucking thing and do us all a favour, because seriously, every time I've had a crack, it's just loop-de-friggin' loop, and it's no better than any Glober that comes into this room.
Yeah, I was telling, and Pad's got all up in a tizzy about it, but I was saying the reason why he doesn't like it, and he started saying, well, he threw the specific AI right now under the bus, because he doesn't like that the fact that it's giving me straight answers and not fucking filibustering and just meandering and just never getting to the point where it's going to give me the answer. So he wants to run interference on that. So I'm not letting him. Therefore, now when I'm talking about what just took place, well, AI gave me the answer as is, what the normal response would have been if anybody asked the question, how do I know that the Earth has been measured, to have any curvature on the surface? And they told me that between Syene and Alexandria, 800 miles, that you can think of the Earth as flat. And boy, the fucking fumes were coming out this man, right? Rushing to get on the mic. Because, god damn it, nobody's going to say that shit, right? And so he's starting to talk about how fucking this AI is not capable of producing anything that's positive. Like, dude, why the fuck are you making it sound like AI is like just trash, bro? Maybe it's because you want not to be the answer for what you heard. That it's telling me that you could think of 800 miles as flat. Maybe. I think that's what it is.
It makes sense why now even the government is like, well, AI might be dangerous for the educational system because shit like this. Because it's taking their fucking data and then making them look like, like bad because it is clearly contradicting to what they're saying things are. So maybe that's why they want to fucking try to take a second look at AI and how they can control the data that is saying and given out to the people, to the masses. It's fucking so self-evident, dude.
Of course it is. Of course it is. You know what? I'm sorry. Like 3 people asked me a question, and you guys just went off and like didn't let me answer. Like, but I'm seriously, I'm down with what you guys are saying because AI is fucking crazy as fuck. I'm like, how the fuck am I gonna? I'm not gonna believe I'm not gonna buy a robot. Well, wait, I have a robot. It's in my fucking hand. It's called a phone. Son of a bitch. Never mind. I take everything back.
There you go. And that phone.
God damn, dude.
Everything that you can get to, that's what the fucking AI is doing. But just quicker.
Yeah, see, I'm not your typical Glober, guys. You don't need to like assume what I'm going to say or anything, because I'm definitely not the same person.
Let's see if I'll run it again for a little bit. I don't want to, because I know some people come in here with AI, but I don't want to hog the conversation.
I've never even tried it. I've never even tried AI. I don't even know how it works or what it is. I've never even tried one yet. I'm an AI virgin. Well, I got a girlfriend though. That's why.
Just quickly, salute to Killian. He's come and gone now, but he posted in the side chat the little chart with the overall curvature. The 8 inches per mile square with the table of how much drop there is over distance. So I think the AI said 800 kilometers, so like roughly 500 miles. So over 500 miles, there's what did it say? 6 miles, I think it was, of curvature. Let me find it quickly again.
It's 31 miles, it says.
31 miles, sorry. 31 miles over 500 miles distance.
It said it was so subtle at 800 miles.
Yeah, 31 miles.
The ocean's only supposed to be 8 miles deep. Last time I checked. So how can it be 30 miles of curved water?
Let me get this party crunk, man. But real quick, remember I told you that Pads was a full-on Glober and he was denying it? I want you to take a look at 21 minutes after the hour and tell me what you see on the text channel.
Hey, maybe run it back, Alpha, and do the questions again, so that way everyone else that didn't hear it can hear it. Because I know Elijah was like, "Can you clip it?" Because he didn't hear it either.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind. Did you see what he posted?
You said 21 minutes?
Yeah, in the text channel.
Oh yeah, the crazy how nature does that.
But he said he's not a Glober.
No, he actually did admit it. He finally did admit it.
But me?
He said Pads did Pads. He's like, everyone knows I'm a Glober.
No, he did.
Well, the answer it gave was very subtle about the curvature.
No, Pat was here. Like, I mean, everybody here. I can run through again. It's no big deal. Let's see.
What happened? I've been making dinner right now. Did you guys ask me something, or sorry?
All right, you guys are gonna have to be piping down just a moment while I talk to AI. So, just don't jump on the mic and say shit because it picks up that too. All right, here we go. Once again, I want to cover if we can measure drop over distance on the surface of the Earth, because they're telling me that the Earth is flat. So how would I measure the curvature of the Earth?
You can measure the curvature of the Earth in several ways. One common method is by observing the horizon from a height. As you gain altitude, the horizon appears to drop, which is measurable. Another way is using large bodies over a significant distance. You can detect a slight drop due to the Earth's curvature. Finally, you can use experiments like the Bedford Level Experiment. These methods all demonstrate the Earth's curvature.
So when in history has the Earth's curvature been measured? When was the first time that it was measured?
The Earth's curvature was first measured by the ancient Greeks. The earliest known measurement was by Eratosthenes around 240 BCE. He used the angle of the sun's rays at two different locations, Alexandria and Syene, to calculate the Earth's circumference with remarkable accuracy.
So it's a calculation, not a measurement?
You're right. Eratosthenes' calculation was based on observations and geometry, not direct measurement. The first direct measurement experiment is often attributed to the Bedford Level Experiment in the 19th century. However, this experiment initially led to incorrect conclusions due to experimental errors. Later, more rigorous versions of the experiment confirmed the Earth's curvature.
Could you name one such experiment that has been done that confirmed the Earth's curvature?
One famous experiment that confirmed the Earth's curvature is the Schiehallion experiment in 1774. Astronomers measured the deflection of a plumb line caused by the gravitational pull of the mountain Schiehallion in Scotland. This deflection provided evidence of the Earth's mass and shape, confirming its curvature.
How does this experiment directly measure curvature?
The Schiehallion experiment didn't directly measure the Earth's curvature. Instead, it measured the Earth's density and mass. By measuring the gravitational pull of a mountain and comparing it to the gravitational pull of the Earth, scientists could infer information about the Earth's shape. Direct measurements of Earth's curvature, like the Bedford Level Experiment, involved observing changes in distance on the Earth's surface. Schiehallion was more about understanding Earth's gravity and density.
So, if I'm understanding you correctly, the Earth's curvature has never been directly measured. Is that correct?
Not quite. The Earth's curvature has been directly measured, particularly in modern times with precise instruments. For example, surveyors use geodetic techniques to account for the Earth's curvature when measuring long distances. Additionally, experiments observing the horizon, like watching ships disappear hull first or the curvature visible from high-altitude flights, directly demonstrate the curvature.
So, with geodetic surveying, when somebody's doing any type of surveying, what is done before the geodetic information is input into the measurement? Do you think somebody has to do planar surveying where they have to measure the surface of the Earth using geometry?
Yes, in surveying, a distinction is made between planar and geodetic surveying. Planar surveying assumes the Earth is flat over small areas, and basic geometry is used for measurement. For larger areas or more precise work, geodetic surveying accounts for the Earth's curvature. Typically, a planar survey might be used as a starting point, and then geodetic corrections are applied for accuracy. This process ensures measurements reflect the Earth's true shape.
How do we know that's the Earth's true shape if we're doing planar surveying and it's measuring the surface flat?
Planar surveying assumes a flat surface, which is a simplification. It's suitable for small areas where the curvature's effect is negligible. However, we know the Earth's true shape through geodetic surveying, which accounts for curvature. By comparing planar survey results with geodetic data, we can see the differences caused by the Earth's curvature. This helps in understanding and modeling Earth's true shape, known as the geoid.
At what distance can the Earth be measured as having that curvature when we do planar surveying? So at what distance will the curvature start being more pronounced?
Planar surveying, the Earth's curvature becomes more pronounced and noticeable over longer distances. Typically, surveyors start to account for the Earth's curvature when measuring distances greater than about 10 to 20 kilometers, 6 to 12 miles. Beyond this range, curvature can introduce significant errors if not accounted for, which is why geodetic surveying techniques are used for larger areas.
What specific measurement does geodetic surveying do? Measurement, not calculations, right?
Geodetic surveying involves precise measurement of large areas, taking into account the Earth's curvature. It includes measuring angles and distances between points on the Earth's surface using tools like theodolites and total stations. Geodetic surveys also use GPS technology to determine precise positions. These measurements are then used to create accurate maps and models that reflect the Earth's curved shape.
Aren't angles two straight lines? How can an angle have a curved line to have a measurement? Isn't an angle measurement used on a flat surface like a surface on the Earth would be flat?
Angles can indeed be measured between two straight lines, but in geodetic surveying, angles are measured between lines that lie on the curved surface of. Surveyors use like theodolite to measure these angles accurately. The curvature of the Earth is accounted for in the calculations, even though the measurements themselves are taken on the Earth's surface. So while
Did that just break up for you guys? That broke up.
Lines, the context of those lines takes curvature into account.
That last question you asked, it broke up like right when the information needed to be good. You like when I wanted to hear it, and then just started going. It broke
Did you
up.
guys hear it, or was it cutting up for you guys?
No, I heard it. What did it say right there when it was talking about the measurements? Like,
I was going to
it was
continue,
breaking
but
up.
I was going to continue, but it sounded like Tony wasn't going to be able to hear it. So,
No, it broke up.
Yeah,
I just didn't know
but
if it broke up for everyone.
I can't keep going because if it started breaking up, then I don't know if it's breaking up for everybody, or that's why. Yeah.
God damn, that sounds like someone who that sounds like someone who was breaking it up on purpose. My God, dude, fucking tighten up.
What's wrong with that guy? But did you guys hear it?
It was patchy. Parts of it dropped
I
out.
think I heard. I think
Some of
I
it?
heard it. I can't really repeat exactly what it said.
Yeah, we're going through just geodetic and planar surveying.
I heard the whole thing, minus maybe a word or two, but not like dropped out like you couldn't hear the whole answer.
So far, I haven't heard anything that said we can directly measure curvature. So
yeah, it says it. It says it like it does, but then when you start asking what a measurement is, it doesn't. It can't, because there's no. That's what I was saying too. Like when you have these conversations with the AI, it's just like asking it specifically. Like, okay, you're saying you measure it. How do you measure? What is a measurement? Like, then get definitions going, and then it'll be like, oh, you're right. It's not a measurement.
Yeah, not once did it say. It kept going back to it's calculated. It's assumed. It even said assumed. It said it assumes the curvature, and then they go from there in regards to the geodetic survey.
Oh, this is what it should be to these guys. Biased answers and hurt feelings and not even responses to the questions. We just get like avoidance, never trying to answer what's being asked.
Yep.
I have to plug it into a better system to where it's like piping through the, straight into the stream. There's a way to do it, but
what I heard it do just a minute ago was beg the question, because if this is something that you're asking about, having measured the curvature of the Earth, and they're accounting for the curvature of the Earth within their measurements, then that's circular reasoning.
And it's not a measurement, yeah.
And there's not a measurement. Yeah, it kept doing that too. You were like on the point about measurement, and then you'd ask it a question and be like, "Well, they didn't directly measure it."
Yeah, exactly.
It wasn't about that. It was about density and gravity.
Yeah. You see, I'm telling you, it's a matrix. If you're listening.
That was hilarious with the gravity bullshit. It didn't even measure curvature. It just took you completely off topic. That was wild.
Yep. And it does it all the time with me because I know the questions that I want to ask it. So it never gets to the point where it tells me that it's measured the surface to have any curvature or replicate a method which I can do to test for myself. So these globalists, man, they get so upset, dude. Oh man, it's awesome.
Yeah, I've got an unread message from Professor Phil sitting there. I haven't clicked on it yet.
Oh, you were listening? Oh, good.
Just his mad face icon looking at you. Me going.
He's upset. Is he gonna tell us like Pads was? Oh, you can't trust that, man. It's just information. It's like I don't think that's really helping Pad's point either. That is pulling from information on the internet. Because wouldn't that be what anybody needs to look up information about the curvature of the Earth? Like prior to AI, they're pulling it from the internet. He just doesn't want anything to be held accountable to giving an answer. He wants everything to be as weaselly as him. ChatGPT is a lot better, but I gotta find out how to pipe this shit into the PC. So you guys can be listening to it while I'm... Yeah, geodetic surveying. It was saying that planar surveying is, what did it say? It's not representing the Earth. It's showing it like it's flat, but I don't know. It said it, dude. So planar surveying takes place first prior to geodetic, which is what you were saying before, APOC, with your friend.
Right.
Have a go at this special ed in bloody text chat. Echoplex. All measurements are calculations. You have to calculate where to put the marker lines on a tape measure to be able to measure something. Every measurement is a calculation. Echoplex, you're a dubbo. Step off.
He's subscribed to McToon because that's what McToon says. He's just parroting the bullshit that they say.
Oh, we got pads all worked up. That was quite fun, though. I like that. He wants me to ask AI. Let's see if it'll come through. What is the difference between measurement and calculation?
Measurement and calculation are two different concepts. Measurement involves determining the physical quantity of something, such as length, weight, or temperature, typically using instruments or tools. Calculation, on the other hand, is a mathematical process of computing or determining a value by applying mathematical operations like addition, subtraction, multiplication, or division. In short, measurement is about observing and recording physical properties, while calculation is about performing mathematical operations.
Thank you. Was that it, Echoplex? That what you wanted to hear? Did you guys hear anything?
Yeah, we heard it.
Okay.
Clean as.
Well,
So your phone got a headphone jack in the bottom of it?
yeah, I gotta plug this shit in.
Excellent. So you need extension piece so you can go from your phone to the computer, run a program called Voicemeeter, set up the virtual input or physical input so the computer can pick it up. So it uses the PC as just a speaker.
I'm
And
curious.
then just run it all through Voicemeeter.
I have something. Let me see if it works. Because I got something that plugs right into my phone, but I didn't know if it would pipe the audio through.
Sometimes they punch through the USB, not all the time.
Okay, how about now? Can you hear me?
Clear.
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, let's try this out. I don't know if it'll pipe through here, but
It started. It started the breakdown.
Yep, and I just stopped it. Shut up for a minute.
did you guys hear anything?
Nah,
No.
nothing.
Okay.
Geeks. If I'm 20th in line, why was I the first one to get you? Nancy?
Beta!
Yeah, that's right. Waiting for a special ed like you to drop in. Like a good Sentry drone. Yeah.
Stop the cap.
Well, that didn't work.
No, got nothing. Alright, I'm unlocking this now so I can listen to him for a while. Alright, Geek Tard, you're up.
Dan.
What's today's wannabe proof of curvature?
Yeah, which one's today's?
Most days there's something stupid, so you might as well just, yeah.
Space debris? I don't know. Yeah, I know. It's good though, man, wasn't it?
Found it.
That was funny.
That's a bit loud, that. I might knock it down a bit.
Oh, I'll tell you what, actually, you'll like this. Bet on for the next UK Prime Minister, Jeremy Clarkson. Jeremy Clarkson.
What of him?
Next UK Prime Minister.
Nice one, brother.
Well, thanks. You.
That'd be interesting as a PM.
Tell me why he isn't the perfect candidate.
Because he's a celebrity. He's a TV presenter. He's not a governor.
But tell me why he shouldn't be Prime Minister, not why he should.
Because celebrities have sold their soul already.
Solve half of
In
your
order to
so-called
get to the
governors.
position they've got to.
Solve half of your governors. Well, actually, I'll rephrase that. Not just your governors. Most of our politicians, most of the politicians in the US, there's not many that are straighty 180s anymore. They're all corrupt in some way, shape, or form.
But a celebrity didn't come into the field or the space to make changes. They came into the space to be famous. So you end up with yes men. Look at Ukraine.
And you don't have yes men as politicians. They all bow down to corporate.
We do. But it'll be even worse when you start introducing celebrities to be the norm.
Okay. Well, I got him at average odds of 320 to 1.
He'll probably win. People are stupid, so he'll probably win.
Well, I hope so now, yeah.
All the petrol heads will vote for him, that's for sure.
And the women.
People are people, so why should it be?
Don't you think? And the women. And women like Jeremy Clarkson in general? I thought it was...
Don't know where you got that from, mate. I don't know any women who like Jeremy Clarkson.
Good point. If it was a choice between Keir Starmer or Jeremy Clarkson, who would the women vote for?
Keir Starmer.
Really?
Clarkson's too right wing or whatever. Basically, he'll be a conservative, won't he?
I'm thinking more kind of reform, turbocharged.
Yeah. Even more right. That's extreme right.
More like like politicians. You wouldn't be able to predict what he's going to do because he knows TV. You know what I mean? He knows kind of how. I don't know.
Wouldn't be hard to guess, mate. First things first, he'd probably do some good things. He'd get rid of the Green Initiative. He'd get rid of the Net Zero.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Sustainability initiatives and start pushing diesel.
Diesel?
He's going to put people out of work. Seriously, all those ULEZ cameras that you guys have got floating around everywhere, they're not...
Yeah, they'll be gone.
They'll be gone. All those half roadblocks will be gone.
What about like the north? Like, what's the north of England like with Clarkson? They quite like him, I'd imagine. Even though he's like posh, he's like country posh, right? I don't know. What do you think?
I don't know. I think he appeals to all the blokes. Yeah, all your old school style men all over the country.
And like the new and like young men as well, because he's like, you know, he's like, yeah. And he'd have James May and Richard Hammond as like his like two helpers as Prime Minister or something. Can you imagine from Prime Minister's questions was like done in the style of Top Gear?
See, you bloody Globers run the country, run the world. Look what happens. We end up with celebrities as our leaders. It's a joke.
So you now believe he's going to be Prime Minister?
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me, mate, with the state of our politics.
Why would the women vote for him though?
Who else there's nobody else really who's gathering any momentum or popularity. So a celebrity walking in would make a lot of sense.
I agree. And he loves his country as well, doesn't he? Like, he's proper British, but he's not like, he doesn't buy into all that PC crap, but he's not racist. He's fussy. You know what I mean?
That's why he'll get votes.
Oh, I'm glad I put the bet on then. Imagine if I won that. Imagine.
How much you put on?
So, right now, I'm going to put more on now because you guys have convinced me. So far, just like 25 quid.
And what's it running? 320 to 1.
It's something like that, but I'm just updating my odds here.
That's all right. Just leave it.
No, because my bet has pushed them down now, so I've got a lower. I'm just going to cancel what's not matched.
Does it stay at your fixed odd or what?
No, only for a certain amount of money, right? Like, because the exposure on the other end, because it's a market, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what I was just wondering if it's fixed odd. If it was fixed odd, I was going to say just leave it. 25 quid on bloody 320 to 1. Yeah,
but I've only been able to get 850 on that 320, and now it's down to 80.
Yeah.
So I guess I'll wait for it to top up a bit more, I suppose. Because it's an exchange, it's not like against the bookies. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Even Andrew Tate's
I'd be chucking a few
80.
quid on, straight down the pub, get in there with all the boys. Oi, lads, this geezer's having a bit of a run. I think we should check him out.
But wouldn't it be sweeter if, like, you came out with $1,000, right, and you're buying your mates drinks, and you're like, how did you get that? And be like, mate, I put money on Jeremy Clarkson months ago. Yeah, because it'd be like the laddiest thing you could do, betting Jeremy Clarkson, drinking with the lads, and being the smartest one there who like saw the future. It's such an Australian thing to do, isn't it?
Oh, shit.
Well, it's on Betfair. I think you've got the same rules as us. Like, if you go to Betfair Exchange...
Yeah, we got a whole heap of gambling things.
Sorry, say again.
We got a whole heap of gambling things over here. There's If there's a chance that there's corruption in it, you can bet on it.
Hey, we invented the TAB machine. Seriously, that came from Australia.
What? Oh, the FOB team.
So it replaced bookies. Essentially, the TAB machine replaced bookies. The need for people.
Yeah. Is that the one that you see videos of people like losing and smashing up? He's a bit crazy. Okay, I'm gonna have to monitor this now because I'm getting greedy. I don't. Well, let's put some on it.
Don't fuck with it.
Well,
just find it,
80,
lock it down.
80 to 1. 80 to 1 is still, that's not too bad.
Is that what the fixed rate is? 80 to 1.
It's not fixed. Like that's the thing. Someone is basically laid.
Because some of them will offer a fixed rate and a variable rate. So the variable, as more people stack coin on, it'll go down and down and down. So
that's what's happening now.
Everyone's putting money on. But some of them will say, we'll have a fixed rate, but you've got to spend 100 quid, and the fixed rate will be set really low. So the variable rate might start at 300, and the fixed will be like 40 to 1.
Got it, yeah. So it's like incremental, sort of like you get only a certain amount at this rate, and next. I get it. So just to give you an idea of this, right? Remember I said I got some of the odds at like 320. The odds based on just my betting now has pushed Jeremy Clarkson down to 6.2 to 1, which means he's second. I'm going to mess with
and the other thing to think about too is the more people see that, they'll go, hang on a minute, Clarkson.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Oh my God.
It's advertising for him.
I'm going to manipulate. I'm going to legally manipulate an election.
Imagine being a billionaire and you just sitting there going, put a tenner on, wait 5, put a tenner on, just write a script so every 5 minutes chucks another tenner on, just so it keeps his odds stacked right up.
Well, I mean, I can write that very, very easily.
And you'd be broke in an hour because you fucked up, and it's not $10; it's $10.
No, I put safeguards on it. Oh, absolutely not. Like, okay, I'll put now a screenshot of what the odds are inside chats, as you can see. So Jeremy Clarkson's now favourite to win Prime Minister. So
he's the current favourite, is he?
Yeah, just because my bets. He's right at the bottom, 4 to 1, and then Nigel Farage is at the top, 4.3.
That's a cracker.
I think Nigel Farage has probably got the most momentum at the minute.
Wow.
Yeah, I've got 140 quid on Farage. That's 6 to 1.
Mm-hmm.
I feel quite proud of myself. I feel like James Bond, sort of manipulating, money markets of the next UK prime ministerial election. I should send this to like a bunch of lefty newspapers, shouldn't I? Like Guardian and. Just a screenshot. That's a genius idea. Oh my God, that's such a good idea, isn't it?
Yeah, just send it in there as a smart ass comment. What, are you lot taking the piss?
I'll pretend to be a lefty. So I'll pretend to be a lefty, and I'll be like, "Oh my God, sorry, you realise that we are potentially, actually committing some form of espionage." What is it? I don't even know what it is. Oh my God. Okay, I'm making a list of newspapers. Just lefty UK newspaper. Oh wait, Australian ones. Give me Australian lefty newspapers, or like who'd be the top 5
Proper left.
Do you
though.
think that I read fucking newspapers? I found out when I was fucking 10 that newspapers are written for an 8-year-old literature level or literacy level.
Yeah.
And never ever fucking bought one unless it was for someone else. I just looked at that and went, you know what? I'm older than what they're fucking written for. No thanks. And I told a few of my mates about it and they went bullshit and they went looking it up and they stopped buying newspapers themselves.
Do you know where the terms upper and lowercase letters come from?
Okay. Anyways, you're going to tell me. I know.
I will. It's related because when the printing press started,
didn't they keep the in separate cases, upper and lower?
Exactly. Yeah. To get the letters out.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I knew it.
Yeah, well, absolutely. Like snagged right on. Did you know that before, or did you just like work it out as before I even got there?
No, I worked it out. I think I've heard it before that it used to something to do with like the printing presses. They actually each of the letters were placed in to make it up, and
that's it
in separate cases. So uppercase were in the upper rack, lowercase in the lower rack, and yeah, it's just a terminology come from that.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely correct. Case. Upper case. The word case is just so weird how that gets like, twisted. GB News.
9 o'clock. Wow.
LBC. Okay. So it might be better to do this on X. Kind of need to highlight. This is so devious and dastardly. You should be stopping me.
No, it's entertaining.
You Globers seem to be on your own thing. We can't stop you.
Okay, this is about as much as I'm going to stop you.
You don't want to get bitten now, do you, sweetheart?
If I throw it back, I don't want to know how it tastes.
That's about.
Well, at least you can add election fraud to your CV.
My thieving? This is art, what I'm doing right now.
I said, at least you can add election fraud to your CV.
CV? Who's a thieving? Election fraud. I quite
In
like
the quiet words of the Virgin Mary, come again.
Oh.
So what do you put on your CV? Newspaper editor.
Newspaper editor. No, it's going to be manipulated money markets during the UK 2025 snap election to ensure a politically polarizing candidate was the favourite to win. Further created media frenzy, resulting in the entirety of Wales to be shut down for 4 days. And they're like, oh, was that you? Like, yeah, that was me.
Get us a cup of tea, would you, Errol?
That's what
Have you seen? No, they won't. No, they will not. Do you think they'll be trembling?
Oh shit, that's funny.
Trembling.
And as he gets thrown into jail.
Looks like meat back on the menu.
That's like, what is it? Lord of the Rings or something?
Yeah.
I go LBC and Guardian, The Guardian, BBC. Might as well throw them in there because.
So what's your MO? You're a pissed off lefty because this random twat has made it onto the list, and he shouldn't have. He should be in his car driving around the countryside. Just fuck off and leave us all alone.
You know what? Actually, you've given me pause for thought. A good thing, because actually, I need to be smarter about this. I need to come across like I'm lefty.
Like a loony lefty?
But word it very carefully.
Yeah, just take your time with it. It's all good.
Yeah, it's just I have to weave kind of subtle seeds of emotion. You know what I mean? It might make sense to do this as a 1-by-1, actually. So let's do LBC. Thanks, mate. You slowed me down so I can
think
cause as much. Yeah. Think. What?
All he's got to do is stay down.
Yeah, of course.
All right. Do we have any actual ballers in here that aren't shit?
I'm a baller for?
Yeah, but you're doing silly shit.
No. I'm going to pause because this. But I've got a question for you, actually. What? Oh, sorry. I shouldn't be asking you questions. I guess it's more. I wonder what Elon Musk thinks about this whole thing. Yeah.
How much toilet paper he's got left on the roll? What's for dinner? What lane should I be in when I'm driving home? He probably thinks about a whole heap of things.
Yeah, last time I checked in on Elon Musk, he was contemplating on how to make his rockets more pointy on the nose cone.
Why?
I think that's his main priority at the moment.
What on earth for?
There was a book written by Werner von Braun called something to do with Elon, the space traveler. And in his story, Elon is the first person to colonize Mars. And Elon's rocket was a lot more pointy than Elon Musk's SpaceX rocket, so he wants to align with that.
Right. Okay. Well, where's he sending the rockets that are pointy then? I mean, he's still building them.
So he wants to colonize a place called Mars in the sky.
Mental.
Hey, you believe it too, geeks? Why is it mental for you?
It's just Imagine if it happens. It's just unbelievable. Going to a different planet, sort of thing.
That's the only place it can happen, mate, in your imagination.
Probably. I hope not, though.
All right, I'm back. Who wants to argue?
It's not really much to argue about.
I was hoping. I was doing some hoping and wishing, but nothing else.
Geeks is doing a little bit of imagination work around Mars. And if you want to talk to them about space.
No, space. Not a hot space. Not hot.
Yeah, but that's the little dream world that you're in.
Right.
I'd say that one just saw the title and bolted. I love when they do that. Well, I'm going to bail out, gentlemen.
Oh, you are. Oh, that's a shame.
I've got
What?
one more sound effect for you.
Fellas, smoke me a kipper. I'll be back for breakfast.
I'll see you in the morning.
Brilliant.
Yes.
Enjoy.
Alrighty, guys. Have a good one.
Bye-bye. 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 Wait, did someone shout out Geeks?
Someone say my name?
No, you're not Geeks.
No,
I'm Geeks.
Your name or Geeks' name. You're both hallucinating. Teach kids, though. Welcome to the channel. Are you a flat earther, or do you have an opinion on this?
I'm a normal person.
Are you a normie?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It sucks. I'm sorry. I wish I could tell you that I was retarded, but I'm not.
Whoa. What's with the disrespect?
I'm sorry. I was going too hard, too fast. I apologize.
Too hard, too fast. So you
That don't matter. You're just beating them to what they're going to say to you. So
that's true. I know you guys are going to start insulting me soon. I might as well get it in quick.
Yeah, for real. Yeah.
No. There is no insults. There is only discipline. And if people are coming,
that's fucking deep.
Yeah, there's no insults. It's just discipline. And if people come in undisciplined, uneducated, and they want to be opinionated, sometimes we have to shut that down for the sake of the room.
That would make me have to be the one that has all the knowledge, and the person coming in needs to learn. So how are you so certain you have all the truth in this conversation?
Well, if somebody comes in and starts making fallacious arguments and assumptions and isn't able to provide any tangible evidence, then it becomes clear that this person does not know what they're talking about. If somebody is able to, cite evidences and experiments, for example, then they get the utmost respect, my friend. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, but I've been around for like 5 years. You guys don't really do that here. You guys usually just shut people up, especially with Huey's here and you're retarded and they mute you.
Yeah, some of you guys are pretty decent, but like a couple of the guys, regulars of this chat, like they cannot handle like a dialogue. They will just interrupt you immediately, call you stupid, like railroad you into their questions, and as soon as you try to answer them, like no, it's fucking obnoxious. You're okay though. You're okay.
There's no use getting into a conversation with someone that already has all the answers.
Yeah.
What one is that?
Well, when it comes to the geometry, we do have the answers because it's something you can have the answers to as well. If you take any measurement from the Earth, you need to establish the Earth as a flat plane. If you take any long distance observations, you'll never be able to witness or observe the drop over distance that's claimed on the Earth. This is something that's repeatable, testable, and you don't need to tell you this. You can find it out for yourself.
Only in this small little room, because the majority of people that know about geodetics and like surveyors, they know that that's bullshit. So, I mean, you got a small like 0.003% of the world that thinks like you, but they're wrong. I don't get that. That's weird.
Yeah, but the people you're talking about don't know that they use ECEF coordinates, and that they're translating flat data into spherical geometry. So most people only have half of the story, and the convenience is that they only know the side that supports their theory. They don't know that their model doesn't work. And geodetic surveying and all that data is using flat data and converting it to ECEF coordinates.
Well, the people that actually use like geodetic surveying every day and do it every day and GPS and all that, they just disagree with you guys. But I guess you guys have all the answers.
No, if we talk about ECEF coordinates with people who understand geodetic surveying, they would have to admit that yes, local data, you always establish the Earth as locally flat, and then you take that data and you transform it. And it sounds like you didn't know that.
Look, man, I'm not.
I mean,
sorry, go ahead, buddy.
Surveying it's pretty like. I mean, it's a business that people do it as a job. They go to college, they learn it. I mean, it's something that happens. I mean, like it's everyday shit. GPS, it's a real thing. I mean, Google Earth is a real thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it still uses flat data though. You're not listening. The data that is taken originally, any direct measurement is flat data. Then it's converted, transformed into spherical geometry.
You might want to tell them that because they don't do that though. I mean, you are in the business, so I don't know why you're telling me like you know what you're talking about. Are you a geodetic surveyor?
I'm not a geodetic surveyor, but I know they use something called ECEF coordinates, which is transformed from the direct measurements. The direct
Can you break that down to an actual equation, what that equation means, so we can tell us about it?
I don't need to. You just need to make sure you are.
You don't need to know about what you're talking about. You just need to know the words.
No, I don't need to do the math. I just need to know that the data that is measured is measured from a flat surface, a flat plane. Then that data is transformed. I don't know how many times I need to repeat myself. It doesn't matter.
You don't need to, wait. You don't need to know the math about something that has to do with math. I don't need to know the math about math. You need to know the math. If you don't know the math, you shouldn't be talking about it.
All they do is account for curvature. They don't directly measure it. That's what geodetic surveyors do.
Yes, they do.
Just so you know. No, they don't.
Yes, they do. I mean, come on.
So you know about the math then, Tony. So you know about the math.
No, I just know that. I know. I
okay. So what are you basing your statements on?
The people that know the way that like what they've said. Like I know math. I just don't like. I can't
what have they said? What have they said? What have they said?
They say it's a friggin' globe, dude.
Oh,
that's about as deep as you guys go. You guys don't have any equations. Give me one equation you guys got for flatness.
So you just assume that their statement that the Earth is a globe is based on some sort of math that they use.
It just makes sense. I mean, the way that it comes out. I mean, like I know I've
you don't know the math, so you can't base an affirmative statement on that premise because you don't know if that's true or not. You don't know if that's true or not.
No, neither do you. But you think you hit it. Like
I haven't said anything, bro. I'm just pointing out what you're accusing him of is what you're doing your fucking self.
That's exactly what you're doing, dumbass. Do you not see that? You're doing the same thing by yelling at me about it.
I haven't made any affirmatives about either way.
You just told me what I'm thinking about him.
I'm just pointing out your fucking hypocrisy, bro.
You're the one thing about
That's all I'm doing.
Really like
Don't fucking come at me, bro.
Look at yourself, dumbass. Look at yourself. What are you doing in this fucking world? Staying on this channel every day? Do you have a girlfriend? Something? Do you do something other than
Who gives a fuck? I do things in between.
I'm glad you guys are
I do things in between. So you're going to make it personal. You're going to make it personal, are you? You're making it personal. This isn't about the fucking argument, is it? It's about me and what I do with my day and my time. Is that what this is about?
Do they make it personal?
Fucking wanker.
Yeah, make it personal because it's personal. You guys are fucking retarded.
Hey, Tito, he did another hypocritical statement. He said, "What are you doing here? Well, what are you doing here all day? Like, come on, bro. Like, you're here. You're trying to tell someone that they're here. Like, dude, come on, dude. Like, get over it, man."
Hey, fuck. He was having another Glover meltdown.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah. It was projection. It's him who doesn't know the math. It's him that doesn't know the process, and he wanted to pin that on one of us.
Imagine me going to a room with people in it, and then say, "Why are you guys in here? Why are you in here? Like, what are you doing? What the fuck? You're here with us, stupid."
Such a backwards question, right?
That's what I'm saying. Like, he's being a hypocrite, bro. Just it's crazy. And then he left. He realized, oh wait, I'm here too. Let me leave.
They're not exactly the fastest lightning bolts in the batch. I might have to draw another picture for that.
Yeah, you are. Whoever was talking about the geodetic surveying, like, dude, it comes down to they add that formula. They assume curvature. They calculate it, so they assume it. Like, it's ridiculous how they stand on that fucking, that soapbox as if it's something special.
And I never knew that was how they measured it, honestly.
Yeah, so what they'll do is they'll formulate it with a added, like, a arc, right? Like they'll say this is what it is because that formula. Then they'll just mark it as that. That's why when planar surveyors go out, they treat everything as flat, because that's you're deriving everything from a zero position, and you're going to create a plane in all directions horizontally. But then they go, oh, but geodetic surveyors don't do that. Yeah, because they're fucking calculating it into that. They put a number in there that doesn't exist. So when you fucking do that, then it creates the sphere that they think they're on, but that's not the fucking reality. Because at the end of the day, you go back to fucking zero and transfer that line horizontally, and you create a plane.
Are you talking about assumed coordinates?
Sorry, what was that?
Are you talking about assumed coordinates?
I'm talking about the assumed curvature of the Earth dropping from their position, and they're gonna calculate that as a formula. And so they'll say, okay, this is my elevation here, and I'm looking at something that's at a certain distance away from me, but because I know it's on the globe,
only way
I'm going to add a curve to it. And then when they calculate it, they'll mark that position as said with the formula included. That's all they're doing.
The only way we get elevations is with GPS, GNS receiver.
So you're talking about like on a total station?
No, a GNSS receiver is not a total station.
No. I'm saying, well, I'm going back to the person doing the work. You're saying you use GPS, bro. What? How did they do it before? How did they do it 200 years ago?
How did they do it 200 years ago? They had to use different differential leveling.
Okay,
and they used
did they
average
include a
sea
sphere?
level. They did. Huh?
So did they?
Lots of times they didn't, and there were huge errors. Like if you look at the Colorado state, the Colorado state borderline or whatever, like when they didn't assume for the curvature, and that's why like it's staggered like that, because they just have to correct it every couple hundred, or was it like every 20 miles or something? They had to correct it.
So what you're saying is when they were off, you mean they were off to the supposed curvature, because they're saying, hey, it's supposed to be this position here. Because my math tells me this is the elevation because the Earth curved. And then they go, oh no, but it's not that. Oh, well, I forgot to add for curvature. But in reality, no, they were correct because they did differential leveling and transferring that horizontal line, and they made it to that is what it actually is. But what you're saying, no, they were wrong. Yeah, I will agree with you. They are wrong, and they'll always be wrong because they're adding a curve that doesn't exist. That's the whole point. You're not getting a curve surface when you're creating angles, because those are straight lines.
What happened in Colorado is it was supposed to be off a certain longitude line, and they just made a straight line, but because the longitude line converges, that's why they had to make the correction.
Yeah. So when you get to once again, if you're going back to a coordinate system that already has the curve baked in, and you're saying, yeah, they were off. Yeah, I will agree. They would be off every time. Because when you transfer lines horizontally the way it's supposed to be, it's not going to add up to the curve. But that's why it's not a curve. But a glober will say, oh no, they're off because it is curved. It's fucking backwards thinking, bro. Like, no, they're not off. That was the reality. But I will agree with you that, yeah, they were off to the coordinate system that's having a ball mathematical formula drop. That's the whole fucking point, dude.
Yeah, the only way you can measure the Earth is the same way you get your longer latitude, and to turn it into spherical geometry, you need to change that coordinate system. So they transfer that long lat data and turn it into Cartesian coordinates. So that creates a sphere mapped out from a flat plane. So basically, they're just wrapping the plane around a ball.
Exactly.
And then they use EF coordinates to do it. It's begging the question fallacy. The whole geodetic survey improves the globe is just a fallacious argument.
It's a begging the measurement fallacy. Actually, it's way worse.
Yeah. It's really bad, but people come in really confident with that argument, not knowing that they don't understand that it's flat data. They're measuring the Earth flat.
Not once have I heard a glober actually say they only believe that geodetic surveying is a direct measurement of curvature. That's literally what I've ever heard a glober say.
And there'll never be a direct measurement because you never directly measure that. You have to formulate it. Ask any surveyor, hey, how do you get the curvature of the Earth? Oh, well, I added into the math. Okay, so you take an angle shot and then you add a formula that adds, yes, I add a radius to it, and that's how I get it. Okay, so then when it matches up to the system already in hand, baked in formula, and you're like, eureka, let me fucking roll it up and go home. But then planar surveyors go out there and they're like, wait, why are we off by a fucking eighth of an inch or a quarter of an inch or 3/4 of an inch? It must have been a fucking windy day or fucking must have been really hot that day. We'll just fucking correct it here. And then you just do that. They just fucking correct it. And they do that all over the fucking, every continent they're fucking doing this shit.
I was the one that showed you guys that the data collectors have the Earth curvature refraction built into it. I showed that to you guys.
You could turn it off too, right?
Yeah, I was the one that showed that to you guys.
Well, I'm not saying that you were the one that showed it. You could be a part of that group, but you're not the only one that's done that. Just saying that.
Yeah, this is a known argument. This has been known for a long time within flat Earth. It's just the globers haven't caught up yet. They still like to use the argument. Probably not enough flat earthers calling people out on it. That's probably the issue.
No, the issue is usually because you guys refuse to look at the evidence.
You can't use. Oh my god! I just explained it to you, bro.
There's no measurement.
The evidence is a cooked-in formula, dude. 2 references from a plane, established plane measurement. So when you transfer that line horizontally, and then you bake in that, and you add that fucking baked-in formula, you're right. You will be correct that it's curving away from you mathematically. But when you do it physically, it doesn't go along a curved surface. Do it this way. If you were to do it on a job site, okay, and you added this cooked-in formula, then yes, you're going to hit the geodetic marks, the NGS disc in the ground, because that's the way they did it. But if you didn't use that and you transferred lines in all directions the way it is done, but you didn't add that curvature, you're going to be off in every direction to the system because reality is not fucking curving. So you're going to be off, in all directions. I agree with you.
So, if the Earth was curved, what would be some of the what would be some of the results of that? Like, what would we see?
Then you'd be violating a lot of things that we know for a fact of how water is at rest level and in all directions is going to create that surface is going to always be flat. Now, if the ocean was to fucking stay still for some crazy reason, obviously it's dynamic, so it never will. And then you went from New York to fucking, to across the pond over to Europe. Yeah, that fucking water, it's like a big fucking swimming pool. When you get in the shallow end of the swimming pool and you go to the deep end of the swimming pool, did it fucking curve away from you? You say, well, no, that's so short, it's so small, it's you can't even account for curvature. Okay, well then just fucking blow that up on a fucking ocean-sized scale, dude. It's still the same thing, dude. It's like putting it's like putting a little bacteria in your fucking pool, and it has to fucking go from one side to the other. It's going to be fucking flat. From our position, we see it flat.
So, if the Earth was curved, what would we see as a result of that?
Oh my god! If Narnia had fucking used, candle wax, like, come on, bro. Like, what? Why are we talking like that? Why would we do a hypothetical that it's fucking fantasy world?
Because I thought the whole point in here was to disprove the globe Earth. You would have to know the globe model in order to disprove the features of the globe model. So what would be some of the features, what would be some of the things that we would see if the Earth was in fact a spherical object? What would be the result of some of those things?
You would have drop over distance for reals, not formulated, not calculated. You would literally have. So, for instance, let me give you for instance, okay? So when they say that the boat goes over the fucking water mountain, okay, because it's
the
curved,
water mountain.
now on another day, you don't see it go over the water mountain 3 miles away. Now you're seeing that ship go over this water mountain 8 miles away. So what? Did the fucking Earth get bigger? Did it breathe? Did it take a breath? Like, why all of a sudden that water mountain is now further away? It goes into a whole nother discussion of how it just goes to the way we see things and the optical phenomena that happen. All that shit comes into play. It's not because the water's curving. It's because the way we see things going away from us over a planar surface, it's always going to have these different variables. But it has nothing to do with it curving.
The same thing goes on, like, if the Earth was flat, we would see different distances also.
No.
Like we see,
no, it's not if the Earth is flat.
Do we see different distances?
Yes, but see, this is where you're not getting it. It's not if it is, then this. That's not the question here.
Fine. Well, you're saying, I asked you, if the globe was this, what would we see? And you started talking about, like, the distances, we would see the drop over curve, and blah, blah.
Well, yeah, because you guys have a geometric horizon. See, flat Earth doesn't have a drop at 3 miles away. No, it just has all the effects of, the air and the heat and the cold, and then the way we see things through our own eyes and scopes and whatever lenses, then everything has to come into play when you're counting all those variables. But it has nothing to do with if it's flat, then this. No, it is.
Let me ask you a different way. The Earth is flat. Is the Earth flat? Yes, right? Just, right? Yeah. Yes. Right? That's what you're saying. Yes, the Earth is flat. Do we see different distances at different days?
Yeah.
Okay, so even if the Earth was flat, we would still see different distances. So, like...
Of course.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Right. Okay, so what else would we see if the Earth was spherical? Like, what would be some of the things that would be a direct result of a spherical Earth that we would see?
There would be a geometric horizon that has a drop.
Besides that, we got over that.
Hold on. And then you would never be able to see beyond that because now you're looking on the other side of a hill. Can you see through hills when you go? If you and your buddy went at a big ass fucking, like, in the countryside, and there's a big huge molehill in the middle, okay, and both of you guys start at the top and you walk away from each other. The second that he starts disappearing is because the dirt is now in your way, obstructing it. Okay, So then, and
Right.
he's not gonna fucking float up into the sky, and then now you can see his fucking feet all of a sudden. No, he's gonna be fucking blocked, and that's it. That you're behind the wall. You're behind the wall, bro.
No, we're talking about the horizon again. I was asking for something else.
Oh well, I mean, I don't know what else you would be wanting to look for, but I think if we're gonna talk about what the shape of something is, well then I think that's the only place to fucking look at. And then when that gets debunked, then there's no point in going further.
So can I ask it a different way? Like,
Yeah, go
if
ahead.
the Earth was
So let me share with you a consequence you've asked for. So here's a consequence of living on a ball that we don't experience. Over distance, the level of objects will change and will diverge away from plumb. So if you establish plumb where you are, and then you look out into the distance, plumb will no longer become parallel to each other. Plumb will start to diverge, which means buildings at very far distances will not appear to be level. They will be angled away from you at further distance due to the curve. It's the same with the cloud deck. If you was in an aeroplane above the cloud deck, flying, 35,000 feet, you would see those clouds decrease in elevation to the ground as it wraps around the floor, the ball that you're flying over. But it doesn't. The cloud deck rises up to eye level. So
I often see clouds on the horizon, though.
Clouds will always raise to eye level above the cloud deck in an aeroplane.
No, I see like clouds on the horizon. But you did bring up a good example. You did bring up a good thing. Like you would see that plumb lines would diverge. Is there a way we can test that?
Long distance observation.
What about with like instrumentation?
Instrumentation, well, we're measuring flat and level everywhere. For you, for me,
Right.
miles away.
Yeah. Is there a way to detect if plumb lines are parallel with each other? Is there a way to detect that? Is there a test?
Yeah, the way you can do it is by transferring that elevation of that whatever. Let's say you have a plumb line, and then you can mark its cross section, and you're going to establish an elevation from that first position. And when you transfer it horizontally, it's going to be parallel to when you get really, really far away from that first position, and you know it's parallel because you transferred a horizontal line and you created a perpendicular position now from one to another.
That assumes that the elevation is a horizontal line. You have a baked in assumption in there.
No, wait. What do you mean the elevation is a horizontal line? What are you talking about?
You said that we carry that elevation horizontally, and it's the same elevation. That's how we know it's parallel. But you just assumed. You just didn't. That's an assumption.
No, when you get to the other point, and you have now established an elevation at that point, it's derived from your original point. Now that elevation can change because of topography. It can change. You can be higher or lower depending on how the topography dropped or whatever. But you still have to realize it's a parallel line from a zero, from a set position, and that's how you even derive your angles from it. You're going to look at something in distance and get an angle to it. You're assuming that that's at a 90 and I'm at a 90, and now this is its position from my position, and that is a parallel thing. You transferred it all the way down, and your line to the zero where you established it from is now parallel to each other. And when you get to the other end, if it was going away from you because of this curve that isn't there but you think is there, then you wouldn't have you wouldn't be able to transfer a horizontal line, because when you get to the next point, you're coming at it at an angle that is not even going to give you a true measurement, because remember that stick or whatever you want to use is now pointing away from you. So you're not going to create a perpendicular position, and it's not going to be parallel to the ground. So like if you put a theolite on one side of that hill, that big molehill I'm talking about, and then the other guy went to the other side, when you guys met in the middle, you guys' fucking shit will look like a cross going into the sky because you're not gonna hit it on head on because because you're on a hill. That's the true fucking hill Earth right there, or round Earth is a mountain or a hill, and you can't do that. You're still gonna establish that point from a zero because you're gonna make that mountain have an elevation based from mean sea level. And then that's going to give it a zero position. That's why it's fucking parallel to your original position. Do you understand that?
A little bit, but you're still assuming it's parallel.
It's parallel because let's take an imaginary line, okay, that we brought inland, okay. We set at the shore of the ocean, okay, and there's a disc in the ground, and they're saying this is 4 feet above sea level. Now, as we go inland, the way the topography is going to go up and go down is going to be based upon that zero, mean sea level. But we're transferring it at 4 feet. So when we do it from 4 feet, that's our new zero. And that zero is parallel to mean sea level. When we go 1,000 miles inland, we could safely assume that if my elevation is, let's say, 100 feet off of zero, then that means if I transferred the top of that back to my original position horizontally, you will fucking hit 100 feet above the fucking ocean. You can assume that because you transferred it horizontally. Horizontal lines do not curve. They go straight across. They're perpendicular to one another. The positions are. And that's all, dude. It's very simple, bro. I know you're getting it. I know you understand. But sometimes the bias blocks that, bro.
I mean, you're not explaining the test to see how we can test if the plumb lines are parallel. You're not giving me the test. How do we test that?
Well, yeah, you tell us since you're the fucking so-called student surveyor.
Reciprocal zenith angle test.
Okay, so when you're looking at something at a distance from you, okay, and now the angle of it is now looking in one direction to where when you go to the other side and look back, you're gonna say, "Hey, why is my angle going down?" I guess that's where you can say spherical axis would come into play. But the reality is if you're deriving an angle to it, that means you're assuming that the baseline from one point to the other is straight across, creating 290 degrees angles. Now, what's happened here is the hijacking of perspective, the way we see things. So the further away it goes, it does drop, right? Like it's going to drop so like the light pole standing next to it's 3 stories. Then way down the road, you look like the same height. So if you took a shot to that and you're like, oh, so that light pole is dropping away from me. No, it's just optically it's dropping because it's further away from you. But then a glober would say, "Oh, that is reciprocal zenith angles because it dropped is because it's diverging away from my position and it's on a curve, so it's dropping lower and it's bending backwards. Like now they're no longer parallel. But that's bullshit. Like I said, if you're on a hill, 2 theodolites, you're not going to transfer a line and get an angle to one another correctly, because you're assuming a straight baseline to get those angles to begin with. It's you're dead in the water, bro.
You don't have to be at the same elevation to do the reciprocal zenith angle test.
No, okay, but it's still going to require those fundamental principles that you're taking an angle to something that's at a certain elevation, but you're going to establish that from a horizontal position, like a triangle, dude. If you put 2 triangles from point to point, and then one's higher on the other side, one higher on the other side, it's still going to be a fucking perpendicular position at the end of the day. It's very simple, dude. Optically,
I didn't say anything about a triangle.
No, I said that because that's what you're creating. Are you not?
2 points don't create a triangle.
No. But when you have maybe you didn't understand. If you're taking an elevation that's from 0 and you shoot it to another position, right? And then you're going to assume that's at a 90-degree baseline. Then that means the bottom of that elevation is going to shoot back to your position as a baseline, and then that elevation to that point is a triangle, and that elevation to your point is a triangle from those two positions. Do I have to draw it, bro? Maybe I have to draw it for you so you understand.
Nobody's talking about elevations, though. We're only talking about angles.
Okay. Is the angle two straight lines?
Is the angle two straight lines?
Is the angle comprised of two straight lines?
In a sense,
okay.
Yes.
Okay. What's going to happen if you curve one of those lines?
We're really comparing two straight lines to two straight lines.
Right.
Like we're comparing technically four lines. So you have the plumb line on each different point, and then the line that between the 2 points.
Okay. So
it's only four lines, and when we look at it, we see that, it's just a fact that they, have an excess of a couple, depending on how far apart they are.
No, but the access is a calculated. It's an assumed because you're talking about when you throw in this radius that doesn't exist. So if you take something away from you and you add your formula and you're saying, "Oh, look it, I have access because it's going greater than 180."
Yeah,
because now
we can derive the radius from this test. We don't use the radius for this test.
No, not when it's baked into your. Okay, let me ask this. As a surveyor, okay, if you were to take an angle to something that you're looking at, and you have its elevation, and you can say, all right, this is my, okay, so then you have this position to where you're saying, I've created a baseline and two straight lines, and I've come to a calculation. Then you're going to throw in a curvature formula that's going to make that spot, that position, dropping away from you on a sphere. But the reality is that now you're saying you got your angle, assuming a baseline, but because you curved it, that's no longer that angle then. But when you when you bake that in, then you've created that drop, and then you're just fucking writing it off as, yep, there it is, it's curved. But then you took away your own fucking angle. But it's a mathematical angle. Do you get that?
No.
All right.
I'm going to start calling. I don't think they're actually globe earthers anymore. I'm going to start calling them assumption earthers. This is wild.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm fine with that as long as you call yourself assumption flat earthers.
Poor guy.
Welcome to flat Earth.
I mean, I just have, experiments and stuff that back me up.
So do we.
What experiment did you use to mathematically calculate the curvature of the Earth?
The reciprocal zenith angle test.
That is not an experiment.
That's not an experiment.
Well, why is it not an experiment?
Or a direct measurement.
Yeah, that's not a direct measurement, and it's not an experiment. That just tells us you don't know what an experiment is.
Can you explain to me why it's not?
Yeah, because you can't tell us what the dependent or independent variables are.
The distance between the points.
What's the dependent variable?
The dependent variable?
I rest my case.
Why do you always first of all, you don't always need a dependent and independent variable.
What? Holy crap, you're a dumbass, dude.
Oh my god.
This is why it's not an experiment. This is exactly why, right here.
Exactly.
Well, that was fucking stupid.
Dude, if QE heard that, he would have ripped him a new asshole.
Oh yeah, he would have.
That's
he
good
was all on that.
Just somebody clip it out. I mean, It stands on its own as one of the stupidest things ever uttered.
You don't have to have a dependent variable when doing an experiment. Holy fuck! Then what are you doing, bro?
I think you better get off of Discord and get back in class or something, Mr. Student.
We're all over your laughing at you, bruh.
Not to be mean at you, but you just don't know what you're talking about. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Don't mean to be a dick, but honestly, you're just
If you want me to take it back, fine. I didn't do an experiment, but I performed observations.
There you go. There you go. So your observation
Does that make you feel better?
Well, it should make you feel better because now you sound like you know what you're talking about. But here's the thing, though: your observation has a baked-in curve.
Why? How does it have a baked-in curve?
Because it's a formula that gives you that position away from where you're taking it from. If you didn't include that formula, then you would be doing it correctly because you're transferring a line horizontally to a position, and that's it. That's why, like, if you were to look at something at, let's say 500 yards away, you're already fucked up because you're not supposed to be transferring lines like that because there's so much that goes on from you to 500 yards away. You will be off. So if you transfer that line, if you transfer like the sky itself, the air, the heat, the cold, the wind, everything, the dust, everything in the air.
Wait. Hold on. What's the difference in the temperature in the air of 500 yards?
If you don't understand that the heat can change something that's 50 yards away.
Yeah, I understand that.
Okay.
I'm saying what's it's the change in temperature, right? That's what you're saying.
No. It's not the change. It's the fact that there's temperature. The fact that the heat itself, when you're looking at something from a distance, the heat can create an optical phenomenon to where what you're looking at can be taller, shorter, wider, thinner. It can be distorted by temperature.
Right, but if I was working in a cold day, it wouldn't affect it, you're saying?
No, it would also affect it if you go too far from. That's why I said, that's why I was beginning to say, if you transfer those lines every, let's say, 150 to 250 feet, and then you will realize that when you get to the end point, it won't match up to the calculated curve because you literally transferred it and you got the accurate measurement, not the formulated, not the calculated. You got the physical transferred measurement. That's all I'm saying, dude.
You're saying that we can't do it 500 yards, and you were saying something about the temperature.
Accurately.
Okay. And you're saying because of the temperature, what temperature, is it no good?
No, temperature in general, dude. Okay, look at when you're
right. So at what temperature does it you're saying as it gets hotter, it gets worse. As it gets colder, it gets less. Right?
No. Cold and hot, it gets worse. When it drops a certain temperature, it can be one way it gets worse, but both positions, you're going to have optical phenomenons happening to where if you try to shoot it from a long distance, it's not going to be accurate. But if you transferred it in shorter increments, it will be more accurate. Does that make sense?
You're not telling me why it's not accurate further apart, though. You said the temperature, but you're not saying what temperature. Like, you're just saying all temperatures.
No, because
so it doesn't seem like temperature is a factor.
No. Oh my God, you're not getting it. Because of temperature.
Yeah,
because
at what temperature and at what percentage? Like, as the temperature increases, does the percentage get worse in accuracy, or as it decreases? As it decreases in temperature, the accuracy increases.
Okay, let me ask you something. Are you a surveyor?
I'm not licensed. But
Okay,
yes.
okay. So I don't care if you're licensed or not, but here's the point: do you take shots?
I mean,
Hold on. Listen. Do you try to take shots before noon?
I take shots during all parts of the day.
Okay, so then that's what I'm trying to get to. If you take shots in the morning, you can get one measurement. If you take the same shot in the noon, you'll get a different different measurement. Am I right or wrong?
Not by much.
Well, no. Hold on.
mean?
That wasn't the question. If I took a shot in the morning, and then we went and had a break, and we went and did something else, and then someone else came in and take the same shot, but at noon, at high noon, will he or she get the same answer as you? Yes or no?
Are you allowed to change the temperature of the data collector?
Okay, you're not realizing this. Okay, you're not answering the question. Are you going to get a
I'm just
different?
asking I'm asking if I'm allowed to change the temperature in the data collector to reflect a different change in the air.
Okay, so now
am I allowed to do that?
Okay, so now what you're doing is you're saying we're going to account for how they understand. They know that temperature changes it. Exactly what you're talking about. This is exactly why they do that, because they know that if it's hotter in the day, it's going to be different. So you have to then mathematically you're gonna add that change because you're still basing it off though this surface being curved. And they're going to say, oh, well, because if you remember on the total station, it literally says Earth curvature.
Yeah, I'm the one that showed that to you guys.
Again, okay. So then you know exactly what I'm talking about, right? You have the atmosphere.
I'm the one that showed that to you guys.
It's called atmosphere correction / Earth correction, correct?
No, there's refraction correction. There's a refraction correction, and then there's just Earth curvature correction.
Same thing, different words. No, it is though, because atmosphere correction, they're saying that's refraction.
The atmosphere correction would be the refraction. It has nothing to do with
oh my God. Okay, so then why are you disagreeing? I literally just said that. They're the same thing.
Wait a sec. One sec, man. Does it physically change the orientation of the instrument, or does it just add or subtract values? Just adds or subtracts values.
Exactly.
Yeah, but I can also look at the raw data before.
So now going back to my original question. Let's say you're not going to take account for temperature because you kind of are on the lines of saying, oh, well, temperature doesn't matter. It doesn't. No, but it does matter.
I'm not along the lines of that. I say that if there's like a drastic change in temperature, like if you have a point that's sitting in like 100-degree section for whatever reason, and like for like a couple 100 feet, it's like 100 degrees. And then for some reason, it like drastically lowers to like 30 degrees for another 100 feet. And then if you're like at those two different temperatures, shooting through those two different temperature mediums.
That's what I'm saying.
There should be more than one temperature rating. You would need temperature ratings for increments of like every meter. Or less.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, what matters is the change in temperature between those 2 points. So if the change in temperature between those 2
increments of less than what
is basically minimum, then like
in increments
you're not
of
really
what?
going to have it.
In increments of what distance?
Like whatever distance between the 2 points are. If the change in temperature,
so it's measuring the temperature at like a meter, is it? And then another meter. All the way to the target.
What are you talking about? The target's
it's
only
not going to be constant from you to the target.
Yeah, but what would make the temperature change drastically between a couple 100 feet?
No, dude, no. You're not fucking getting it. Okay, look it. Let's say it's morning time and it's like 60 degrees. Okay. Right,
and it's 60 degrees on both different points, right?
Yeah,
60 degrees at both points.
Listen, it's 60 degrees in the city, okay? And you're on a job site, and they go, hey, there's a mark over there. You're gonna have to get that, and it's 500 yards away, okay? Okay.
Let's just say it's obviously that's not gonna ever gonna happen because that you're using the equipment incorrectly. But let's just say that's what happens. Now, you take a shot, okay, and you're like, and you're let's say you're for your point. Let's say we're not going to account for temperature because you kind of said that it doesn't really matter. It's insignificant.
I
But
didn't say that.
You did earlier. You said it is.
No, I didn't say that.
Okay. All right. Then I must have misheard you. The point here, though, is that yes, it does change the way you're seeing something in the distance if it's cold, and then all of a sudden noon comes and it goes from 60 degrees to 80 degrees, okay, for the day. You're like, fuck, it's a hot day today. Okay. Then let's say for whatever reason by 3 o'clock, it fucking jumps up higher. And this is just all hypothetical. But what I'm saying is you're going to have 3 different fucking measurements from if you go from point A to point B and it's 500 yards away. Now, the way you can make sure that you're not off from from the morning, the noon, and the afternoon, then you can transfer those lines at smaller increments, and then you will get the same. Like you'll be on point because you transfer that line horizontally, and you weren't having to worry that it got hotter or colder because you're transferring in a place where you have less of that phenomenon going out to mess up your shot, to make you off to what you're looking at because of the temperature from hot to cold or cold to hot. Do you understand?
Yeah, I understand, but
okay,
the thing,
well,
the thing that would make it inaccurate if there was a drastic change in temperatures between the 2 points. If it's the same temperature that the light is traveling through, then why would that make it inaccurate? As long as you're keeping track of the temperature, why would it make it inaccurate?
Okay, look, when you're transferring lines in smaller increments.
I mean, they even had, I'm sorry to interrupt, but they even had to do this when they were using physical change. They needed to keep track of the temperature and the humidity because that would affect the chains.
Okay, now look think of this, okay?
Can you acknowledge that? Can you at least acknowledge that? Even when they did it with chains, they actually had to make
Yes, but you're proving my point, and you don't even realize it. That's what's funny here.
All you seem to be telling me is that you need to make sure that you keep track of the temperature.
I can tell you because you fucking cut him off. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but let me tell you what you're about to say. No, fucking let him say what he's going to fucking say.
Listen, Darth. So from the beginning of this conversation, when we first started talking about this, I told you that when you're looking at something far away, you're going to be off compared if you transferred it in small increments. And you said, why? Why would it be off? I told you, because the temperature. Because if you were, let's say it was 60 degrees all day, right? If you took the shot from 500 yards away, that's going to be one answer, okay, that you're going to write on your notepad. But if you transfer that on increments, you're going to have a different reading. I don't care if it's a fucking an eighth of an inch off or whatever. It's still going to be off because you're shooting it from a farther distance. This is exactly right. As you being a student and as a surveyor without a license, you should know that that's why you don't use your equipment for 500 yards. Let me ask you this. What's the maximum that you'll take a shot? Let's start there. What's the maximum you'll do it? Your boss tells you to. What's the farthest away you go?
I mean, I've done a shot 800 feet away.
Okay. How far is 800 feet compared to yards?
I think it's like 250 yards.
Okay. Would you say that that's about the maximum you can go?
No, I've gone further.
Okay. So if you went further, that means in your own measurements, you've added to there's a problem there because now you're adding it where you probably
if you don't account for the curvature of Earth, there'd be a problem.
No, well, if you're trying to match it up to the baked in elevation you're supposed to hit, then yeah, you're right. And again, I agree with you. I already told you that.
Well, I mean, so you just actually brought up a really good experiment. So what we can do is we can set 2 points, right? And we can. No, let me just get through it. We can set 2 points, and I can use my data collector, and I can
check off the Earth curvature.
You're breaking up, bro.
You're roboting
check
bad.
off the curvature.
We can't hear you.
I'll
You're
wait.
roboting bad.
Yeah, I'll wait.
It's better now. Go ahead.
Okay, so like I can set 2 points, take out my machine. I'll do one measurement where I have refraction and Earth curvature checked off. I'll do one where I have just the Earth curvature checked off. I'll do one where I have just the refraction checked off. And I'll do one where I don't have the refraction or I don't have the Earth curvature checked off. I'll record all those distances, and then we can take like an actual physical tape measure if you want, and we can see which one's the most accurate. Would that be a good experiment for you?
And while you're doing that, you should also do where you take that shot, all those shots, like the full length that you're talking about, and then repeat that. But here's the hard part, though. By the time you're done by the time you get to the second setup, the second like setup to where you're now doing it in increments, the temperature will change. So then you're going to be
we're not
off your
talking
own
about
little
increments
thing.
in this. We're not talking about increments in this. We're just talking about four different measurements, 4 different distances that the data collector's giving me.
Yeah.
All with all the different things that I can check off. One of them being the refraction, one of them being the Earth curvature. So that's 4 different things because one has both of them checked off. 2 of them have like one of the other.
One of each.
One of them has. Yeah, one of them has none of them checked off.
Okay.
And then we have 4 different distances.
Yes.
And I can then
you'll
take
have
like
4
a
different
tape
answers.
measurer. Then I can take a tape measure and measure that distances and see which one's the most accurate, right?
Well, okay, but here's the point, though. I was telling you that when you
I'm
did it.
just asking, is that a valid experiment?
No, it's not an experiment. First of all, but you can do
Why
that.
not?
Because that's not what an experiment is. But we're just taking observations and measurements.
Why is that not an experiment? To see
Because
which
it's
method
not.
is the most
We already went over it's not an experiment.
No.
That's okay.
No. That what
Not
I
a scientific
specifically brought up.
experiment.
What I specifically brought up. Why is that
What type
not
of experiment
an
is it?
Oh.
What type of experiment? It's not a scientific experiment. You're calling it some sort of different experiment?
I don't know. You tell me. We have 4 different methods of measuring something, and then technically 5. We have
It's a measurement. So it's a measurement.
You're just taking measurements. That's all you're doing.
We have 4 different like methods of measurement, and then we have the tape measurement to check it.
Yes, but that's still not an experiment.
It's not an experiment to see which one's most accurate. How is that not an experiment?
It's because it's not by definition. That's not a. Wait, are you saying it's a scientific experiment or no?
I'm just saying. I don't care whatever you want to call. Well, I don't care. Is it an experiment to see which method is most accurate?
No, that's not an experiment.
Why not? Explain to me why it's
comparison of methods.
Yes, it's what you're doing.
Trying to see which one's most accurate, though.
But what you're doing though is you have an observation, and you're taking measurements, and you're having different measurements, and you're comparing them. That is not an experiment by definition. It is just you trying to figure out which one is going to get you closer to that position. But here's what I wanted to throw in though, because at the end of it, if you're trying to make it match, which one's going to be the closest to the said, like whatever the NGS disk tells you, because they've baked in the formula of curvature, then if let's say you get all of them correct, right? But you're still doing it into a baked in formula. That's why I said, if you do that from a far distance, okay, and let's say you come up with an answer, but then the better thing to do, instead of doing all the different ones, refraction or this or that, what would be better for you to do is just take one shot using your Earth curve, and then do another run where you're doing in increments, and you will find out that when you get to the end, it's not going to add up to your curved, calculated, baked-in formula answer. That's what's going to be different when you transfer it.
But I mean, if the thing that you're comparing it to, right? If the thing that the standard that you're comparing both methodologies to is the most accurate thing, right? And you're finding out which method aligns with that, then just fucking scrap both methods and just go with the thing that's the most accurate that you're comparing both of the methods to. You don't need the methods. Just fucking use the method that you used to get the fucking accurate thing.
So T-Dub, how do we determine which one is the most accurate?
No. Just use the thing that you're going to compare the two things to.
Which would be a horizontal transferring line of a plane. That would be the most accurate. Welcome to Flat Earth.
We all used to be Glovers here.
Well, if any of you guys ever like really want to learn about like surveying, there's a good guy on YouTube called Trent Keenan. He does like weekly video sessions. He goes into it a lot.
And I'll tell you the same way I told Shoe Bill and all the other morons over there. I'll tell you the same thing, dude. When you're using the equipment and you're adding in the calculated formula, you are going to come to the conclusion that was already baked in before you even set up your equipment to begin with. That system, like Roots was telling you earlier, he was telling you like they take this planar system and then they wrap it. He literally told you that like an hour ago at this point.
No, what I'm saying is like, because like you know how you were just like using like how like you can check off the curvature and blah blah blah. Like you got that from me. I was saying like if you want to like
I didn't get that from you, bro. What are you talking about?
I literally showed that in this room. And I've never heard how, like the data collect. Oh, like your data collector can check that off. I never heard any of you guys say that before I showed it to you guys.
Dude,
I showed that to the room multiple times.
Darth,
but I was the one that showed that to you guys.
No, Darth. No.
So what I'm saying is, if you want to learn if you want to learn like really good arguments about something, the best way to do that is to study the other side of the argument. I'm saying if you guys want to study the other side of the argument, Trent Keenan on YouTube does a lot of land surveying videos. It'd be really good things for you guys to study up on if you guys want to like try to like confuse a glober.
Does he calculate his measurements?
He's not on there trying to prove like the Earth is a globe or flat.
No. That's not what I asked.
That wasn't the question.
That's not what I asked. I said his end result. Right. Does he throw in a calculation when he comes up with his end result?
His end result of what?
Whatever he's surveying. When he takes a shot, okay, does he add in a mathematical formula to get that position? Whether it's accounting for refraction, accounting for Earth curvature, whatever. Does he add in a mathematical formula? Yes or no?
I mean, the data collector does it, but so I'm just talking about the principle. I'm just talking about the principles of surveying. If you guys want to learn about the principles of surveying, the fundamentals, the history of it, all that stuff, like he has videos that like talk about all of it. It's really good stuff.
Yeah. Okay. At the end of the day, he's doing the same thing that we've been trying to tell you guys, that this is what's going on. They're not physically measuring Earth curve. They are physically taking shots and then they pencil whip it to make it curve because it's a formula. Dude, it's a real simple question. Do you add a formula at the end? You can say, "Oh, well, the machine does it because it's a data collector." So the machine's doing it for you. And you're right. There's a lot of people that can be lazy, and you could just turn on that fucking atmospheric refraction correction, or Earth curve correction. You're right. You can be lazy at your job and say, "I don't need to do the math because my fucking instrument's going to do it for you." I'm not going to disagree with you on that. I agree with you. That's right. And so a lot of surveyors do that, and they just fucking want to get it done, and then they're done with the day. But the fact is, it's still part of baked in fucking calculation. And if you can finally come to grips with that, then maybe we could have better conversations.
I'm literally the one that showed that to you guys, that we have it on our data.
Okay. We understand that. You are our showed us the guy master.
Yeah, what do you
I'm
want?
not saying that, but like, no, I don't want a sticker.
Want a cookie?
I mean, like a little acknowledgement. You're like, I don't know why you guys are trying to present it to me like I don't know what you're talking about when I was the one that presented it to you guys. Just it's weird.
Darth, I'm not going to disagree that you presented it. I'm just saying you're not the only person that has brought that to the table and says this is how we do it and this is this is why we argue it. Because at the end of the day, no matter who's showing it or whatever, you still have to admit it's a calculated thing, not a physical transferred line. If you're just calculating it, that's
Tell me what I'm doing, Daddy GPS. I don't know how to do it.
There's this one surveyor. I forgot his name, but he's a flat earther surveyor. I forgot his name though, and he got thrown under the bus so fast, dude. Like the Globers hated that dude. What the fuck was his name? He used to come into Asylum. I forgot his name.
Really? That's awesome.
Yeah, he was a flat earth.
You guys had in here this guy, like I think it was like Jack or something, who said he was like an architect or whatever. You guys know who I'm talking about?
I'm not sure.
But anyway, it was funny because he was like, I got him talking. He was saying he's an architect in Florida and that, like, you know, it's blah, blah. And he started talking about the GPS zones that we use. And he's like, yeah, it's a flat grid. I'm like, okay, but like that GPS zone, it's part of a bigger thing called the geoid, yes? And he said no. And I just don't understand why.
I don't know. I can't answer for him. If you understand that the software itself. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, the geoid represents, you know, the curvature of Earth. Like
yeah. So imagine this. Okay, you have a piece of equipment that has that baked into it. Okay, so in other words, it's going to tell you if this is your position at point A, and if you go this far away from point B, it is already doing that formula for you and saying this is what it is over here based upon its software telling you this is what it is. And again, though,
that's not. I had to download the geoid. It wasn't like baked into the data collector. I had to download it off the website.
It's in the software though, right? That's all I'm saying, dude. Like, I don't know why you keep like disagreeing with me, and then at the end of the day, you know, later on, you're like, oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, I told you that fucking a while ago. I'm agreeing.
I'm just saying, like the geoid isn't like just like programmed into the data collector like a hard program. It's something you download.
Okay.
There's actually a new geoid coming out soon. Fucking Trump doesn't fuck up the Department of Interior anymore. Jesus.
Oh my God. All right.
Well,
so anyway,
land management. Anyway, BLM, BLM, rural land management.
At the
Every globalist is a leftist nut. I've noticed that.
At the end of the day, dude, you're dealing with a system that has it baked in. I don't care whether it's your foreman telling you to do it this way, a book telling you to do this way, your instrument telling you, you know, this giving you a number. This is your arc minute and seconds. It's literally basing it upon a baked system, dude. All of it. But when you talk to surveyors, and that dude, a retired surveyor over 35 years, live on Discord years ago. I brought him on.
I've been waiting to find another surveyor on here that thinks the Earth is flat. Like that's what I've been honestly waiting for.
No, so I was on the Discord call, and I literally called up my friend's stepdad, who's a retired surveyor for over 35 years, and live on the fucking conversation, said, "Hey Tony, how many times have you accounted for the curvature of the Earth?" He goes, "I don't." And I go, "Well, but he." I think Zanuck. I was arguing with Zanuck at this time. And I go, well, he's saying that it's in the book, it's in the manual. You have to learn it that way. And he goes, yeah, it's in the book. Yeah, I'll agree. That's right. But we don't do it that way though. We don't have to do that. Like hello.
Like, okay, so if he's fucking for 35 years, he's fucking taking shots and never fucking had to account for curvature of the Earth, then how did he do his job correctly?
He was probably just doing simple title work.
Well, he was a surveyor for the city, and they would do, when they're doing roads and highways, they would take long shots, right? But what they would do is they would actually account for the way we see things and the way refraction works, the way things are distorted. But he didn't have to account for curvature, because at the end of the day, that would be a part of their calculation anyways. So that's the way he explained it. He's like, no, you don't have to do that. And then
except they do, dude. That's why they're calculating the geoid, because it's not flat.
Oh my god, bro! Here we go.
Why do you think they're accounting for curvature when they're plug in their geoid
curvature? They're not accounting for curvature.
They are, because it's not flat, dude. That's why.
Holy fuck, dude!
They're assuming. Here we go again.
Yes, they're assuming it because that's the system in place. And again, I agree with that.
Fiction is wrong.
Oh my god, bro! Yeah, just shut up, Jesse. You're retarded, bro.
You're fucking retarded.
Yeah.
You know exactly what I'm saying.
Let me ask you, what do you know about static observations?
What about them?
Do you know anything about
who would do that? A surveyor?
Yes.
One of you pussies keep muting me.
I'm not. I don't
Me.
know. I don't know who it is. I ain't talking about.
You're a pussy, Pat.
Do you know? Do you know anything about static?
Yeah.
Do you know anything about static observation?
Yeah, and
What do you know?
who could really school you on that is Alan, who's over there on that Ether channel, and he goes deep into GPS and the way the whole system's fucking set up, and how like the way it's like timed and the way they shoot it back on the atomic clock and all this shit. Dude, he goes deep into that, bro. And you know what? He found out, he was reading a PDF one time over there in Ether Cosmology server, and he read that those instruments have that fucking baked in, bro. So once again, we're back to it's part of the system. So
it's a correction.
So
because the flat prediction is wrong.
I'm just asking you I'm not trying to get into heated back and forth. What do you know about static observations? Just it's okay if you don't know anything. Like that's
I told
fine.
you already.
I'm not like
I told you already.
No, you didn't. You honestly didn't tell me anything you know about static observations. You haven't told me anything yet.
Well, I kind of told you, telling you to go talk to Alan about it because it's dealing with the satellite and the way and the timing of it for where it's going to give you, like, if you have a coordinate on the ground, and then it's going to be based upon like the timing to the satellites, and they're going to give you a position based upon the timing. Yes or no?
A little bit. You're sort of getting there.
Oh my god, dude! That's what it is, dude.
No, I mean it's multiple satellites, and what do they have to do with it? Like,
why do you even need surveyors at all then? Fucking fire.
Hang on.
Just fucking use your satellite, right? Just use your GPS. You don't even need surveyors anymore, right?
For static observations, how long do you need to sit on a point?
I don't know that answer. I just know that they have a set period, and then what happens is when you leave it there, you put the equipment down there, and then it's gonna like you let it sit, and then it's gonna find its position, and it's gonna like using these things, this method, it's gonna tell you this is where it is, and it's gonna give you an accurate fucking coordinate, like this is your position, dude. Your cell phone can do that, right?
That's not completely true, and the cell phone's not accurate up to like a couple millimeters, but. It doesn't tell you the information right away. You have to send it in for processing.
Okay, so tell me where that proves the shape of the Earth.
Oh, I mean, by itself, it doesn't really prove much. It does. I mean, what is it communicating with, though?
Oh, so you want to go into the world of satellites, and that's what you're trying to steer it away from. You want to get off the measuring the ground and go up into the sky again. Right.
Well, I just want to ask, like, is that an accurate way of measuring something?
Measuring what? Your position?
And you well, not so much your position, but your. I mean,
let me ask you this:
Let me ask you this:
Your
Can you do this?
elevation and your position. I mean, sure.
Can
Your
can you
elevation and your position.
can
Is
you do
that
the same?
accurate?
It's supposed to be. That's what they're telling us, that it's accurate. So, but here, let me
Is
ask you
it
this though:
accurate though? Like, if I were to, for example,
not
I'm
100%.
sorry. I'm sorry. If I were to, like, say, for example, do two static observations on two different points, and then take a tape measure between them, would I get an accurate measurement?
You're supposed to, but here's the point, though. Here's the point.
How?
Here's the point. If it's baked into the system to put point A to point B with a curve, then if you were to say, "Oh, well, I'm not going to account for a curve. I'm just going to transfer this line all the way to the other point," you're going to come up with the same conclusion, right?
I'm not even talking about curve right now. I'm just talking about if I were to take an instrument out, which has no, like, lens, has no light, has nothing, whatever,
Yeah, it's just the unit.
just apparently has the ability to communicate with satellites. Apparently, right? Apparently. And it gives me information, and then I do it on 2 points. Would that information be accurate?
Yes.
How?
What do you mean how?
How?
What'd you say?
How is something that doesn't read another instrument, except like how is
Because the instrument
accurate
itself.
distance between
Listen,
the 2
dude.
points?
Here's what you're not getting. It's like going over your head or something. Because the instrument
It is.
itself. Listen, the instrument itself has with baked into the algorithm of it. It knows its position based upon the whatever it's given. Okay, if I'm standing here, this is my elevation and this is my coordinate system. If I walk fucking 10 miles away, okay, then this is my elevation and this is my fucking position. It's baked into it. What are you not fucking getting that?
How is it telling you where you are? How is it doing it?
Hold on, a plane's going over. Hold on.
It's like engaging with a monkey.
No, I'm sorry, a plane went over, so I just muted up because I didn't want it to be really loud.
Look, a plane.
Just how is it doing it though? How is it telling you where you are based off of satellites in the sky?
Because it's going to triangulate your position, right? It's going to tell you where you are, dude. Do you know that there's a way to triangulate with towers on the ground? Might not be as accurate, but you know that you could do that, right?
It's not triangulation; it's trilateration.
Okay, yeah, I think you're correct about that. But yes,
Yeah, so you're wrong, dude. You're wrong about a lot of.
Right. Thank you, Jesse.
Here we go.
Yeah, here we go.
Jesse the wisdom man.
So at the end of the day, though, Darth, is the equipment that's being used, it's baked into it.
I just don't understand. How is it telling me where I am? Like, how is it doing it?
Again, because okay, let me give you an analogy. Okay, let's say we get a humongous fucking warehouse. Okay, and we're gonna draw numbers on the ceiling. Okay. And then when you go stand under number 3, we're gonna call that you're in the number 3 position. And then when you go walk over to the number 29, okay, you're now in 29 position. Now if we were to program you as a little robot, and then say wherever you walk at in this fucking warehouse, you're gonna know your position because we're gonna send beams to you. And it's going to know how far away you are from the number 1 dot, the number 3 dot, the number 59 dot, and the number 62, whatever. From all these different directions, you're going to be able to know where you're standing. Yes or no?
Gotcha. So there are things in the sky that we are measuring from.
That's what it. Yeah, I would say that's what the system is saying. Are you trying to say because some people deny that satellites are in the sky? Is that what you're trying to get at? Because now we're going into, well, then that thing in the sky that's giving us that, is it fucking way out in the place in Narnia, or is it just something that's high altitude and it's just at rest or whatever? I don't know how the fuck those balloons or whatever the fuck they have them on, but they're just there. and we don't know how far they are. We're told how far they are. Do you know how far they are? And then how do you know that? I'm not denying that they're existing. I fucking worked with satellite dishes for commercial broadcast for many fucking years. I know that I used to point up to the sky and fucking get a signal from it, doing uplinks and downlinks for big fucking events, for fucking Academy Awards and fucking the Super Bowl and fucking like any huge fucking event for commercial broadcast. Yes, I know there's I would say there's something in the sky, but I did question it though.
All right. I'm about to pull up to my job site, so I'm gonna have to get off. Well, I'm gonna go to mute, but Jesse, you can take over for now.
Yeah, they don't want me to.
Well, Jesse, you're bricked, so it's kind of hard to talk to you.
I just know how retarded flat Earth is. That's all.
Oh my god, bro!
Look, you already.
Nice.
Mute.
Yep. Oh man, silly glombies. Tricks are for kids.
What's up, Pat-Man?
Hello.
Do you understand the conversation?
Somewhat.
Yeah, you don't, because you're an idiot. You know.
Wow.
Jesse, you're a proper loser, bro. What's wrong with you?
So, APOC, why do you think satellites are not where they claim to be? What gives you that?
How far away are they from the ground?
Well, there's a certain amount of satellites that are in middle Earth orbit, right?
How far is that?
Middle Earth orbit is roughly like 6,000 miles.
Okay. Did you measure that? Or you're told
The satellites are determining how long it takes for their signal to bounce from the ground to the satellite. That signal has a certain speed, right? And depending where you are on the curved Earth,
it's a violation of
that
second law
amount of time will change depending on where the satellite is bouncing its signal off of.
Okay,
but Pat, man, this isn't for you, man. You need to sit back and relax.
So do you think that this world is an open source? You think gravity?
Well, you keep talking about it's baked in. It's baked in. You know why they calculate it to be a globe? Because flat doesn't work.
That's total bullshit. Because everything they're deriving it from is flat. The elevation.
Yeah, no shit. Yeah, the presumption, the true baked-in calculation is the flat Earth.
The elevation that they're even taking for something up in the sky is based upon what, Jesse? How do you establish elevation? Let's start there.
No, I asked you first.
You asked me, how do we establish elevation? I don't remember that question.
I'm telling you, do you think that the baked-in presumption, first thing they do is presume a flat Earth, yes or no?
When you're taking coordinate system that was based upon planar measurements, that's going to give you an elevation from mean sea level, then yes, that is from a flat plane.
And then they figure out that's wrong. And then they calculate in the geoid, and then all the distances work afterwards.
So when a plane goes up,
did you hear what I said? Hold on. You didn't understand what I said.
Yes, I did. Yes,
no,
I did.
You're talking over me because you're pathetic.
No, you said that they're going to account for the geoid. I heard you, bro. I heard you. But
why would they do that? Why have they done that for literally over 100 years now?
Really?
Every surveyor calculates in the ellipsoid.
They had satellites for 100 years?
How'd they figure out it was wrong?
I'm talking about calculating in the ellipsoid because the prediction, presuming a planar surface, is wrong. It's wrong, dude.
How'd they figure out it was wrong?
Yeah, because nobody uses those maps.
How did they figure out it was wrong?
The surveyors did. The distances are wrong.
By using the planar method?
I don't think you understand what's going on either.
So they used the planar method and then they went, oh shit, this is wrong. How'd they figure out it was wrong?
Because they measured the distance between 4 different points.
How?
It's azimuthal angles.
How did they measure the distance?
Azimuthal angles, dumbass. What the fuck is wrong? You don't know what that is.
Which is what? Is that planar? Is that
You're measuring the horizontal angle between coordinates.
That's the planar geometry. So
when you take 4 different coordinates and you measure azimuthal angles between 3 other points.
Shut the fuck up.
You're such a retard.
So
you don't care to understand why we think it's a globe for 100 years and you're an idiot. You don't care.
Fucking mute you.
We do.
Yeah, your mic sucks, dude. Nobody's listening.
Shut up. So what you're saying is they used planar geometry to figure out that the planar geometry was wrong. Yeah, no, it's okay. I want the audience to hear that what he was saying was that they used planar geometry to figure out that the planar geometry is wrong. Does that make any fucking sense?
Not at all. And what he's getting to, what he's alluding to, is that it's wrong compared to the curving Earth calculations. And I agree, it would be wrong because it's not fucking curving. And they do not fucking get that. It's amazing how stupid they are. It's crazy, dude.
The only thing he got right was that I was an idiot. That's about all he got right.
All he had to do was allow me to respond to the thing he'd said and then paused, right? He paused, I began responding, and he started talking. He didn't want to hear what I had to say. He just wanted to continue to tell us how we're wrong and preach and fucking chant.
And
he could have waited for me to finish, and then he could have responded to what I'd said and said, no, you're misunderstanding, and then detailed how I was incorrect. But he didn't allow that opportunity to take place.
Yeah. Did you sound how angry he was? I just don't understand why they're so damn angry all the time.
Because you're destroying their fucking belief system and it hurts.
Yeah.
I wasn't angry.
He's had his ass kicked by flat earthers for the last 2 years. You'd be angry too.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I'm not angry, guys. I don't know.
No, not you, Jesse. They always go back to that, dude. Oh, it was wrong. Yeah, well, because you're fucking comparing it to a system that's fucking assumed. That even the fucking AI was like, they assume it curving. Like, what the fuck?
You know what was really funny? He was asking, who the hell muted me? And I said, I muted him. I don't have power to mute people.
Yeah, that was funny. Yeah, he's saying they. Oh my, what an idiot! They corrected it. They're to the system. He doesn't like. I don't know what the you can't say it any other way, dude. He doesn't fucking get it, dude. Like, he just doesn't fucking get it. He's an idiot.
Now with that dude, I think he does get it. I think that's the problem. I genuinely think he's become bad faith actor, and he uses his words very carefully, and I think he plays the game a bit.
Yeah, in this case, he says he corrected it. How do you know they corrected it?
Right.
You know, show me the correction and show me where it diverges from what was presumed.
That's why
I directed over distance.
That's why I directed him to. That's why I directed him to Alan, because Alan went over that in depth, and he showed that he found out that the corrections that they make is according to the baked-in curve. Like, he will not fucking understand that.
Right. They start with curve and they correct it flat.
Right. Because I asked him, right, I said, well, how? How do they know that they're wrong? And he goes, because they measured the distances and that turned out to be wrong. I said, how do they measure the distance? He said the zenith angles. And I said, how did they do that? And he goes, well, they measure angles against the horizontal. So he's using the exact same geometry that he's claiming was wrong in the first place. How does that make any sense?
I'd like to see how plumb they were with their diverging zenith claim.
With these theodolites, do they just look at a screen when they're looking through it, and then they press a button that says correction, and it does like
it literally does that. It literally does that on a total station.
Oh my
it does
god!
Because I asked him if it physically changes the orientation of the instrumentation. I asked that to Duncan or whoever, whatever. Flat Earthers are silly, and he said no, it doesn't. And I said it just alters the values in the plus or minus, and he said yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah, it literally
They can't measure curvature without assuming the ellipsoid. And the total stations will have
anything about
you
the
can
plus or
choose
minus.
which
Don't put
ellipsoid
words
to
in my
pick
mouth.
from in the total station. You have to opt out of which reference ellipsoid you're using.
Yeah, that's what I said. Okay, plus or minus. What I asked you was it adds or subtracts to the values, which is the plus or minus, right? You agree? So fucking don't say I'm putting words in your mouth, man.
I never said anything about adding or subtracting, plussing or minusing or any of that. I said it corrects.
Why if you agreed? You said it doesn't change the physical orientation of the instrumentation. I said, okay, so it just adds or subtracts to the values, and you said yes.
That's a really good point. The physical measurement doesn't change, just the interpretation of the values. Oops.
Okay, anybody that's going to sit in this text chat, in the side chat, while actually not being in here, right, in the VC, just bagging out flat earthers and criticizing flat earthers without demonstrating how they're wrong or addressing the topic or the arguments is going to get banned.
Oh my god! A piece of shit flat earther will ban me? Oh my god!
Fine then. It's no big deal to you to get banned. Okay, see ya.
Oh, a piece of shit! Disgusting moron!
Is that ILF
doesn't
again?
want
The
to do
douchebag who got his
anything
ass handed to him by Shane
besides
St. Pierre on
lying
that
all
debate?
the fucking day. Cannot even handle a simple logic.
In the chat,
Cannot. Shut the fuck up, Woods.
That's
Shut
the guy that got his ass kicked by Shane on that debate.
Oh, I get it. That's why he's so upset. Okay.
I bring that up every time he comes in and starts spiraling. Just kind of
totally spiraling.
Hilarious.
Just remind him that he got his ass kicked in that debate with Shane St. Pierre. It sends him up a creek. It was a pretty good debate too.
What was it?
What was it? Was it around?
Technology. Where did they post the debate? Amish.
On Ask Shane. I mean, he'd be more than happy to share it. It was like a year ago, I think. At this point, too, it's been a minute. Maybe 6
I think
months.
I may have seen it. I've probably seen it already, to be honest. Just didn't recognize him.
Yeah, he goes by all kinds of different names. He was misinformation agent for a time. He was IL Lev for a time. He's had many different names since, in between.
I've noticed the angry ones have a history of losing debates. And it's a repetitive pattern. They lose the debate, and then flat earthers become pieces of shit all of a sudden.
Too strong, so they have to keep coming back, right? They try to come here and get their butts kicked again. At some point, you kind of got to wonder what kind of behavior is this, right? Somebody who takes pleasure in getting their ass kicked all the time. I don't know. Say my name, bitch.
It's a lot of fun being a flat earther, I must admit.
It is.
I completely agree.
It's like asymmetric intellectual warfare. You know, we've got some hardcore truth and proof on our side that defeats the biggest names, the biggest credentialed people who are backing the globe. Simple arguments defeating sophisticated, complex reifications. And that's what makes it so fun. We can take an average citizen, plumber, taxi cab driver, pizza delivery man, librarian. We can give them the tools that they need to absolutely wreck astrophysicists, cosmologists, NASA fanboys. That's what makes it so fun.
Fanboys. Yeah.
Three questions ruins them every time. And what it reveals to us, these credentialed experts lacking fundamental education and logic that they
Yeah, you're roboting pretty hard, man.
Can't hear you.
Yeah, sorry, mate. Yeah, we didn't get much of that. you roboted pretty hard.
Testing in my back.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, like these credentialed experts should have applying the very fundamentals of education things. Like,
no.
Why aren't they thinking about gas laws? And why aren't they thinking about forces in a classical sense? Why aren't they thinking about how to think logically? They come in and they fall down with these logical fallacies, and normal everyday people have to re-educate them on the basic fundamentals of physics and geometry. It's just kind of sad.
That's the fun part, right? What a paradox we live in. Not for the weak.
So you get guys that come in here. Go ahead. Yeah, sorry. I'm probably left.
No, I was just going to say it's not for the faint-hearted. There's plenty of flat earthers who lose their nerve purely based on social pressure, not based on any direct evidence or strong arguments. And that's the bit I find sad when I see flat earthers losing their nerve. But I get it, you know, it's not supposed to be for the average person. It's supposed to be for those who have recovered logical thinking and are confident and brave enough to stand on their own too in the face of social pressure. So that's what I find sad, really, that so many people are quite weak-hearted. I know a lot of flat earthers who've gone back to the fence just because it just doesn't work for them. You know, they can't handle the pressure.
Yeah, it's a social thing. And it's a social thing for most of the globe too. When they come out with why would they lie, and it's everybody lying, they come out with those objections. It tells us that this is entirely psychology that we're dealing with, and not fact-based, reason-based evidence proof.
All right. You want to have a chat with Jesse, Sprite?
About what?
I don't know. Do we want to hear what he's got to say?
Well, can he?
I want to know how GPS receivers are working on the moon for the same satellites. You know, these articles have just come out recently about these recent moon expeditions, Artemis and Blue Flame or whatever that was called, and a couple others. How they're experimenting with using Earth's GPS satellite constellations in GNSS to do lunar coordinate tracking. And the only thing they need is a different receiver. How many times have we heard from Globies that the pseudo-ranging from the satellites that's being emitted can only produce coordinates that work on a globe? How are they doing that on the moon surface? Using the same satellites. Sorry?
Who said that?
What, that GPS only works if Earth is a globe?
No, you're saying that.
We hear that every day.
How do you know that they're using the same satellites for the moon as they are for the GPS? Like that?
I personally don't, but they in their papers and news articles. I posted some screen caps and links in the text chat earlier. If you scroll up. They say that. They say that they use the same satellites, only they can use them from 238,000 miles away in a tiny angular field of view, and use the pseudo-ranging instrumentation from GPS constellation orbiting Earth from about 18,000 miles up, directly on the lunar surface, to map their coordinates on the lunar surface. How are they doing that if GPS pseudo-ranging is only applicable if Earth is a globe?
I would
What
imagine
this reveals
that
is a fundamental misunderstanding by people who claim GPS proves the globe.
I would imagine that there's two different geoids, one for the moon, one for the Earth.
Oh, so guess what? Like what flat earthers are saying, coordinate reference system is arbitrary, and you can map it any way you like.
Is that the article? I posted it. Is that the one you're talking about?
Oh no, I'm driving.
Oh, okay, no worries.
Yeah,
I'll read you the headline.
This is what we've been saying.
I'll read you the headline. NASA detected GPS signals from 243,000 miles away on the moon. As part of the Lunar GNSS Receiver Experiment, LUGRE experiment, NASA and the Italian Space Agency kickstarted a new era of navigation on the lunar surface.
Uh-oh. Did they reveal too much? Yeah, Globey, guess what? GPS really does only work on the Earth. And guess where they are? They're probably on the Earth. Oh, wait. You're saying GPS doesn't require Earth to be a globe, that you can use it on any surface like the moon? Huh. Fascinating. So you mean they just change a geoid out for a lunar ellipsoid? Amazing. You just change the ellipsoid, guys, and you got a new proof. Now what? GPS proves that the moon is a ball? It can only work if the moon is a ball? Oh, the funny thing is it only works line of sight, right? Just like GPS also only works line of sight. They say in the articles here that they have to have greater than 10 degrees elevation above the lunar horizon Same as Earth. Same as Earth. They say for GPS, you have to have a greater than 10 degrees elevation to the horizon. Why? Because of path loss on the VHF frequencies. It's that simple. There's crap in the way at low angles. There's crap in the way. You aim an antenna at the horizon, and now you're blasting your shit or receiving shit through all the trees and fog and buildings and cars all over the place. Of course, you need a higher elevation angle, a wider angle. So this means that accuracy is determined by the corrections on the device. Isn't that something? Apart from physical measurements, they can make that device have you believe that you live on a potato chip or a horse saddle or a donut or a carrot. As long as they apply the reference system consistently, you could begin and end with a carrot Earth ellipsoid, a conoid, whatever you call it. You can begin and end with that, and then it's internally consistent, and then say, look, Earth's a carrot. See, GPS proved that it can't work on any other kind because of all the range timing and signal propagation requires the satellites to be at a certain distance away from each other, and therefore they can only be suspended in such a manner if Earth is a globe and they're rotating around it. That's the main claim. Well, guess what? Now we've got GPS receivers on the moon for the same satellites that are orbiting the Earth. No lunar GPS satellites. These are, it says in all these articles, they're Earth-based satellites, and they're just pointing their receivers at the Earth-based satellites, and they get their coordinates on the lunar surface. It's like fucking magic. 238,000 miles away.
I said earlier, like when Duncan, I said, well, GPS systems are great, but we need surveyors then. So get rid of them. GPS can do it all.
T-Dub, you're breaking up badly, man.
Oh, am I? Sorry, man. Hang on. How's that? Is that better?
I think so. Yeah, man, keep going.
Yeah, I was saying to Duncan, like, if this GPS system's so great, why do we need surveyors? Can tell you exact location, exact elevation, everything. Like, why? What do we need surveyors for anymore?
Yeah, there's this. They have a couple of Earth movers that they put these GPS antennas on them, and they can they could level the ground and
yeah, surveyors, because it's like cross-examination, dude. You got different methods to measure the Earth.
And dude, they don't even have to be drove by like a human. The machine can just be automated, and it could it'll shift left and right on its own, depending on if they have to grade this way or that way, and it just knows by a signal how to level. And you're right, you wouldn't need it for that.
Hence, you're saying all you need is GPS. GPS is based on a global coordinate system. You lose. You need to go actually make a claim rather than scrutinizing the globe claim.
Oh, it has the word globe in it. Therefore, Earth is a globe.
That's exactly what it is. It's a global coordinate system. Did you not know that?
It has the word globe. You see there? It says globe. That's the proof.
Where does it say flat? It doesn't say flat anywhere. That would probably work in your favor, right? If it actually said it was flat.
Globe on there. They typed the globe on there.
Wow, it seems you went full-blown Down syndrome over there, dude. You sound actually retarded right now.
Yeah, that's your argument, which you affirmed for the audience.
Is that an accent or is that your actual voice? That's like how you actually sound, dude.
No, that's me. That's me imitating you, actually, right now. You're saying that you saw the word globe, and therefore it proves it definitively. Case closed. It says the word globe, guys.
No, the positioning system is actually based on a globe. That's why they call it a global positioning system.
Well, then
But you
why
don't
does it work on the
understand that
moon?
because you want Earth to be flat so bad, even though it doesn't measure to be flat.
Why does it fucking work on the moon? Answer me.
Why don't you show me a measurement of flat? Can you do that?
Why does it work on the fucking moon if it's just for the globe?
You can't do it.
Okay, globe also means moon, Jupiter, Mars, Venus.
Yeah, there's spherical objects in space, dude. Did you just realize this today?
No, those are globes. But those aren't globes. Geez, this is a tough one, guys. How do I argue this shit?
What shape are the planets? What do you think the planets are?
I don't fucking know. Why don't you tell me?
You don't know anything. See, that's my point. You don't even have a claim.
I know the difference between knowledge and belief. You don't.
What makes it not a sphere? Can you answer that? Can you tell me why it's not a sphere?
Highly of your own belief that they elevated to the status of true knowledge. I'm honest with myself and with my audience. You're not. About what's a knowledge claim and what's a belief claim. That's the difference. You globies come in with belief claims.
How do you know that it's not a sphere? How do you know that the planets are not spheres? Can you answer my question?
I didn't say that. Hey, I didn't say that I knew that they weren't. I said I don't know. There's a difference. Can you fucking hear?
So you don't know anything, so your opinion is worthless. I can disregard anything you say. You don't have an opinion. You don't have an opinion. You're being disregarded worldwide. Nobody gives a fuck about someone that doesn't have a claim.
Who cares about what the lights in the sky are? We're talking about Earth. Measures flat.
No, we were talking about the planets for a second there, stupid.
I was making fun of you, stupid.
Yeah, I wonder why you're afraid to address your denial of the planets appearing to be spheres. Why don't you want to address that they look like spheres?
I don't give a shit. That's why, and I'm not denying anything either.
Well, it would be definitely. It would. My bad. I'm driving.
Yeah, you don't have a good argument. Listen, I make no claims about what those objects are in the sky, and I said I don't know.
It would be indicative that there can be spheres in space.
Indicative. Well, great proof.
Yes, it is indicative that there are spheres in space. That's what planets are telling you. You don't even speak through me like a retard?
What?
Mate, you're talking
so
shit.
Fucking what?
You don't even. Is that because they look like?
So now you have an observation of spheres in space. Now you can try to make sense of the observation.
I don't have that observation, dude.
So then, what are the planets that they're not spheres?
So you can
make a claim. Earth is flat.